Chapter 872, Soul Confining Platform. Chapter 872, Soul Confining Platform, _ Shi Yin flew as quickly as a blinding meteor towards the center of the vast, illusory formation. All pirates, including the four leaders, released their energies and called for their friends to hurry after Shi Yin. Wonderful starlight released dazzlingly on the star map carved on the undying wood. A star route appeared clearly in Shi Yin's head. As he had cultivated star power Upanishad, he channeled his glorious starlight into the star map as though he wanted to burn it and see what Fonka couldn't. Seeing the direction shown on the star map, Shi Yin departed madly and rapidly. However, when he realized that the others couldn't catch up to him, he slowed down. The flame of hope ignited in the pirates' hearts. They stopped their tasteless quarrel to get out of the illusory formation which had held them back for 6 months. They tried their best to catch up to Shi Yin. This time, it took them 3 months of flying to catch up to him. After 3 months of flying at the speed of the King God Realm warriors, they didn't know how far they had crossed. One day, Shi Yin became the first person to get out of the thick ivory mist. He then landed on bright land. His eyes brightened. All of a sudden, he was stunned, unable to say a word. He just waited in silence. After half a day, Fonku and a group of pirates arrived. They landed on the stone ground and became perplexed. "What's going on?" Russell screamed in fright, his face worried. "My soul altar is bound. I can't move. I can't urge my powers. Not good. The same is happening to me. My soul altar stopped. Damn, where the heck are we? This place is restraining our souls. None of our energies can be urged. Are we in hell now?" Pirates landed on the stone ground, shouting at first sight of the place. They felt a cold air flood their hearts as their powers were restrained. No matter which realm they were, even Fonku at his second sky of original God realm couldn't use his powers anymore. They fell from the sky and simply stood on the stone ground. Normally, warriors with the God Soul rarely encountered a situation where their God Soul and Soul altar were restrained. As Fonku was at the second sky of the King God realm, a really intimidating realm. Unless the attacker was one realm higher than his, no one should be able to restrain his soul altar. However, as soon as he had landed, his soul altar stopped spinning. He couldn't release his energy anymore. The same happened to Shi Yin. His soul altar felt like it was pressed by a giant, invisible hand. He couldn't even wiggle. All the spiritual connections to his powers Upanishad, including space, life and death, and star were stagnant. He couldn't mobilize them anymore. In people's eyes, it was a shoreless stone ground, which was unusually smooth. The stones under their feet were icy cold, as if they were cut by sharp weapons. In an extremely far area, they could see vague stone steels 100 meters tall. They stood on the ground like the flags. This area can tie soul altars. The unknown force covers the entire area. For the people who land, their powers are unable to be used. We can only use our physical strength. Shi Yin pondered for a while, then turned around. With the star map in his hand, he spoke to Fonku. "The star map marks this place. It seems to be the center of the Forbidden Land." Fonku was astounded. Russell, Jianong, Barrett, and Jester were also stunned, scanning the area. "Are we in the center of the Forbidden Land?" asked Fonku after a while. Shi Yin nodded. "It's true. We crossed the illusory formation after 3 months. We finally reached the center of the Forbidden Land. I think the magical features of the Forbidden Land should generate from here. Let's check the situation." Fonku took a deep breath, then continued. "Everybody stays close. Do not wander. If you find something abnormal, ask Shi Yin before you do anything." Everybody nodded in agreement. They had crossed the illusory formation, something their 4 big leaders couldn't do without Shi Yin's guidance. Those pirates had a clear answer in their mind that Fonku's powers weren't enough to protect them in this place. Shi Yin, the boy of unknown origin, could save them from death at critical moments. They now looked at Shi Yin with a different perspective and attitude. "Katoa, come with me," Shi Yin waved away the others as if there was no else around. Katuo grinned and arrogantly brought his crew toward Shi Yin. Katuo's pirates were stirred up, knowing that their boss had found themselves a solid shelter. Phone row. Shi Yin contemplated for a while before calling softly. Go. Going with that kid is safer than going with us. Phone Ku smiled, speaking to his daughter. We've come here safely because of Shi Yin. If we can find the place the star map shows, Shi Yin will receive all the merits. No one opposed him. Shi Yin had used his competences to prove this. Feng Rao smiled tenderly, walking toward Shi Yin and Ka Ta'a. You're mysterious indeed. You can break the illusory formation that my father couldn't. You suit the leader's roles pretty well then. It's because of the star map. I don't have your father's reputation. I don't have a background among the pirates. Of course, I'm not interested in being a leader of the pirates. As long as I can find a life star, I'll be happy with that, said Shi Yin calmly. We should go. The soul restraint in this area is just temporary. After we cross this place, everything will be fine. Don't panic, people. Feng Ke roared before heading towards the stone steels in front of them. After 1 hour, as they had arrived around the stone steels, they all changed their faces as they were very frightened. There were 13 stone steels around 100 meters tall. Each steel had a complex formation with detailed and exquisite lines carved on it naturally. Those who looked at it would receive desperate feeling as if they were being dragged to hell. Alchemist Jester stared at the stone steel for a while. H paled badly. Sweat beaded his forehead as his consciousness became hazy. Although Shi Yin had a solid knowledge of formations, he felt a deep chill invading him after staring at a stone steel for a while. The desire to slaughter rose from the bottom of his heart. The ice-cold flame had to call him many times to wake him up. Shi Yin gathered himself and shouted, "Don't look at the stone steel." His shout ran directly into Jester's head. Jester was shaken hard. He woke up as blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. Listen to him. Don't look at the steels. Each steel was connected to an arm-sized iron chain, which had many rusty carved symbols on its surface. This place had 13 steels that were 100-meter-tall stone. Each steel had strange and complex patterns, which bloomed like bizarre flowers. 13 chains extended from the pistil of the flowers, congregating at an ice crystal stone platform. The platform was crystal clear and smooth as if it was made of jade. One end of the 13 rusted chains had hooks with dried bloodstains. They all fell on the ice crystal stone platform. The 13 stone steels surrounded the round ice crystal stone platform, connected to the platform by 13 chains. One end of the rusted chains had odd, wicked hooks and bloodstains. Standing under the stone steels and the ice crystal stone platform, everyone felt tiny. The 100-meter-tall steels were like small mountains with lots of pressure, sending a chill down everyone's spines. From their point of view, the 13 stone steels and the ice crystal stone platform were connected by the iron chains, which looked like a massive spider web that hid something intimidating. What kind of stone platform is this? It looks magical. A pirate mumbled, then walked forward, touching the ice crystal stone platform. Ah! Someone shouted immediately. Everybody exchanged looks in fright. They then saw the other's god body become frozen at a speed that naked eyes couldn't observe. With just one breath, he had turned into an ice sculptor. He exploded right after, pieces of ice scattering on the ground. His soul and body perished instantly. All pirates reacted as if they were confronting ghosts. They backed off immediately. One of them had accidentally stepped on a rusted chain. As soon as his foot touched the chain, his god body withered like a dead flower. Shortly after, his vitality had all but gone. His soft skin bag fell on the ground while his flesh and bones had seeped through the chain, pouring into the stone steel on the other end of the chain. The pattern carved on the stone that looked like a demonic flower became brighter with a flash of light. The rusted spots on the chain disappeared evilly when the warrior's blood and flesh was sent through. It became oddly shiny. "Don't touch anything!" Jester couldn't help but shout. His voice was filled with fright and anxiety. This place is like a cell in purgatory. The ice crystal stone platform once confined someone before. 13 chains tied his body, preventing him from struggling. They also drew his blood chi and energy from his god body. The extremely cold energy of the ice crystal stone platform tortured him and drained his power. He didn't have any energy to resist the powers of this prison. If you don't want to die, don't touch anything. Jester's shouts stopped people, making them uneasy as they weren't so sure how to arrange their limbs. They stayed still as if they were under the effect of body-fixing technique. The 4 leaders were perplexed, grimacing under the dire circumstance. 13 steels that were 100-meter-tall stone, and the 13 chains had drawn the blood and flesh of a king god realm warrior. The ice crystal stone platform had frozen and broken another warrior in just a blink of an eye. This space of several thousand square meters was used to confine just one person. How strong was this person? Look, there are more stone steels, more prisons. Jian Nong discolored in fright, pointing somewhere further away. Everybody looked at where he pointed, their face grimacing. The space ahead of them had more stone steels. Each was connected with a chain leading to a stone platform. There were at least 10 more similar prisons to confine warriors. Chapter 873, Terrifying Speculation. Chapter 873, Terrifying Speculation. __. Out of the 2 king god realm pirates, one touched the ice crystal stone platform and was turned into a broken ice sculpture, while the other stepped on the rusted chain and had his flesh and blood disappeared, leaving only the skin bag. Everybody felt their hair raising on the back of their nape. If this place were the prison of strong experts, how strong would an expert be who got 13 chains tied to his bones and flesh that year? When a warrior was confined in this place, the ice crystal platform would release the cold energy to confine him, while the chains would constantly be taking his energy. How long could that warrior endure? How abundant could his energy and blood chi be to support him until the day he got rid of this imprisonment? How long had he been confined in this place? The pirates didn't dare to imagine further. An icy cold flame flew out, entering the ice crystal stone platform immediately. It was indeed the ice-cold flame. This icy cold living being was one of the heaven flames. It didn't need Shi Yan's thought to land on the ice crystal stone platform. It seemed to take in the energy dancing over there. Is it good for you? Asked Shi Yan. It's the purest cold energy. Although the power in this jade is just 1% of its original, it's still huge for me. The ice-cold flame was so happy. The remaining energy in this jade stone is enough for me to break through 1 level. I think you struck it lucky this time. There are some similar ice stones over there, Shi Yan frowned. No, not all of them. Many of them have no cold energy left, while the others have just a little bit. This one has more energy, said the ice-cold flame. Shi Yan was surprised. While he stood baffled there, the pirates had crept around the rusted chains on the ground, following Jian Nong forward. After 2 hours, they made a circle around this area. Not every prison has 13 steels and 13 chains. There are only 2 prisons made of 13 steels. The other places have only 12 or 11. There are 32 prisons in total. Jester walked to Shi Yan, who stood still at his spot. I think you should come to check the other prisons. It's similar to this place with 13 stone steels of 100 meters tall. Katoa is there. Katoa. Shi Yan was surprised. What happened to him? He found something. Jester was shivering. He had an idea, but he couldn't confirm it. It seemed he was still checking up something. Shi Yan nodded, sending his thought to the ice-cold flame before walking with Jester towards Katuos. He saw more stone steels on the way. Those grand stone tablets had complex drawings that looked like a flower whose center was connected with a chain. On his way, he found more similar prisons. Most of the prisons had only 12 or 11 steels surrounding them. At the furthest area from the first 13 steely prison was another prison with 13 stone tablets. These 2 prisons were pretty far from each other, as if they were designed to keep the 2 prisoners from communicating with each other. Ka-Tual was standing near a similar ice crystal stone platform. However, the platform was shattered, and 10 out of 13 chains were pulled off their steels. Pieces of chains were scattered on the ground. Many pirates were standing between the chains, trying not to touch them. Senior, seeing Yin, Ka-Tual shouted with astonishment. What did you find? Yin frowned. It's him. He was the one who got chained here. Ka-Tual shivered in thrill, looking so shocked. Who? Yin asked, as he couldn't react properly at this moment. The one who gave me the inheritance. I'm sure it's him. Ka-Tual took a deep breath. Chaotic energy had broken the chains and the ice crystal platform here. I'm 100% sure. Jester was scared. Feng Ku, Jianong, Barrett, and Russell gawked, dropping their jaws. It's really him? Yan's eyes brightened, his face disbelieving. Nodding continually, Ka-Tuo's face was a little savage. Damn it, who was so morally corrupted to confine him here and make him endure such torture? The soul altar must have been suppressed, unable to move even a bit. The body was drawn by the iron chain, not to mention that freaking cold energy. This torture wasn't designed for humans. As Ka-Tual took the inheritance from that man, he had considered him his teacher from the bottom of his heart. All of a sudden, he found that his teacher had been imprisoned and tortured for years. Ka-Tual was enraged, as if he had experienced the torture himself. He hated that he couldn't find the one who made all of these and make him suffer the same things. Listening to him, Yan's face darkened, getting colder. Looking at those imprisonment areas, he was furious. The founder of this place was extremely harsh and malignant. To subdue the prisoner's soul, he had used the stone tablets and the chains, which pierced through the prisoner's bones, and the ice crystal stone platform to torture the prisoner, making him suffer an unimaginable pain. Once the prisoner was confined, it would take so many years. Unless the energy of his god body was drained, it would never stop. Although he couldn't see it with his own eyes, thinking about what used to happen here made him feel anger flooding his mind. Yin wasn't different from Ka-Tual, as he had instinctively made the owner of the blood vein ring his teacher. The warrior who had cultivated chaotic power Upanishad was one of the bloodthirsty's cortege of 8, so he would be their family, their precursor in the same school. Knowing his precursor had been confined and tortured for so many years, how could he not be enraged? That man had escaped by pulling the chains and breaking the ice crystal stone platform. He must have used his physical strength to do that. How formidable was this person? Feng Ku was astounded. Too bad that he left. His soul altar was shattered in the lonesome, dead territory. Sigh. Ka-Tual scratched his hair in sorrow. If I find out who did it, I will definitely make him endure the same torture. I want to show a bit of mercy. The lonesome dead territory connects to the Forbidden Land. It should be near here. Anyway, the lonesome dead territory has another entrance. You have good fortune, Ka-Tual. Otherwise, you couldn't have gotten there from here. If you did, you would have been dead by now, said Russell with emotions. Of course, if I can break through in this area, I won't be sunk into the illusory formation, Ka-Tual retorted. Russell just frowned and didn't comment more. After Ka-Tual had reached the original God realm, his chaotic power Upanishad had gotten back on the right track. Although it hadn't been a long time, his dangerous aura was one level more intimidating than Russell, Jianong, and Barrett's. As they were at the same original God realm, Ka-Tuo's confidence was boosted. He knew about the intimidation of his powers, so he didn't need to be careful with his words anymore. In this group, besides Yin, whom he respected deeply, he didn't put anyone in his eyes, including Feng Ku. Ka-Tual, do you know at which realm was the one who you received the inheritance from? I have a speculation, but I'm not so sure, said Jester. I don't know. His soul altar was shattered at that time, and only a seal of Upanishad remained. Or else, my cultivation wouldn't have deviated. Since his seal of Upanishad wasn't complete, I couldn't use his full power. Ka-Tual shook his head. Jester, what speculation do you have? Feng Ku frowned. Jester was a top alchemist with a great reputation in the Heaven Punishment City. He had studied a lot of ancient books, and he knew many secrets of the past. Feng Ku always highly valued his opinion. Jianong's team also looked at him. Jester's face twitched. His eyes were filled with respect as he moistened his lips, talking with his dry voice. If I tell you guys, maybe you will think I'm crazy. We won't. Feng Ku shook his head. Shiyan also looked at him. Tell us. Everybody believes in your knowledge. Jester forced a smile. After we got to this place, I found that my knowledge is still shallow. Yeah, let me tell you my point of view. Don't tease me or make jokes. It's just my speculation. I just feel it should be like that. I don't have evidence, so don't chase me. I won't be able to come up with an answer that can satisfy you. Don't babble. Say it quick. Feng Rao couldn't help but urge him. She thought he was a little bit odd today. I think you all noticed that there are 32 prisons in this area, of which 20 prisons are made of 11 stone steels, 10 prisons are made of 12 stone steels, and only 2 prisons are made of 13 steels. Jester took a deep breath, his voice trembling. I've read an incomplete ancient book. It reads that a long, long time ago, even before the ancient time, the God clan had classified the realms just like these stones. One stone represented one realm. What do you mean? Russell couldn't understand his ideas. Our realms are ranked from the lowest realm to the highest realm as follows: elementary, nascent, human, disaster, earth, nirvana, sky, spirit, true God, king God, original God, ethereal God, and incipient God. 13 realms in total. So, 1 stone tablet for the elementary realm. After breaking through, it's 2 stone tablets when entering the nascent realm. As such, 1 more stone tablet for each time of increase in realm. Jester explained carefully. Everybody was perplexed, looking at him in complete silence. They didn't even breathe. Since this place has 13 stone steels, if we can use the number of the steels to define the realm, the one who got imprisoned here should be at. Jester couldn't finish. Incipient God realm. Sure, Yin was shaken. He couldn't help but shout his answer, even though he was always calm and cold. Yes, if we use the number of stone steels to classify the realms, the one who got imprisoned here should be at the incipient God realm. Jester felt powerless, his face pale, while sweat was beading his forehead. The incipient God realm, the peak realm that we've ever known. Warriors at this realm could destroy an entire life star with one hand. However, this kind of existence had only been told about in legends, the godly existence that no one has ever seen. Everyone was silent, their eyes empty. They gasped for their breath as they were so stunned. Feng Ku and the other 3 big leaders shivered, their face baffled. Sure, Yin was perplexed, as if his soul had left his body. Jester's speculation had scared him out of his wits. Chapter 874. We have many people here. Chapter 874. We have many people here, __. If alchemist Jester's speculations were true, it would mean this place used to imprison 2 incipient God realm experts, 10 ethereal God realm experts, and 20 original God realm experts. What kind of concept was that? Let alone the incipient God realm experts. Any expert at the ethereal God realm could have enough power to terminate the entire raging flame star area. 10 ethereal God realm experts plus 2 incipient God realm experts was an earth-destroying power, which was beyond people's imagination. Thus, all of them gawked, as they were so stunned that they didn't know what to say. After a while, Jester talked with a bitter face, sniveling. Of course, it's just my assumption. I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, if it's true, how strong would the jailers have been who had confined those warriors? Everybody was frightened, sinking deep in fear again. Swoosh, swoosh. A flame flew towards them from a far distance. It turned into a flash, crossing by Shi Yin and disappearing into the ice crystal stone platform next to Kata. Although people were sinking in their fears, they were sensitive enough to catch that glimpse. Shi Yin beamed a faint smile. The ice crystal stone platforms in this area has an extremely cold energy that is a tonic to my little buddy over there. As people were familiar with his strange performance, they didn't consider it bizarre. They just nodded and said nothing else. Yin, did the star map show a new location? At this moment, couldn't help but ask. He didn't ask Yin to hand over the star map, since he understood that him holding the star map wasn't really a wise move. Let me check. Yin took the star map out of his sleeve while frowning, and his face went stiff immediately after. He shook his head begrudgingly. I am unable to check it. How is it? Russell's pupils shrank. This area restrains the soul altar. I must use energy of the soul altar to read the star map. Thus, I can't see the route in there. Pausing for a while, he threw the star map to Ku. You should give it a try. Ku caught the star map, closing his eyes to sense. Then, he shook his head begrudgingly. I can't check out the mysteries of the star map. Then what should we do? Jian wore a dispirited face. If we can't check the star map, how can we find the direction to the new star area? Are we left with only one option of returning using the previous path to the illusory formation? I think outside this forbidden land is also an illusory formation. As long as we leave this area, we will get into the illusory formation again. Ku pondered for a while and then shifted his look to Yin. What do you think? Maybe. Anyway, I want to stay here for a while to wait for my buddy to finish his absorption. Yin shrugged, talking deliberately. If you can't wait, just leave then. People darkened their faces. Without him pioneering, once they got into the illusory formation one more time, they would be lost again. Although Ku's realm was high, he didn't know the star power Upanishad, so he couldn't reflect on the trails of the star map in his head. If Yin didn't lead them, no one was sure they could find a new star area. Thus, even though they were annoyed, they had to wait here as he didn't want to leave yet. No one dared to take even one step. What a pity. Our realm is too low. Or else, we might have been able to solve the mysteries of this area. At least, we could have known something from the ancient patterns on those stone steels. Jester shook his head with regret. Although he was at the original god realm and understood formations, he couldn't endure studying the patterns on the stone steels for a long time. Otherwise, his soul would feel exhausted, and hallucinations would happen. Swoosh, swoosh. An ear-splitting hissing and screaming echoed through the area they had landed before as people started to appear. Ku discolored, shouting. Strong experts from the three powerful forces. Everybody was frightened. They paled, shivering like leaves. They burst out in panic, wanting to flee away. Barrett, Russell, and Jian couldn't keep their mind clear anymore. Fear flashed in their eyes. It's not a bad thing meeting them here, Yin said in a light tone, his face calm as if he weren't worried at all. Many pirates were fluttered uneasily, but listening to him, they were so surprised, looking at him as they didn't get what he meant. Feng Rao was astounded for a while, but she managed to pull herself together. She was the first one to react. Her beautiful face looked touched as she shouted, Our soul altar is restrained, and it will be the same for them. Nobody can use powers Upanishad now. We can only use the energy in the god body to attack and defend. We won't be hurt. At least, we have many people here. People had their eyes brightened. Russell's face was ferocious. The corners of his mouth stretched into a wicked curve as he laughed. Oh yeah, we don't need to be afraid of them in this area. Perhaps it's our chance today. Ku's face became cold as veins on his neck convulsed. Crispy, cracking sounds echoed from his body, as though he was urging the energy of his god body. Indeed, we don't need to be afraid of them. As the pirates heard that, their god bodies started to diffuse the wicked, murderous intention. They were filled with fighting spirit immediately. They not only pulled themselves together, they also stopped running away and started to approach the others. They were the most combative force in the raging flame star area. All of them had a life of licking blood from their sabers. They weren't afraid of battle. Quite the contrary, when they knew death might be not their only consequence, they had the guts and excitement to battle at least once. The three big forces had pressed them for years. They always sent hotshots to clear the pirates. As they didn't have good feelings for them, when they had a chance, they would try to have a big, furious bite for sure. With high realms, although the warriors can't use their powers Upanishad, it will not easy to deal with him, even when they use just the intimidating power of their god body. Remember, we have to use the huge crowd tactic. We are greater in number here. We could be like the bees when their hive is broken. We have to tear them apart. That's how we deal with high realm warriors. We're lucky that this area favors us. Since the soul altar is restrained, we can use our number of people to make up the gap between realms. Folks, you have to take this chance and kill more people. Fonka was very sane. He understood their strengths and weakness well. He knew they could only rely on the number of warriors to hurt their opponent. Before they engaged in the battle, he made the strategy clear first. Everybody agreed with him noisily. Several thousand pirates of different organizations packed the place like a cloud of swarming locusts. They came and surrounded the area where the three forces were arriving. Shortly, they returned to the place from where they had first entered in this area. The groups of Bai Tian, Liu Feng, and Aogu Duo were still baffled, watching the marvelous scene of this area. When the three big forces had entered the Forbidden Land, they had several hundred warriors. However, most of them were killed by the dangers in Forbidden Land. At this moment, they had just more than 100 elite warriors. Fan He of the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce wore a dark green garment. He looked archaic and lanky. He just frowned while talking calmly. The pirates have arrived. Damn, Tuahai's face was cold. Our soul altar can't move, and our powers Upanishad are restrained. We can't use any energy. Should we use the god body to wrestle with them? It's not good. They all felt the strange situation here. Hearing Fan He, they immediately knew what the pirates wanted to do under the magical and weird circumstances of this area. There's so many. If we fought them normally, we could use our advantageous realms to kill them. But now, as we can use only our physical strength of the god body, it would be tough. Aoguduo also had a headache. It's simple. Just kill the leaders. When the 4 big leaders are killed, I think those pirates won't be able to endure for a long time. With no commanders, they can't utilize their advantage of having a larger number. They will scatter and go disorderly shortly, said Bai Tian sanely. Fan He nodded, talking deliberately. We will do as Commander Bai Tian said. I will kill Feng Ke first. You guys take care of Russell, Jianong, and Barrett. The second sky of original God Realm Warriors fight with the first sky of original God Realm Warriors. Even if you can only use the power of your god body, you can trounce them. You just need to keep in mind one thing. Do not linger. All of them were smart and wicked leaders. They tacitly knew what Fan He wanted them to do and nodded in agreement. Shortly, the pirates came and surrounded them. They roared and hissed with ferocious faces to increase their auras. The energy in their body burst out at once. Warriors who had higher realm would have more energy accumulated in their god body. The increase of their realm had to be close to the development of their body. Although the 3 big forces were outnumbered, they had more elite warriors with better god bodies. As long as they didn't need to fight for a long time, they wouldn't lose. Shurian, Bai Tian shouted as he saw a man walking in the front of the pirate team. He frowned while talking. Don't be stubborn. If you leave with me now, I can ensure your safety. Until now, he still wanted to recruit Shurian. He didn't want to ruin what he had built. I will memorize your appreciation, Commander. However, Precursor Feng Ke has offered me a better deal. I'm sorry. Shurian grinned. You are Shurian? Fan He snorted, his face cold and harsh. Kid, you have a good innate endowment. However, you don't know how to appreciate favors. You will find it hard to have a bigger room for your development. While talking, his body echoed some explosions as his god body enlarged immediately. His arms became like translucent jewels, releasing formidable energy fluctuation. Crack, crack, crack. The bones in his body resounded the cracking sounds as his god body became several feet taller. His lanky physique became strangely muscular. He stomped on the ground, and the hard stony ground under his foot exploded. A furious attacking energy started from him and rushed directly towards Shurian. In this place, their soul altar was tied, so they couldn't urge the power Upanishad. However, Fan He had just used the bursting power of his god body, soaring up into the sky. He shouted at Shurian and also looked at him, But Shi Yin knew that Fan He's target wasn't him. It was Feng Ku, who was standing next to him. Hit the king first to destroy the army. Fan He was using this strategy. He would try to kill Feng Ku first and make the pirates disorderly when they lost their leader. However, Fan He was wrong in one point. In this place where the soul altar was restrained, the power of the god body Shi Yin could use wasn't less than his. Shi Yin stooped and laughed dryly. His face became cold as a surging energy torrentially shot out of his god body, and a red nimbus covered him instantaneously. The power of the immortal demon blood was urged in just a blink. At that moment, Shi Yin's god body seemed to be painted with red blood. Under the given circumstances that they couldn't use their soul altar, the wicked negative energy and the immortal demon blood weren't affected. When he activated the petrification marital spirit and the immortal martial spirit, his fighting competence skyrocketed. The death and space powers Upanishad needed the essence chi, and the star power Upanishad required star energy. In this condition where his soul altar, essence chi, and the star energy were bound, it was hard to use and explode with his energy. However, the wicked negative energy in his acupuncture points and the massive energy of the immortal demon blood weren't bound to the soul altar. They didn't require a power Upanishad to control, so they weren't affected. With these conditions in the soul confining platform, his fighting competence had totally surpassed Feng Ku. Chapter 875. The Demonic Flower Blooms. Chapter 875. The Demonic Flower Blooms. __. Fan He seemed to turn into a jewel man, his entire body becoming translucent and fulgent. People could even see the veins on the back of his jade-like hands. Crack, crack. Crispy sounds echoed from Fan He's body as if the bones had been strained out of their joints. Under the circumstances that he couldn't use his power Upanishad, he could still show a bursting, intimidating force. Boom! Fan He was the only warrior here could use his god body's power to fly across the sky like a shooting star. He was traveling fast, reaching a Shi Yin's position instantly. However, it's obvious that his target wasn't Shi Yin. Feng Ku looked like he was confronting the archenemy. He couldn't help but shout, "Besiege him!" Many blue demon pirates rushed over, turning into fading shadows and trying to stop Fan He. Fan He was calm and cold, without any emotions in his eyes. He was too sane. While his god body was flying, his two jade arms moved like snakes. When his translucent jade hands touched people, they acted like a sharp sword, piercing through the god body of anyone coming to stop him. Swish! Swish! The blue demon pirates had their bodies pierced through, bleeding badly. They couldn't stop Fan He. Shortly, their bodies exploded, pieces of flesh splashing together with blood. Drilling through the thick blood mist, Fan He maintained a dull pair of eyes, but his god body was like a sword that could break anything. Under his arms, flesh bodies burst off. Those pirates died tragically. Shortly, he left 7 shattered bodies behind. None of them were intact. Fan He was hurried to kill Feng Ku. He didn't pause even a second, moving like a beam of light that cut off all obstacles on his way. The distance between Fan He and Feng Ku was shortened rapidly. Although the blue demon pirates were so scared, none of them retreated. They knew they would die, but they still hindered and attacked the other, just like moths throwing themselves into a fire, which could light them up for a while. Pirates were the gang of people who treasured their brotherhood a lot. Since those people had followed Feng Ku, they had given him their lives. To them, Feng Ku's words were the truth that nothing could overturn. Although they knew they would be killed instantly, they still stormed over without fear. Piercing through this crowd, Fan He was like a jewel monster killing everyone who came near him. A light was moving on his body, while golden-colored air shot out of his fingers, knees, and arms with an invincible spirit. The pirates were ripped apart like tofu. They could halt him for a short moment, but they couldn't trouble him much. Feng Ku was now within Fan He's reach. At this moment, Shi Yin's face turned cold and harsh, as a streak of blood crossed his eyes. Roar! Fonka stooped and roared, his god body making a thundering sound. His long hair fluttered without any wind, escaping the control. His face looked so malignant. Fan He, you and I don't share the same sky. Fonka flashed with lightning and thunder. He wanted to risk his life against the enemy. Leave him to me. At this moment, Shurian suddenly yelled after keeping silent for a while. He turned around and asked Fonka, you go deal with the others. Try to control the situation. Leave Fan He to me. Fonka was surprised. Shurian. Feng Rao couldn't help but scream softly, fear filling her beautiful eyes. Don't show off. Shurian turned around, smiling brightly. He looked even more arrogant as he said, It's okay, I can handle it. Shortly, a murderous aura shot out while his god body became blood red and his eyes wildly brutal. A violent force was bursting in his body that he couldn't control. Shurian turned into a thick blood halo, storming towards Fan He. Old Codger, without any power Upanishads, you can't resist for a long time. Mental attack, going first, was his usual strategy. At the moment he stormed over, his wicked words fired. You have lived for so long. Of course, your power Upanishad is subtle and excellent. Anyway, you're too old, so your god body can't compare to young people's. It's not capable enough. A bloody hand carrying the bloodthirsty, desperate, and crazy auras swarmed like the rising tide, covering Fan He from a far distance. Death Seal. The Death Seal was made of negative energy. It didn't need the power Upanishad to cooperate or the God Soul to control it. The terrifying seal appeared visibly like a mountain of bones and a sea of blood. The Death Seal pressed down in the void. The air sizzled strangely while the bloodthirsty, desperate, and crazy aura diffused out. A bloody, murderous aura covered the whole sky, looking like a bloody water spraying in the sky. Fan He discolored in fear. His eyes were placid, although he was surprised. He was at the third sky of original God Realm, but his soul altar was confined here. How could that kid use his energy with only the third sky of King God Realm cultivation base? He couldn't understand it. Hesitating for a while, Fan He restored his calmness and grinned faintly. Kid, you still need your mama's tits. Have you ever heard about the saying, with age comes strength? Crack, crack. Sounds of cracking bones echoed unceasingly. Fan He now had a golden halo on his body. This old man cultivated metal power, Upanishad. With the sharp metal chi of his god body, he could be like a metal spear tearing the sky with its sharp head. Boom! The golden spear pierced through the blood seal. Blood-red light emitted while the powers impacted, sending a brilliant light curtain into the air. When the glorious light vanished, Fan He appeared with ragged clothes, revealing a golden fish-scaled armor covering his entire body, shielding it from the bloodlight. Shurian was like a ferocious beast, as bloodthirsty and wicked intentions sparkled in his blood eyes. His god body was now blood-red, with a tremendous murderous aura twirling around like a bizarre dragon, which was gushing something out of its mouth. He lowered his voice and laughed evilly. Shurian gathered his energy and stormed over again. Boom, boom, boom. Everywhere his god body passed, the stone ground under his feet exploded, sending crushed stones into the air, which then turned into a gray mist that snatched on Fan He. Fan He frowned, but his face was still tranquil. He turned and looked here and there. At this moment, the battle between the pirates and the three forces was fierily carrying on. Among the three powerful forces had many hotshots, from which Ao, Guduo, Bition, and Liu Feng were at the second sky of original God Realm. Their god body had been quenched powerfully. Even if they couldn't use their power Upanishads, they still had seemingly infinite power. However, at least 100 pirates were encircling each original God Realm warrior. They risked their lives to attack without getting afraid of being killed. They had used their big numbers to make up the gap between their powers. As the pirates had so many members here, they weren't really in a disadvantaged situation. And if this battle were to last longer, and if Ao Guduo's team used too much of power, they would be worn out until they got destroyed. The situation wasn't so positive. Fanny took a deep breath, talking faintly. Can't waste time. I think so. Yan's voice thundered, as a brutal aura swarmed over like a blood cloud. Staying in the middle of the cloud, Yan looked like a demon in hell. Pallid tentacles jutted out from each of his acupuncture points, which made him look more like a ferocious demon. At that moment, Yan stayed in his blood cloud, releasing the flames. Each of those flames was a heaven flame, which was a special life form. As they were unique beings in the soul forms, the soul confining platform couldn't restrain them, so their power wasn't subdued. The 9 Serenity's soul devouring flame, corpse vanishing flame, vermilion bird true flame, Ean's spirit ghost flame, earth flame, and the world extinguishing thunder flame flew out. They were heaven flames of different classes. They flew like the pure fire spirits, moving like weaving shuttles amidst the crowd. Warriors of the 3 big forces had their soul altar restrained, so they couldn't release the powers Upanishad. Once the heaven flames targeted them, they would run helter-skelter. They could be burned to death, or the flame would flood into their sea of consciousness and destroy their soul altar. As soon as the heaven flames flew out, the initially balanced battle suddenly favored one side. No need to mention the warriors at the King God Realm. Even the original God Realm warriors like Ao Guduo had to run instead of clashing with the heaven flames. They couldn't endure, so they had to run away. Fanny originally wanted to finish this battle fast, but seeing the earth-shaking commotion, he showed his hesitation for the first time. He couldn't help but shout, "Retreat now!" In the soul-confining platform, their soul altar was restrained, so they couldn't urge their energies. At this moment, the 3 big forces weren't the opponents of the heaven flames. They could only retreat to save their force. Fanny's shout had wakened up many warriors of the 3 powerful forces. They didn't hesitate. Even Fanny, who wanted to attack with all of his power, had to stop and retreat to their previous way in fright, so they didn't wait to follow him in the retreat. Aogu Duo's group didn't dare to linger. They didn't care about their wounded or killed subordinates, withdrawing fast to the illusory formation from the soul confining platform. The fierce battle had been overturned because of the heaven flames. It ended quickly just like that. The soul confining platform now had the dead bodies of 1/3 of the 3 big forces members. The dead situation of each corpse was different. Some were burned, some had their soul altar exploded, while the others were struck by lightning. Most of them were killed by the heaven flames in that short moment. Many pirates were dead too. However, this number was much smaller than what the 3 powerful forces had to bear. Most of them were killed by Fanny, Ao Guduo, and the other strong experts. The battle, which was supposed to be fierce, had ended just like that, leaving people with many surprises. Heaven flames danced in the soul-confining platform, drawing beautiful flaming curves in the air. They were gradually gathered by Yan. His eyes resumed their regular color. Yan didn't seem happy, but more solemn. He didn't look at Feng Ku and the others, but squinted, walking toward the stone stele in front of them. The flower-like drawing on that stele had become more oddly beautiful. No beam of essence, chi from the dead members of the 3 forces or the pirates came to him. While they were fighting, the dead aura of those people turned in a gray, thread-like smoke, congregating at one of the stone steles, the one that Yan was looking. The eccentric flower on that stone tablet was just a drawing, but at this moment, it looked so vivid and lively, as if it had been revived with beautiful colors. The iron chain connected to the center of the stone stele shimmered. The rusted spots on it were all gone, as if someone had just cleaned the chain. Yan could feel a faint energy moving inside the chain. Many dead people who fell near the chain had their flesh and blood taken away, leaving only the skin bag and softened bones. The marrow inside the bones was also sucked away. The flower drawing on the stone tablet started to glow amidst a beautiful halo. It looked more like a massive, open mouth. "It feels strange," Yan let out a light shout. People also looked at what he was looking, the beautiful flower on that stone stele. Alchemist Jester had his eyes brightened, as if he was trying to recall something. His face twitched while he felt uneasy suddenly. Chapter 876, Dark Prison Demonic Flower. Chapter 876, Dark Prison Demonic Flower, underscore. An eccentric flower drawn in the center of the 100-meter-tall tablet caught everyone's eyes, even though it occupied just a small part of the tablet. That bizarre flower was fresh and vivid, living on that stone tablet. All of a sudden, it seemed like it wanted to leave the stone stele as it released a strange and evil energy fluctuation wave. Boom, boom, boom. The iron chain connected to that flower suddenly burst off. Pieces of chain floated up, flying towards the demonic flower. Jester discolored in fear. He suddenly recalled something, shouting hoarsely, "Dark Prison Demonic Flower! It's the Dark Prison Demonic Flower!" Everybody was startled, looking at him instinctively. Sure, Yin slammed his brows together. "Jester, elaborate please. Do you know the origin of his soul-sucking demonic flower? The ones that were on the 3 victims that you asked me to cure?" Jester took a deep breath, his face in a grimace. Sure, Yin shook his head. "How would I know that? The soul-sucking demonic flower originates from the Dark Prison Demonic Flower. However, it doesn't have the strange and malignant features of the Dark Prison Demonic Flower. Its evil and peculiar features have been reduced many times. They said that when the soul-sucking demonic flower ascends to the acme, it will become the Dark Prison Demonic Flower. However, I don't know how magical it would be. I only know that Dark Prison Demonic Flower doesn't belong to the Raging Flame Star area. I used to see it in an ancient book I've read. The flower on that stone tablet is a Dark Prison Demonic Flower," said Jester uneasily. "You don't know its features. What are you afraid of?" Feng couldn't understand. "Is the soul-sucking demonic flower dangerous? Don't you know how weak the victims of the soul-sucking demonic flower become?" Jester forced a smile. Dark Prison Demonic Flower is the ancestor of the soul-sucking demonic flower. The soul-sucking demonic flower has only one part of the Dark Prison Demonic Flower's features, and it is still extremely dangerous. Do we need to discuss how terrifying the Dark Prison Demonic Flower could be? Feng was frightened. While they were talking, the stone stele cracked. The beautiful, fresh flower in the center swayed continually. All of a sudden, the stone stele exploded under their gazes. The 3-meter-tall demonic flower emerged from the stone tablet. The demonic flower shrouded a strange creature. It looked human. However, they could only see from the shoulder up. The skinny face made him look more like a skull with some viscous substances. A trickle of some blood-like liquid rolled down from his closed eyes. He seemed to be in deep sleep, unconscious of what was happening. The peculiar fresh flower covered him entirely. He looked like a person rolled in a thick blanket, leaving only the head out. This demonic flower hadn't bloomed yet. Although the petals looked beautiful, they hadn't completely expanded. A strange, evil aura diffused from the demonic flower and the man. That man hadn't opened his eyes yet, but the aura of his had scared everybody else as if that man would jump up and kill them all in a second. Swish, swish. The demonic flower suddenly jumped out of the stone stele, aiming at Blackhorn, the peak of King God Realm warrior and Barette's subordinate. Blackhorn cultivated icy cold power. Even when his soul altar was restrained, his body was still cold and diffused cold air. The demonic flower flashed, then disappeared. The flower opened like a giant mouth of a beast. It didn't leave Blackhorn time to react, swallowing him immediately. Crack, crack. Those cracking sounds rose the hair on people's napes. Each petal acted like teeth, nibbling on Blackhorn's bones. Thick blood oozed out from the pistil of that demonic flower. Blackhorn's screeching resounded once before vanishing. It seemed like his body and soul altar had been completely chewed off. The blood chi diffused immediately. The demonic flower took in his blood chi and became more fresh and beautiful. The man in the flower shroud seemed to have more blood and flesh on his face. "Blackhorn!" Barrette screamed, wildly like an enraged beast. "Destroy this demonic flower for me." His warriors had the same grudge. They risked their lives and swarmed over, striking their sharp weapons on the demonic flower. Various lights flashed. A clear, bright halo appeared on the magnificent petals of the flower. The petals just swayed, and they were able to send all the sharp weapons backward. None of the petals were damaged. They were flexible and agile, as if they were human limbs. They were so peculiarly dangerous. After swallowing Blackhorn, the demonic flower didn't pause for even a second. A sound like a fan whirling came from the flower's stamen and pistil. The flower floated, moving in the air. Another pirate who was standing nearest to that demonic flower became its next target. The pirate didn't have the power to resist as the flower engulfed him. The sounds of bones being chewed had numbed people's scalps. That King Godrealm pirate couldn't even scream. Blood splashed as he died instantly. The bony face of the man who was covered by the demonic flower now had more flesh. Some spikes started to grow on his exposed shoulder. However, he still had his eyes closed, as if the energy from the victims weren't enough to wake him up yet. He used the dark prison demonic flower to swallow blood and flesh from the warriors instinctively, since his body and this demonic flower had been fused together completely and perfectly. The demonic flower had become his mouth, continually taking in blood and flesh to make up for the loss or damage to his body in order to ultimately wake him up. However, the powers of Blackhorn and that King Godrealm warrior were just a grain of salt that was poured into the sea. It was not enough to wake him up. The flower was still floating and swaying in the air. Its petals became more vivid. The flower moved like a big mouth chewing on bones, looking for new victim. People looked at that flower dazedly, their countenance panic-stricken. A deep fear arose in their heart. Barrett was about to go crazy. He shouted and roared as his dark red god body moved toward the demonic flower. "Don't!" Feng Ku, Russell, and Jian Nong shouted in unison. They flew out, grabbing Barrett and holding him back. "Damn it! Get off of me!" Barrett struggled, his face reddening. He shouted as he completely lost his mind. "I want to rip it off." However, the demonic flower didn't listen to his screams. It was still flying quickly in the sky, aiming for another King Godrealm pirate. It was Russell's subordinate. In this place, they all got their soul altar confined, so they couldn't use their energy to escape into the void. Their agility was affected badly. Quite the contrary, the demonic flower seemed to not be affected by the conditions in this area. It moved swiftly in the void like lightning. Barrett's subordinate saw the flower coming after him. He was so desperate, running like a shuttle between the stone steels. However, no matter how much he tried, it was no use. In the end, the demonic flower caught up with him and engulfed him. More sounds of hair-raising chewing occurred. The flower bud spurted out pieces of bones and flood. The thick scent of blood nauseated people. All of the pirates were startled. They couldn't help but retreat as far away from the flower as possible. They were afraid that they would become the next target. Feng Ku and the others shouted to order their men stay away and to not let the demonic flower target them. They were constantly backing off, but the demonic flower seemed to know what to do. It was able to spot out lives on this soul-confining platform. A charming figure became the new target of that demonic flower. It headed towards her, moving fast. Little Rao. Feng Ku couldn't help but scream pitifully. He didn't care about Barrett anymore, dashing towards Feng Rao. Feng Rao was the new target of the demonic flower. Finally, the indifferent Shi Yin couldn't stay idle anymore. His eyes were as cold as the tip of a sword. His body moved like a sharp sword that was about to be used to stab someone. 5 colored flames moved with him radiantly. The flames had clear, different energy classes. The vermilion bird true flame and the earth flame suddenly burst out. The immense fire sea burning in the air started to swarm over Feng Rao. When the demonic flower was about to reach Feng Rao, it felt something strange. The flower halted in the void before abruptly changing its direction, heading to a pirate under Jian Nong's command. It gave up on Feng Rao. Fonko exhaled in relief. He paused and shouted again, "Get away!" Shi Yan's cold face was hot with the rage of flame. He shouted, "Ka-ta, tell your people to stay close to me. Do not leave further than 100 meters." Katua immediately shouted and yelled at his subordinates. Warriors under his command were sunk in fear. Hearing his shouts, they were thrilled. All moved toward Shi Yan quickly without an extra word. Shi Yan walked towards Feng Rao, looking at her as he had made up his mind. "Stay close to me." Feng Rao nodded continually, her face pale. "Don't worry. Even if someone beats me for it, I won't leave you." "Go to Shi Yan." Fengke was baffled for a while before he reacted. He shouted ear-splittingly. Russell, Jianong, and Barrett understood the matter. Just like Fengke, they gave the same order to their people. Leaders of the other forces did the same. They didn't need others to urge them. All moved toward Shi Yan as quickly as they could, as if they were afraid that they couldn't get near him. That pirate under Jia Nong's command became the next victim. While people ran to Shi Yan, the demonic flower swallowed him. He became the nutrient for that freak inside the flower. The spikes on his shoulder had jutted out 2 more inches. His face looked less skinny. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The burning fire sea circled the pirates. The hot power of the flames flooded the area, covering all the pirates. After the demonic flower had finished consuming the warrior, it hovered by the steels outside the sea of fire, as if it was sensing or watching something. After a while, the demonic flower found its new target. It flew towards the illusory formation outside the soul confining platform. It didn't pay attention to Shi Yan's group anymore. Fandy will be in trouble this time. Shi Yan was surprised for a while before he laughed at their misfortune. That demonic flower has detected them. I think those guys will run into some big trouble. Their powers aren't restrained in that illusory formation. The demonic flower can't swallow them all. Anyway, Fanny has the 3rd sky of original God Realm cultivation base. Fengke frowned. Fanny isn't easy to deal with, indeed. Listening to him, Shi Yan understood. They couldn't use their soul altar in the soul confining platform. However, other places didn't have this terrifying restriction. People started to ask Jester about the intimidating origin of that demonic flower, despite their fear. However, they found the warriors of the 3 big forces returning before Jester could give them an explanation. They returned from the illusory formation with deep fear in their eyes. Everybody was baffled. Chapter 877, A Thing of the God Clan. Chapter 877, A Thing of the God Clan. __. Roar. GRRR. Thundering roars came from the illusory formation outside the soul confining platform. It seemed some creatures had escaped from their cages, starting to hunt in the illusory formation. Fanny stayed together with the hotshots of the 3 big forces, as they left previously, then returned shortly, all rushing helter-skelter. When those people returned to the soul confining platform, many of them were wounded. Some had lost their limbs, and they all looked frightened. Shi Yan's group stayed in the circle made of heaven flame, looking at those people with odd faces. They could also hear the terrible roaring outside, but they weren't amused. As the demonic flower was hunting in the soul confining platform, they thought that the illusory formation out there would be safer. Unexpectedly, it was full of dangers as well. At this moment, everybody was hopelessly reluctant, their minds bitter. Fanny's group entered the soul confining platform while fearfully astounded as they looked in Shi Yan's direction. They didn't know why the others had to put up so many layers of guards, but they got to know the reason soon. That demonic flower was alone in the illusory formation, so it returned to the soul confining platform. A 3rd sky of King God Realm warrior under A.O. Gu Duo's commander, who had lost an arm, was trying to bandage up with a pale face. He suddenly felt uneasy. Lifting up his head, he saw a peculiar flower covering a freak while flying toward him. He instinctively wanted to cry. However, the demonic flower engulfed him instantly. Crack, crack. The noise of bones being chewed tingled people's scalp. Blood splashed when the demonic flower spat out pieces of bone. That warrior died on the spot. The flower became fresher and more vivid, and the face of the odd man had gained more flesh. However, his eyes were still closed. Fan He's team seemed to be very scared as they recognized something dangerous. "Move! Move!" Bai Tian shrilled. A warrior under his gaze reacted timely, backing off immediately. However, his speed couldn't be compared to the demonic flower's pursuit in the soul-confining platform. Nobody could do anything but watch him being swallowed. The demonic bone chewed his bones, killing him shortly. The demonic flower seemed not tired at all. Taking several seconds to digest, it moved again. For the time being, warriors of the three big forces screamed and cried, running disorderly in the soul-confining platform. Those people didn't know about the eccentric soul-confining platform. Some of them had accidentally stepped on the iron chains on the ground. Their blood and flesh were all drawn, leaving a withered, mushy-skinned bag on the icy cold ground. A man was lucky that the ice-cold flame had taken all the cold chi on the ice crystal platform. Otherwise, he would have been frozen and fragmented already. Warriors of the three powerful force screamed and cried terribly. They ran aimlessly, trying their best to avoid the demonic flower. However, it seemed like the demonic flower had eyes. After it had engulfed one victim, it would immediately target a new one. Although the soul-confining platform was large, the demonic flower was moving at breakneck speed. No matter how hard the warriors of the three powerful forces tried to scatter, one of them would always become the next victim. Seeing people constantly being swallowed, Fan He, Ao Gu Duo, and the others had no solution. As they couldn't use powers Upanishad here, they could only run for their lives. Nevertheless, none of them dared to leave the soul-confining platform to the illusory formation out there. It seemed the dangers out there were much more lethal than the demonic flower in the soul-confining platform. The pirates didn't ridicule or laugh on the others' misfortune. They had experienced such painful things themselves, after all. The disaster the three powerful forces were struck by this time seemed to be their future. After swallowing the warriors of the three big forces, the demonic flower became prettier, and the freak it covered looked plumper. People started to feel hopeless. "Precursor Bai Tian, tell your people to come here. I will protect you guys. Considers that I'm paying back your favor of not killing Ka Ta." The fire sea slit open a passage, which was enough for one person to get inside the circle. Bai Tian was surprised, looking at him from a far distance as a strange light flashed in his eyes. Bai Ro became excited. She didn't wait for her father's opinions, lunging directly towards the others. The distance between her and the demonic flower was pretty close. She was scared that she would become the next target. The girl didn't think much and just moved directly through the slit the fire sea had just made. The fire sea seethed violently. Its scorching energy covered the place, as if it could burn everything into ashes. However, when Bai Ro entered, that fire sea didn't have an anomaly. The passage was still open. Among the warriors of the three big forces, Bai Ro was the first person to enter the place of the pirates safely. "Shi Yin, what the heck are you doing?" Barrett thundered indignantly. Russell, Jianong, and many pirate leaders were enraged, looking at him with cold and harsh faces. Shi Yin frowned, speaking seriously. "I owe Bai Tian a favor. I'm repaying him now. Do you have any problem with that?" Pausing for a while, he gave a low shout. "If you have a problem with that, get the F***CK out of here. Your grandpa here won't serve you." As soon as he finished, all the pirates shut their mouths. No one dared to utter a word. If they weren't in the soul-confining platform and there was no demonic flower, the pirates would throw their rage at him, for sure. However, in this place, he solely had all the pirates' lives in their hands. If he didn't feel pleased, he would expel the rebelling pirates out of his fire protection. Those pirates would then simply become delicious meals for that demonic flower. They all knew what would happen. Thus, although they were filled with rage, none of them dared to talk more. A warrior under Li Yufeng's command was fluttered as he was running madly to avoid the demonic flower. His frightened eyes brightened as if he had finally seen hope. he swayed to the fire slit. However, when his figure wormed through the fire slit, it immediately closed. His god body was covered with flame abruptly. People could smell the smoke of his god body being burned. "Did I allow you to get in?" "Sure," Yin said faintly with his cold face. "Except for by Tion's people. Whoever dares to step in will die." Carthu and Ziyao weren't in this crowd. They were delayed unknowingly. Thus, in this group, only Bai Tian had some relation with Shi Yin. Besides Bai Tian, no matter it was Ao Guduo, Tua Hai, or Monica, Liu Feng or Fan He the Nine-Star Chamber of Commerce, they were his enemies. Of course, he wouldn't show mercy. His shout had awakened the people of the three big forces. They had to jerk back, even though they wanted to jump into his protection a lot. Only Bai Tian's members got stirred up, their faces happy. "Move," Bai Tian called. He hesitated for a little bit, but then he didn't mind whether he could enrage Fan He or not. "Move to Shi Yan's position." Allard and the others felt like they had gotten an amnesty on hearing him. They were so happy they almost cracked up, crazily moving towards the fire slit Shi Yan had spared for them. They gathered with the pirates. However, they had maintained a distance with the pirates. They were cautious, afraid that the pirates would ambush them. Bai Tian didn't have many experts here, while the pirates were so many. As their soul altar was restrained, it wouldn't be a big problem if the pirates wanted to kill them. That was why they had to be very careful. "Whoever dares to attack them without my permission, get out." Sure, Yin raked his cold eyes through the pirates. "If you want to survive, stay put. Otherwise, don't blame me." No one dared to reply. Even Feng Ku had to quiet down. He understood that if they had a dispute with Shi Yin here, they had only death awaiting them. Shortly, Bai Tian's warriors had entered the fire sea built by Shi Yin. General Commander Bai Tian walked the last. Hesitating for a while, he clasped his fist towards Fan He. "I'm sorry. I want to save my people. You guys manage yourself." Then, Bai Tian was the last one to enter the fire sea, standing with his warriors. Fan He, Liu Feng, Tua Hai, Monica, and Ao Guduo had a grimace, but they didn't say anything. Although Bai Tian wasn't loyal to his comrades, he wasn't to be blamed. If Shi Yin agreed to give them a way to survive, they would also ignore the others to save their fellows. Although they felt irritated, they understood Bai Tian's trouble. They knew that what Bai Tian did was the wisest move for his people. "Precursor Bai Tian, what happened in the illusory formation out there?" asked Shi Yin all of a sudden. Bai Tian's face was bitter, but he relaxed a little bit. "There are many strong beasts we have never known about before. They are too intimidating. They were so bloodthirsty, hunting us in the formation out there. Many of us were killed instantly. But when we were there weren't any beasts. How did you meet them?" Shi Yin was surprised. Shaking his head, Bai Tian said, "When we got there the first time, we didn't meet them either. But when we got back to the illusory formation, not long after that, we found so many beasts there. Many of them are at the level 11. Perhaps there exist beasts at level 12. Level 12? As strong as the ethereal god realm experts?" Shi Yin was frightened. "I didn't see them, but I heard a lot of intimidating roars, so it's possible. Anyway, I saw a level 11 beast with my own eyes. Those beasts aren't from the monster clan. They look hybrid. They have never existed in our raging flame star area. They are so frightening." Bai Tian was still scared. "That demonic flower. What happened? It wasn't there when we left?" "Just appeared. It got out of a broken stone steel. According to Jester, it's the dark prison demonic flower. Do you know about it?" "I'm not an alchemist, so I don't know it clearly. How about you, Allard?" "My level in refining pellets is limited, so I don't know much about it. I know the dark prison demonic flower. Standing outside the fire sea, Fan He, the president of the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce, screamed in fear, his eyes dark. If it's the dark prison demonic flower, I think you should let us in. Otherwise, you guys shouldn't dream of having a chance to survive." Fanny said resolutely. Shi Yin frowned. And why should that be the case? As Fan, he was the president of the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce, one of the highest existences in the Raging Flame Star area, Of course, he knew something about the dark prison demonic flower. It wasn't beyond Shi Yan's estimation. While Shi Yan and Bai Tian were talking, they tried to make it loud so that the others could listen to them, which would help him understand the dark prison demonic flower better. He didn't think that it would work. The dark prison demonic flower is a thing of the God clan. Fan he stressed each word of his. Chapter 878. The Recoverer of the God Clan. Chapter 878. The Recoverer of the God Clan, _ Hearing that the dark prison demonic flower came from the God Clan, Shi Yan, Feng Ku, and the others discolored in fright. As the president of the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce, Fan, he was the greatest person alive in the Raging Flame Star area. It was normal for his knowledge to surpass Jester. Right now, he didn't need to lie or conceal this. It should be the truth. If the dark prison demonic flower came from the God Clan, had they built the 32 prisons here? A race that called themselves God consisted of the missionaries who had taught powers Upanishad in the Raging Flame Star area. They used to live in glory in the Grace mainland. Among 32 prisoners here, there were 2 incipient God Realm warriors, 10 ethereal God Realm warriors, and 20 original God Realm warriors. If they could imprison these formidable existences, how strong were they? As the dark prison demonic flower was a possession of theirs, they were powerful, indeed. Please enlighten us. Jester pondered for a while and spoke up. He also spoke to Shi Yan and Feng Ku. I think we should listen to President Fan. Shi Yan frowned. He pondered for a while, then nodded. Feng Ku didn't object, although his face was dark and gloomy. However, Russell was still looking at Fan He with malicious intent. He seemed like he didn't want Fan He to talk more. In fact, he looked like he wanted that man to die. Russell's family used to be a branch of the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce. The Fan family had uprooted them. Russell was the only one who managed to escape. He lived to take revenge. As long as he could see the Fan family get annihilated, he could give up everything, even the star map. What a pity that Russell couldn't voice his opinion in this group of pirates today. Although he was discontent, he calmed down. The dark prison demonic flower is an object that belongs to the God Clan. It's a peculiar thing that restores people who are wounded severely. The person that this demonic flower shrouds should be a God Clan's member who is hurt and needs to use the dark prison demonic flower to recover. Fan He gathered his thoughts while the demonic flower was still attacking and swallowing people. He explained uneasily. The demonic flower can absorb the blood chi and energy to give a tonic to the wounded warrior. You can see that whenever the demonic flower swallows a warrior, the God Clan man is restored a little bit. People nodded as if they had confirmed his explanation. This area is a massive prison. It is also an important ward which the God Clan used to heal their wounded members. Everybody knew that the God Clan was strong, but they didn't have a large population, and it's not easy for them to give birth. They couldn't afford to lose even one warrior. They did anything to protect and lengthen the bloodline of the God Clan. Fanny paused for a while, then continued. This place is a magical place they use to preserve their members. They captured the warriors of other races to absorb their energy and heal their wounded members. The stronger the prisoners were, the more blood chi and energy they had. They would be a significant support for the restoration of the God Clan. The warrior shrouded by that demonic flower is one of them. He uses the flower to absorb flesh and blood to recover himself. However, those he had taken and were just at the King God realm. Their limited power isn't enough to wake him up and help him revolve his soul altar. Once he has absorbed enough energy to open his eyes, he will be very intimidating. It's hard to guess which realm that one has. If he is at the ethereal God realm, I'm sure we are all doomed. We can't dodge this. Thus, if you ignore us, the demonic flower will eventually swallow us all, and the warrior wakes up, your death will come. I'm sure this forbidden land doesn't have only that recoverer. Once he has recovered, he will use us to bring back his clansmen. You can see that we will all be meals of that dark prison demonic flower. Fanny's voice was hurried as he saw that the demonic flower still eating people, his face harsh and cold. Shi Yan and Feng Ku listened to him. They all grimaced. The God Clan, the race that called themselves God, had tried everything for the well-being of their clan. To preserve their bloodline, they didn't hesitate to capture warriors and make them their meals to recover their wounded clansmen. How cruel were they to do such things? Each of the prisoners here was affected by the cold chi of the ice crystal platform. Their soul altars were restrained, and the chains had continually taken their blood, flesh, and energy. The god clan had used the others' intensive pain to recover their clansmen. This race wasn't nice. It was an extremely selfish race. The pirates all kept silent, their faces petrified. At this moment, they didn't know what to say. To the disaster the three big forces were enduring, they didn't ridicule or feel pleasure over their misfortune. They seemed to have the same goal now. The dark prison demonic flower was still engulfing warriors of the three big forces. At this rate, the warriors of the three big forces would shortly become the raw meal for the demonic flower to restore that god clan man. Because of the heaven flame fire protection, the demonic flower hadn't attacked them yet. However, when the god clan expert opens his eyes and restores his soul altar, only God knows if the heaven flame fire sea will be strong enough to protect them. The dark prison demonic flower is cruel and eccentric. It's immune to almost all kinds of powers Upanishad. It's only afraid of the fiery flame. Your heaven flame is what it fears the most. Seeing Yin have no reaction, Fanny darkened his face and continued talking. Although the flower is afraid of the heaven flames, it doesn't mean that the warrior that it protects is the same. When he is fully restored, I don't think he can hide in there. At that moment, all the pirates will become food for that damn demonic flower. Consider yourself whether you want to do something or not. The pirates shivered inwardly. They were so uneasy. It was clear to them that he didn't fabricate anything. In this given circumstance, he had no reason to lie. What do you think? Fonka contemplated for a while before turning to Yin. Yin was the owner of the heaven flame. He only used his power to protect everybody in this soul-confining platform. Before they could leave this place, Yin was the soul of the pirates. He had real power that could determine people's fate. He now surpassed Fonka's influence. The other pirates were looking at Yin, waiting for his decision. Yin, consider the whole picture. Or else, no one will be able to escape this place. Bai Tian advised him. It only benefits that god clan warrior if the demonic flower continues to swallow these warriors. After that, it will attack you guys too. Don't be stubborn. If the demonic flower is afraid of the fiery flame, I will destroy it. Yin looked calm in the bright eyes of the people. He gave a faint smile. As soon as he finished, a scorching flame shot out from the fire sea. It transformed in the air, turning into a giant, flaming red-orange bird. Dazzling red wings opened. People could even hear the bird singing. It flew toward the demonic flower, which was still hunting for prey. Vermilion bird, true flame. This flame was generated by a wisp of the original soul of the vermilion bird, one of the four holy beasts. It had a clear intelligence. The flaming bird spread its wings in the air, attacking the demonic flower instantly. The radiant red-orange flaming curve moved like a sickle, creating a thick mesh net, snatching and covering the demonic flower, which was attacking people everywhere. Swish, swish, swish. The vermilion flame moved like a ribbon, which attracted people's eyes. The vermilion bird true flame turned into the true form of the holy bird, accompanied by the archaic aura of the bird itself. The will of the bird was released silently, merging with the flame and sending fire everywhere. People's halted soul altars still echoed the holy beast vermilion bird, which had run directly into their souls, giving them its vibes. As the dark prison demonic flower was covered by the flame, the crystal clear petals resounded the cracking sound. It was forced to stop moving. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The flames shot out rapidly, sending many flames toward the target. The demonic flower sounded like the burning of fried wood. Many warriors of the three big forces were running helter-skelter to dodge the flower. Seeing the flower being restrained for a moment, they exhaled in relief. The fear in their eyes was reduced. The blooming petals of the demonic flower slowly closed in the middle of the fire sea. The flower resized as its petals closed towards the center of the flower. Shortly after, the one who was shrouded by the demonic flower was covered entirely, exposing nothing. The dark prison demonic flower shrunk. It maintained a defensive position as if it had intelligence. In the explosion of the furious flame, the demonic became crystal clear and dazzling. Glorious light radiated from its petals, adorning the flower to the acme. At this moment, it was much more beautiful than the most beautiful flower in the world. Crack, crack, crack. Something was exploding inside the flower. The dark prison demonic flower shrank. As it recognized the danger, it soared up from the fire's sea, fleeing. It disappeared into the nearest stone stele in just a blink. The dark prison demonic flower turned into a drawing of a fresh flower. It seemed to be printed on the stone stele, which now acted as a barrier that shielded the demonic flower from the flame. Staying inside that stele, it was just a drawing without a real entity. The vermilion bird true flame couldn't do anything. Does the demonic flower have the intellect, or is that man controlling the flower? Shi Yin was surprised. He couldn't help but turn a fan and raised his voice to ask. That man and the demonic flower are fused. His soul consciousness is connected to the flower. The flower's movement can be attributed to its own mind or the man's instinct. I'm not sure. Fanny shook his head. My knowledge of this clan is limited. I don't know everything about them. If he has restored his consciousness, I think our problem hasn't been solved yet. Shi Yan's face was serious as he felt uneasy. Shortly after his words, a strange commotion happened at the stone stele the demonic flower was hiding. The chain attached to the stone stele, which used to lie still on the ground, suddenly straightened. A halo was flashing on the chain as it started to move like a free arm. It tied 3 warriors of the 3 big forces who were standing nearest to the stele. Within 3 breaths, it had withdrawn all the blood, flesh, and chi of those 3 victims, leaving only the gray skin bags on the ground. People could only see what happened, and their scalps felt very numb. Chapter 879. The eccentric smiling face in the stone stele. Chapter 879. The eccentric smiling face in the stone stele, _. 3 warriors captured by the iron chain died on the spot. One of them was Li Yufeng's butler, an expert at the first sky of original God Realm. He didn't even have time to react. The chain had absorbed all of their blood, flesh, and chi, leaving just a layer of gray skin sloppily on the ice ground. The dead atmosphere hovered in this area. The pirates and the warriors of the 3 big forces recognized the lethal attack. Their hearts were pounding fast. This feeling came from deep inside their souls, as if a venomous snake was gazing at them, attempting to bite them in any minute. No one knew what to do. Instinctively, warriors of the 3 big forces started to move towards Shi Yan. They couldn't explain why, but they felt safer when they were close to Shi Yan's fire sea. However, Shi Yan, the person that people counted on at this moment, was not happy with that. The anxiety in his soul became more vehement. His eyes gazed at that stone stele. There were 2 big drawings of demonic flowers on the stone stele. One of them was so fresh and lively that they could tell its real colors. That demonic flower was the one absorbing a lot of warriors and disappearing into the stone tablet. At this moment, a vague face appeared in the center of the flower. It became clearer, and people could see that it was a peculiarly handsome face. Although the eyes of this face were closed, it gave people a feeling that the body of this face could jump out of the stone stele at any moment. Crack, crack, crack. The ice crystal platforms exploded one by one in the soul confining platform. Pieces of ice shot out like meteors that showered everywhere. The ice crystals hit many warriors. Their god bodies got frozen and cracked immediately. This was the remaining power of the ice crystal after it was absorbed. Those ice sculptures would explode into ice that scattered on the ground. Sure, Yin didn't care about the commotion that the ice crystal platforms brought. His eyes still gazed at that stone stele. He was sure that he saw the eyebrows of that handsome face twitch when the ice crystal platforms exploded. Sure, Yin was scared as he immediately got that the God Clan recoverer within that stone tablet was at the edge of his consciousness awakening. He had absorbed so many flesh bodies, including an original God Realm warrior. This man had finally gathered his scattering consciousness. The ice crystal platform's explosions had killed 10 more warriors of the three big forces. It also triggered some anomalies. Roar. GRRR. The wild roars of the savage beasts came from the illusory formation out there. It seemed that the beasts had been totally enraged, dashing toward the soul-confining platform. Their ferocious auras surged, rolling toward the warriors like a tornado. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Furious explosions echoed from the soul-confining platform as if the beasts were barging into the areas that were invisible. The massive stone steels trembled as if they were about to fall. The handsome face in the stone steel quivered, his eyebrow arching. Although his eyes were still closed, he seemed to give a fiendish, content grin. Rattle, rattle, rattle. The chains connected to the steels were activated. They lively moved like the flood dragons flying inside the soul-confining platform. There were 32 prisons with stone steels, and each steel was connected to an iron chain. 20 prisons each had 11 steels. Another 10 prisons each had 12 stone steels, and another 2 prisons each had 13 steels. In total, there were 336 stone steels together with the same number of iron chains. All of these chains were now the flood dragons, turning into the long hooks that could take the souls away in the soul-confining platform. Each corner of the soul-confining platform was now an extremely hazardous area. No inch of space could dodge the flying iron chains. In one of those, the stone steels, the vague handsome face smiled with closed eyes. It looked even more freakishly evil. The screeching arose unceasingly. In seconds, more than 10 warriors were killed by the chains. Their flesh, blood, and energy had been taken in through the iron chains, pouring into the openings of the demonic flower on each stone steel. After each of the demonic flowers on the steels had absorbed blood and flesh, they became fresher and livelier. They looked real, as if they were about to detach from the stone tablet at any moment. The pirates gathering with Sure Yin bore their greatest loss, as half of the dead warriors came from his team. The fire sea created by the earth flame couldn't stop the iron chains, and the flame had burned the chains, making them the red-hot irons, which increased their lethality. Once a chain touched the pirates, it immediately burned and melted the pirates' god body. Everybody was scared out of their wits. The ferocious beasts were still bumping into the soul-confining platform as if they wanted to crush the entire place with a deep-bone grudge. Inside the soul-confining platform, the chains remained merciless, taking lives away. They made the members of the three big forces and the pirates their raw food. Most of those poor warriors of the Raging Flamestar area were at the King God Realm and the original God Realm. Because of their restrained soul altars, they couldn't use powers Upanishad. They had become vulnerable targets. They were killed continually without any bit of power to resist. Scatter. Move. Don't gather in the same place. Fonka reacted first, shouting, "Disperse immediately." The pirates were gathered at the same place where dozens of iron chains were attacking. Those chains were burned by the earth flame, becoming more intimidating, red-hot chains. If people gathered, it would make it more difficult to dodge those chains. When the chains swept over, pirates collided with each other and died. They didn't have enough room to avoid the burning chains. At the same time, warriors of the three powerful forces had been scattering earlier, so they didn't bear much loss. Warriors with profound realms could dodge the chains with their god body, physical strength. Russell, Barrett, and Jianong knew that gathering in the same place will only increase the loss of lives. They shouted at their pirates, asking them to scatter. All of a sudden, all pirates who had desperately wanted to stay close to Sure Yin had run away, not daring to linger. A few people in Katuo's team, and Feng Rao still stayed together with Shi Yin. Shi Yin had retrieved the immense fire sea by the earth flame. Now it was hovering above his shoulder. Those iron chains are tough. I need several days to melt them down. But several days is enough for them to kill all of the people here. Shi Yin nodded, his face heavy. I understand. Things created by the God Clan can't be melted down that easily. It has nothing to do with your abilities. The vermilion bird, True Flame, also returned. That demonic flower is really tough. If I use all my power to burn it, I would need half a month to melt it all. But now, I can't do anything because it's hiding in the stone tablet. I don't know what kind of materials those things are made of, but they are immune to fire. It seems like they were made to protect the demonic flowers, as if they knew fire is its greatest weakness. Staying in there, I can't burn the flowers into ashes. The God Clan deemed themselves the most perfect clan, not only because of their formidable fighting competencies, but also because of their excellent and immense wisdom. When they built this forbidden land, they had thought of every possibility. The purposes of the stone steels, the demonic flower, and the layout of this place. Everything had been planned and designed carefully. The others couldn't just simply destroy their achievements. If they could destroy the formation that they had spent thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years to build so easily, wouldn't it be humiliating to the God Clan? At this moment, Shi Yin suddenly had a great admiration for that precursor. The precursor cultivated chaotic power Upanishad and had forcefully escaped his imprisonment. He seemed to have beaten the easygoing king of heaven of the God Clan. It was just a wisp of his energy remnant, but it was enough to tie down the entire easygoing king of Heaven Hall. Shi Yin couldn't even imagine such formidable powers. Jester had guessed that he could be at the incipient God realm. He must be one of the courted Jesk of 8. And if it was true, how strong was the owner of the blood vein ring? Thoughts flashed through his head like electricity. Shi Yin took a deep breath as he suddenly realized that he seemed to bear some heavy responsibility. One of the members of the cortege of 8 used to be confined here by the God Clan. He was an unimaginably strong expert. Under the special imprisoning conditions, he had escaped and created a disaster, which had wounded or even killed the easygoing king of heaven of the God Clan. From this point of view, the master of the blood vein ring should be on the opposite side of the race that deemed themselves the God Clan. So, as the heir of the blood vein ring, the meaning of my existence is to resist the God Clan? Do I live to destroy the entire God Clan? Shi Yin thought. Shi Yin, Feng Ke shouted in fright from a far distance. Check the star map. We must leave now. We can't stay longer. He paused, then shouted again. Shi Yin cultivates star power Upanishad. Only when he uses the star map can give us a way to survive. He said these words to the 3 powerful forces. While speaking, Feng Ke threw the star map to Shi Yin from a far distance. Russell, Barrett, Jianong, and Jester also looked at him worriedly from another corner. Fanny studied him. The pirates and the warriors of the 3 big forces were all being massacred by the iron chains in the soul confining platform. They had become sacrificial sheep. Their window to survive got narrower as time went on. The 3 big forces had proven that the savage beasts in the illusory formation out there were one level more dangerous than in this place. If they returned to the illusory formation, they would be killed even faster than here. The star map was thrown across space to Shi Yin. However, the warriors of the 3 big forces who came here for the star map just stood and stared. None of them tried to snatch it. Let him catch the star map. Fanny gave a low shout, his eyes gloomy. The warriors of the 3 big forces didn't answer. They silently agreed to let Shi Yin catch the star map. Although they were trying their best to dodge the chains, they still kept their eyes on the star map. The star map, made of undying wood, moved in the air towards Shi Yin. My soul altar is restrained. I can't use the star energy. Even if you give me the star map, I can't find a way out. Shi Yin forced a smile. Looking at the star map, which was flying toward him, he seemed to not want to catch it. Because he knew he had no solution. You can, a thought was sent to him from the blood vein ring. It was the voice of the ring spirit. I've come to give you a helping hand. Chapter 880, Summon the Divine Sword. Chapter 880, Summon the Divine Sword, _ I have come to lend a helping hand. The blood vein ring sent him an affirmative message. I can free you from the constraint in this place for 30 seconds. You can use your power Upanishad to summon the divine sword and slash all the stone tablets here. Shi Yan's eyes brightened while storms swirled inside his mind. He didn't dare to believe it. I can resist for 30 seconds only. Then my power will run out. If you can't summon the divine sword, the remaining evil of the God clan will kill you all. Summoning the divine sword from so far away within 30 seconds. You evaluate me highly. Shi Yan beamed a forced smile. I believe you can. You've mastered space power and star power as well. You own the star map now. It's not much struggle to summon the divine sword. The star map can activate your star energy. In just a blink, it will show you the shortest route. You just need to tear a space slit. The divine sword isn't an entity. Once you can form this spiritual bridge with it, you don't need to consume energy then. It will proactively fly to you. Explain the blood vein ring. Can the divine sword break the steels in this place? Piece of cake. Shi Yan was astounded. He hesitated for a while, then said, I will give it a try. If it doesn't work, we just can say we have short lives. You can, the blood vein ring confirmed for the second time. While Shi Yan and the blood vein ring were talking, more and more people died in the soul-confining platform by the soul-taking iron chains. The rumbling roars and growls outside the illusory formation and the barging force by the savage beasts became more terrifying. Feng Ku, Fan He, and the others were worried as if they had a flame in their hearts. Since their powers were restrained, they could only see their subordinates getting killed. They had witnessed the iron chains coil around their fellows, taking their blood and flesh away. Whether they were the strong warriors of the three big forces or the pirates, they were all trying to dodge the iron chains moving around. Sometimes they peeked at Shi Yan with longing eyes, as they were all waiting for his next actions. In people's hearts, Shi Yan had become their only hope. They thought that only his realm and power could release them from the restraint and bring them out of the soul-confining platform. At this moment, the opposite parties shared the same enemies. They now united to reach the same goal. Do it now. Shi Yan sent his thought, trying to prepare himself. I'm ready. The star map slowly fell into his palm. Starlight shot out like raindrops gathering in his palm, giving him a cool and fresh feeling. The blood vein ring didn't send him messages anymore. Shortly after, a rainbow light shot out from the ring, which seemed to be able to ignore all kinds of rules of Power's Upanishad as it ripped through all kinds of restrictions. The rainbow light covered his entire body. Very quickly, all pure energies in his body were freed from the stagnant condition. The restrained soul altar slowly untangled itself from the ropes that had tied it down, starting to revolve. The Power's Upanishad now appeared clearly in his head. The blood vein ring released the magical energy, which had temporarily cut off all of his restrictions. This damn place couldn't control him anymore as his soul altar spun as usual. Without a bit of hesitation, Shi Yan knew that the blood vein ring was using its scarce remaining energy to give him half a minute. In this chaotic situation, Shi Yan suddenly sat down cross-legged, his face as calm as water. Starlight bloomed gloriously around his body, while the countless starlight dots gathered around the star map. The most magnificent star. A star chart formed above his head. PFFF. Immortal demon blood in his body was urged due to a thought in his head. The immortal demon blood in his body was trying to contact the Sky Destroyer divine sword in a faraway area. An electric flash occurred. A slit cracked in his chest. Blood flew out like lightning through that slit. The immortal demon blood and Shi Yan had interlinked, moving through layers of spaces at a speed that normal people could never imagine, heading towards the Grace mainland. Bang! The sound echoed clearly in his head, as if the demon blood had barged into something metal. Deep in the perpetual night forest, Grace mainland. The utmost 8 purgatory city stood firm in earth and heaven. Inside the luxuriant forest, this city was magnificently grand with many warriors dwelling. At this moment, the Grace mainland had run out of energy. Many humans, monsters, and pagans were living together in harmony. They didn't dispute or battle against each other anymore. The glorious silver utmost 8 purgatories city stayed inside the perpetual night forest, as if it was the master of the entire forest that was the home of the experts of human clan, dark demonic clan, winged clan, and monster clan. As earth and heaven energy were running out, they were struggling here to find a way to survive. Today, Yang Tian Emperor took a team to journey somewhere, leaving the city. A silver halo bloomed from the beautiful city wall. The entire utmost 8 purgatory city was filled with silver light. The thick mist that hovered in the perpetual night forest for so many years was torn in just a blink. The starry sky appeared again. Marvelous starlight dots that looked like diamonds shone above their heads. Those starlight dots suddenly enlarged and approached them. A star area hung above the edge of the starry sea. It became outstandingly glorious, as if it was about to fall into the utmost 8 purgatory city. The experts of the clans, including Yang Tian Emperor, Chao Qiu Dao, Long Zhu, Yun Hao, and Dishan, were scared unknowingly, looking at the sky. A wisp of blood scent diffused from the utmost 8 purgatory city. The city walls trembled as if they were about to burst off. In the center of the city where the formation isle lies, a divine sword soared up into the sky like a dragon flying out of the water. It turned into a bloodlight running deep into the galaxy. It flashed, then disappeared. Boom, boom. The utmost 8 purgatories city suddenly shook. The rumbling noise rose up to the sky. Earth and heaven energy of the Grace mainland was disordered. Starlight from outer space fell endlessly into the perpetual night forest. The galaxy floating at the horizon had a dazzling spot, which made people's souls flicker with its endless mysteries. Barriers, restrictions, and formations of the utmost 8 purgatory city became ineffective when the divine sword had torn the sky and disappeared. The massive city was trembling grumblingly for a while before it resumed its normal state. As Yang Tian Emperor was about to go out, he immediately sent his call. Shortly after, Chao Qiu Dao, Long Zhu, Yun Hao, Dishan, Tian Mo, and Yu Rou gathered, their faces extremely astounded. The divine sword flew away. What kind of signal was that? Chao Qiu Dao was frightened. Is it true that some mighty power wants us all to die? Spiritual chi of the continent is running out. Within 100 years, we won't have a beam of energy left that we can use. Today, the divine sword left us. Is it a sign that we have to bury our bodies here? Shi Yin had arranged that divine sword there. He has a relationship to that sword. Did he just summon it? Long Zhu said uncertainly, even though he had a wide knowledge. His voice seemed hesitant. It's impossible. Shi Yin and the top experts of the Demon Clan, the Corpse Clan, and the Ghostmar Clan have gone missing for dozens of years. They perhaps might have died as well. How could he summon the divine sword? Yun Hao shook his head, giving miserable smiles. He hasn't fallen yet. Yang Tian Emperor's eyes sparkled. He lives well, I'm sure. Everybody was surprised. Recently, I managed to smell a faint blood scent. It was his immortal blood. Old Long is correct. It's him who summoned the divine sword. People had their eyes brightened as they were very perplexed. If he is still alive, why doesn't he return to the Grace mainland? Why did he have to summon the divine sword? Chao Qiu Dao couldn't make sense of this reasoning. I don't know. Yang Tian Emperor sighed. I hope he could find a solution. We can't endure this for a long time. Headmaster Yang, you're going to break through to the King God realm, right? Unfortunately, earth and heaven energy in this place isn't enough to help you. Long Zhu admired him. Headmaster Yang is a genius. You've mastered desperate power. During this time, while people are in despair, your realm improves day by day. Your realm stability should have reached the King God realm's level already, I supposed. As long as you have enough supply power, you will have an earth-shaking transformation. Just one more step and you can reach the peak. Our desperate situation is the best for your realm improvement. Anyway, you just don't have enough luck now. After dozens of years, a relatively short period, Yang Tian Emperor had broken through the true God realm and was still progressing well. His speed could be deemed magical. The Grace mainland now had a serious shortage of earth and heaven energy. Everybody fell into crisis and despair. Under the erosive torture of despair, Yang Tian Emperor had comprehended the truth of his power in such circumstances. His realm had been increasing fast, beyond people's imagination. What a pity that earth and heaven energy had become weaker day after day. Although his realm was increasing, he got stuck at the true God realm. He was held back at the threshold because of the shortage of earth and heaven energy. I think that we won't wait for a long time. Sure, Yin will be back soon. Yang Tian Emperor smiled. Even though they were sinking deep into a hopeless situation, he still had hope, talking calmly. What we need to do is to live well. Don't let defeat hold yourself back. Sure, Yin will be back one day. What if he can't come back? The Grace mainland isn't the ideal place to survive now. If he comes back here, he will be restrained. Could he find a paradise for us? Yin Hao beamed a forced smile. Yeah, I believe he can return. The magical energy in that immortal blood should be at the King God realm. It's even more than what I've known so far. In other words, at this moment, Shi Yin should be at a relatively high level of the King God realm. Yang Tian Emperor made a guess. After he finished, everybody was startled as they were extremely shocked. Earth and heaven energy of the Grace mainland isn't enough to create the high existence at King God realm. So I guess sure, Yin has encountered a good chance in outer space. He must have found a new foothold. Yang Tian Emperor grinned. We just need to wait for him. Don't worry. We will escape this imprisonment. Moreover, I believe that it won't be too long. High-level King God realm. Long Zhu closed his eyes, speaking as if he was dreaming. I really want to see Shi Yin at such a level. I want to see how strong he has become. Seems like my decision that year wasn't wrong. I just want to leave this damn place, expressed Yin Hao. People now had hope. Yang Tian Emperor had stirred up their fighting spirit. Their wills were strengthened again. Chapter 881, Awaken. Chapter 881, Awaken, _ Soul Confining Platform. The iron chains flew like flood dragons, killing warriors of the three big forces and the pirates, and extracting their energy, blood, and flesh to pour into the stone steels. One of those stone steels held a male figure. His attractive face had closed eyes and an icy cold, fiendish grin. He looked as if he was going to open his eyes at any moment and jump out of the steel. The crisis got worse, and despair extended everywhere. Whether it was the pirates or the warriors of the three big forces, they were all anxious as they didn't know what to do in this situation. When their uneasiness was at its peak, a space slit opened in front of Shi Yin, and a divine sword, which came from an unknown area far away, flew out of the slit and fell into his hand. Strike! The blood-red halo was retrieved. The power released by the blood vein ring faded away like a low tide, leaving nothing behind. The blood vein ring sank into silence for the second time. It had consumed so much of energy that it couldn't restore at that moment. The strange condition that restrained the soul altar had affected Shi Yin again. His soul altar and powers in his body became sluggish. However, Shi Yin had grabbed the Sky Destroyer, divine, sword tightly. A strange, evil energy instantly seeped into Shi Yin's body through the divine sword in his hand. It connected negative energy in his acupuncture points instantly. The garnet eyes opened on the Sky Destroyer, divine sword. They looked so malignant, as if they were the eyes of demons observing all the creatures in this world, choosing their targets. Crack, crack, crack. The iron chains were flying around like dragons and snakes. They brutally attacked people. Holding the divine sword in his hand, Shi Yin's face was cold like ice. His eyes became garnet as a ruthless, intimidating aura arose around his body, connecting to the Sky Destroyer, divine sword magically. His wrist made a move. A red light bloomed from the blood-red eyes on the sword. The divine sword slashed the air like it was the sharpest blade that nothing could resist. Slice! An iron chain broke. Pieces of the iron chain flew everywhere, while the 100-meter-tall stone steel connected to that chain shook badly. Yan's red eyes sparkled as his icy-cold eyes gazed at that stone steel. Swish! Light flashed. Holding the divine sword in his hand, he still had strong powers even though he couldn't circulate essence chi and star energy in his body. The divine sword aimed and slashed down on that stone tablet. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It was as if the sky was being torn apart. The furious energy shot into the air. 2/3 of the eyes of the sky destroyer opened. It looked like a several 100-meter-long garnet ribbon or a blood-red thunderbolt that exploded grumblingly. Boom, boom. The 100-meter stone steel got hit and exploded instantly, sending crushed stones everywhere. A dark prison demonic flower was revealed in the middle of the stone tablet. It covered a bony, withered God Clan man. He seemed to receive just a little bit energy, but his consciousness hadn't been restored yet. Swoosh! The heaven flames covered it in a blink, burning it madly. Everybody was fluttered. Whether it was Feng Ku and his pirates, or Fan He by Tian and Liu Feng with their warriors of the three big forces, all were baffled. While people's soul altars were restrained, they couldn't urge their powers. That stone steel was something that the God Clan had refined. Even if they still had their powers, they couldn't destroy it easily. However, Yin, who also had his soul altar restrained, managed to burst off a stone steel with only a sword. How strong was he? Everybody suddenly shivered. However, this stunning operation had just started. Yan's blood-red eyes shot out an evil light. His face was cold and ruthless. With the sword in his hand, he moved like a shuttle between the chains covering the sky. His arm swung continually, hacking and slashing. Iron chains exploded directly when he passed by them. The 100-meter stone steels looked so weak under the destruction that his divine sword brought. They broke and exploded, sending crushed stones everywhere. Dark prison demonic flowers were revealed after the stone steels broke. The heaven flames covered them in a blink of an eye, leaving no time or space for the demonic flower to find new host. The two Yang-class heaven flames, the earth flame and the vermilion bird true flame, had raised a scorching fire sea to burn down the demonic flowers. Crack, crack, crack. Stone steels burst off. Yin gazed at a certain direction, walking slowly towards it. The handsome face with the icy, malevolent grin in the stone steel had disappeared. Yan's corner of his mouth was tense, as he knew this wasn't a good sign. The attractive face in the stone steel was wiggling, trying to escape. The divine sword moved like a gust of wind, dragging a blood-red thunderbolt ribbon several 100 meters. It could slash down everything and cross the sky as if it wanted to have the entire sky. Swish, swish, swish. The blood light diffused like the thick blood chi, with a fresh blood scent that tingled people's scalps. Crack, crack, crack. That stone steel cracked on its initiative. The demonic flower that had sought shelter in the stone steel was revealed for the second time. The God Clan wounded man, hiding in the demonic flower, started to move unceasingly. Under the sky, with so many iron chains crossing by, the demonic flower rapidly swallowed the warrior's flesh body. Yin wore a cold and harsh face. He didn't try to chase after it or get distracted. His mind was as firm as iron and stone. He continued to destroy the stone tablets, forcing the dark prison demonic flower and the wounded warriors hiding within to get out. After they got out of the stone steels, they couldn't avoid the heaven flames. Only the first dark prison demonic flower had used its powers to get out proactively. The God Clan man with clear facial features had enough energy to move freely under the cover of the heaven flames. Yin didn't mind that man. Yin remembered what the blood vein ring had advised him. His mind was placid enough to know that the stone steels were the formation eye of the forbidden land, the roots of this formation. He had to destroy them all. When all the stone steels were broken, the forbidden land that restrained soul altar would lose its most magical effect. At that moment, whether they were the warriors of the three big forces or the pirates, they would restore their powers. They would be able to use the abilities to protect themselves. This goal was clear enough. Sure, Ian didn't let his mind distract him because of other things. At the same time, he didn't care about the dark prison demonic flower swallowing more pirates and warriors of the three big forces. He soared through the sky between the iron chains to break more stone steels. It was unknown what level the Sky Destroyer was. However, it could break the stone steels that the heaven flames couldn't burn down. As the eye of the formation, those stone steels had been refined well and were very tough. Shi Yin felt a little strange seeing the stone steel break so easily under the divine sword. No matter how rigid the stone tablets were, once Shi Yin used the divine sword to attack them, they broke off immediately. Shortly after, many 100-meter-tall stone steels had exploded into crushed stones. The experts in the soul confining platform felt their soul altar's restrictions loosen. They were baffled, but they understood what happened immediately, their face surprised and happy. They recognized that what Shi Yin was destroying was the root of this formation. As long as those stone steels all broke, the power that had bound them would disappear completely. When they could activate their powers Upanishad, they wouldn't let the others trespass them anymore. They would have the powers to battle. Those people were the elite force of the Raging Flame Star area. When their powers weren't restrained anymore, the powers they could use would bring positive results. Shi Yin had put down his prejudice as he knew that only if everybody could heal and restore themselves, and Feng Ku, Fan He, Ao, Guduo, and Liu Feng could survive this danger, he would be able to protect himself in the soul confining platform and not become a fresh meal of the God Clan. Mad destruction. More than 300 stone steels exploded one by one under his full power attack. Whenever a stone tablet exploded, a dark prison demonic flower would be revealed. The heaven flames would flood in, swallowing the demonic flower and burning it. The only demonic flower that could escape the heaven flame with a wounded warrior of the God Clan became uneasy. The man looked very anxious. The demonic flower continued to engulf the warriors. The chewing sounds of the flower became more hurried. It seemed like the wounded God Clan man had come to the critical moment to restore himself. In the next minute, he would recover his soul altar. As soon as Shi Yin had come to the last prison to break those last stone steels, the handsome man shrouded by the demonic flower had finally opened his closed eyes. His eyes shot out fierce light columns. Some pirates were pierced through shortly. They died at their spots. Many sharp and intimidating power Upanishad rippled at the same time from that God Clan warrior. Everybody was frightened. They couldn't help but look at that man. Metal, gravity, wind, thunderbolt, and light shot out from his body. This wasn't something that the warriors in the Raging Flame Star area could know. This man didn't cultivate just one power Upanishad. He had cultivated many at the same time. He seemed to be able to use all of them perfectly and smoothly. Divine light bloomed from the eyes of the wounded warriors of the God Clan. It recovered and revealed a pair of heartless, icy cold, dark brown eyes with thick and stubborn intentions. Crack, crack, crack. The demonic flower, shrouding his god body, immediately turned into beautiful, dazzling armor. Silver spikes jutted out like sharp sabers with the magical effects of the metal power Upanishad. They seemed to be able to pierce through everything. This God Clan man swept his eyes through the area. When he got to Shi Yin, he halted, letting out a low shout. Thunderbolt flashed, then disappeared. Lightning strikes wound around his body as he glided above people's heads like an electric dragon toward Shi Yin. Break those stone steels. Quickly. People shouted and screamed ear-piercingly, urging Shi Yin to solve the soul altar restriction effect of the soul confining platform. Feng Ku and Fan He shouted crazily, their eyes gazing at Shi Yin. They all knew that this God Clan man was formidable. At the moment, he showed off his 5 powers Upanishad and turned their understanding of the power Upanishad upside down. This man's powers weren't restrained in this soul-confining platform. Could Shurian match him as his opponent? If only the soul-confining platform was shattered completely and lost its soul-binding power. When they restore their powers, they could join hands to resist that man and find a way to survive. They could only scream in fear and watch, unable to help Shurian. They hoped that Shurian could give them the ultimate surprise after the many miracles he had created. The electric dragon soared rapidly. Many different kinds of powers Upanishad had created god domains, which slowly expanded. Shurian's soul altar felt an extreme pain, as if a spear had just stabbed him. He couldn't move. His god body cracked and started to explode. Blood splashed like rain. Drops of blood sprayed on the divine sword. The closed blood red eyes on the divine sword suddenly trembled. Chapter 882, Thunderbolt Divine Light. Chapter 882, Thunderbolt Divine Light, _ Swish, swish, swish. As Shurian's blood splashed, the closed eyes on the divine sword opened one after another. Extremely malignant powers shot out aimlessly from the divine sword. Negative energy in Shurian's acupuncture points overflowed into the sword uncontrollably. The divine sword absorbed a massive amount of blood and then released a tremendous energy fluctuation. Swoosh! The sword was like a 100-meter blood-red ribbon shooting out in a blink. The sharp blood chi was so terrifying that it could cut off any kind of creature. The God Clan man turned into an electric dragon. However, his god domain created by 5 powers Upanishad, including metal, gravity, wind, thunderbolt, and light, couldn't control Shurian's god body anymore. The soul-confining platform hadn't all exploded yet, but the power that restrained Shurian's soul altar had been torn by the power of the divine sword. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining 100-meter stone steels exploded when his wrist moved, sweeping the 1,000-meter-long blood light that was generated by the divine sword through the steels. Blocks of stone and crushed debris scattered everywhere. Earth-shaking shockwaves expanded from the soul-confining platform. All iron chains connected to the stone steels broke. Some kind of confining layer in this area had been cut off. All the pirates and warriors of the 3 big forces found that their soul altars were no longer controlled anymore. All of their powers had been restored. Roar! Beasts roaring and howling echoed like collapsing mountains as they barged into the soul-confining platform crazily with grudges. As Fan-He was free from the restraint, he pulled himself together, and the confidence of a tyrannical overlord had come back to him immediately. The corner of his mouth was stiff and cold. Fanny's eyes rolled, shouting, "Kill the pagan first." His eyes glued to that God Clan man. Brutal light radiated gloriously as he urged his power, Upanishad. He was now like a gold spear. Gold light emitted from his god body, moving like an outer space meteor and aiming at that God Clan man. Simultaneously, Ao, Guduo, Liu Feng, Baitian, Tuahai, Monica, and Fonko had put aside their resentment, urging their powers Upanishad. With their magical soul control, their powers were all earth-shaking. Instantly, a strange phenomenon occurred in the sky above the soul-confining platform. The thunderbolt moved like giant dragons. Tornadoes rose up to the sky. An ice cage pressed down, while icicles and ice sabers shot out. Gravity increased unceasingly. A sea of fire expanded. Earth power rose and rolled the crushed stone and sand, covering the entire sky. All went towards the man of the God Clan. Shurian could relax now, since the pressure he had was now shared with other experts. Boom, boom. Rumble, rumble. The tremor was strong. It was as if it could destroy the whole place, rumbling the soul-confining platform. Different powers Upanishad with tremendous energy fluctuations pounded on the God Clan man. Experts of the Raging Flame Star area stormed into the soul-confining platform. They temporarily put aside their prejudice, considering that the God Clan warrior was their archenemy. They all used their best powers Upanishad to attack him. Boom, boom, boom. The soul-confining platform exploded, shattering from the center. A light circle that could destroy an entire life star burst out from where the God Clan warrior was standing. Magical intent domains came from the immense, torrentially light waves. Shelling energies dissolved, turning into light raindrops that were sent everywhere. Deafening explosions reverberated while the soul confining platform exploded into many big fragments. Yan's face became colder. Under the tremendous power of many original God Realm experts, he had to dodge the sharp attacks. His mind flickered and swayed as he ran away from the battle site. After several moves, he reached Ka Tuo and Feng Ku. He looked fearful. Original God Realm is really awesome. That old codger fan, he does have earth-shaking powers when he recovered. The gap between realms is really obvious. Although Ka Tuo was also at the original God Realm, he didn't join the battle, his face ashamed. Those who are joining the battle are all at the second sky of original God Realm. Fan, he is at the third sky of original God Realm. We have many experts joining hands. That man should die, right? He wasn't so sure about this. This place built by the God Clan hid some riddles that they couldn't solve. The remaining member of the God Clan was someone who stayed in an area that could confine even an incipient God Realm expert. Could he be so easy to deal with? I think he hasn't recovered fully, but he's still formidable. I don't know his real realm. Feng Rao's eyes were gloomy as she was worried. I hope that they can destroy him. Otherwise, we can't escape from here alive. Boom! A magical light circle expanded from the shattered soul confining platform at its center. The light rippled like several billion snakes swimming, hiding the complicated intent domains and covering half of the soul confining platform area. The attacks by the original God Realm experts, including Fan He, Ao, Guduo, Baition, and Tuahai, fell into the light circle as if they were bombarding a rubber ball. Their attacks couldn't get through, and they bounced backward instead. Furious energies were sent backward. Once they hit the warriors, whether they were pirates or members of the three big forces, they dissolved into dust and scattered immediately that left nothing behind if they hadn't reached the original God Realm. A flow of pressure came from the place where the God Clan man was standing. Many low-realm warriors had to sit down and they gasped for their breath. They could only steady their god souls. They couldn't even make themselves think about joining that battle. This was the greatest difference between their realms. Apparently, the wounded expert of the God Clan hadn't restored half of his power. But with the advantage of his high realm, he could suffocate people. His soul altar seemed to have a powerful subduing force that restrained people's souls. They had the uncontrollable thought of worshiping him and standing on the same side as him. The gap between their realms was vast. Although his power hadn't been restored fully, it was enough to suppress the low-realm warriors, making them not able to resist. Katoa and Yin also felt their soul altars dampen and their powers get restrained. Ethereal God Realm. He is in this realm, at least. Katoa was frightened and uneasily restless. My, a live ethereal God Realm warrior. If he is in his peak state, we won't be different from a worm in his eyes, right? He just needs to flicker his fingers, and he can kill many of us. Feng Rao was baffled. If we give him time to recover further, we won't have a chance to survive. Yin shivered, feeling powerless. Without the power of the divine sword, would he be able to break those stone steels? Stooping to see the divine sword with the bizarre blood-red eyes, Yin took a deep breath as he knew that his responsibility had become greater and the road ahead of him had become more unpredictable. Which level was the master of the blood vein ring that he dared to resist the God Clan? Being the heir, can I dodge the God Clan slaughter like the previous master of the ring or not? Yin thought. Each member of the Cortege of 8 was the most outstanding warrior of his or her generation. If the man who cultivated chaotic power Upanishad had the incipient God Realm, the others should have at least the same realm. 8 incipient God Realm experts and the owner of the blood vein ring had fallen or fled. Could he change this destiny? A flock of animals we've kept in a cage now dares to rebel and betray its masters. You don't know how high the sky is. A tender voice echoed from the center of the soul-confining platform. The God Clan man said this indifferently with his cold face. Swish, swish, swish. Strikes of thunderbolt divine light bombarded, like lightning striking from 9 tiers of the sky, sweeping through everywhere. Fan he, Tuahai, Ao Guduo, Fonku, Monica by Tion, and Liu Feng were the targets. They retreated in fright, as they were fearful of the power that could destroy the soul altar. Sizzle, sizzle. Although Tuahai and Liu Feng had created a light cage that covered them, a beam of thunderbolt divine light had hit them right in the middle. These 2 second sky of original God realm experts paled. Under other people's gazes, their bodies were suddenly scattered into cubes of flesh, as if they had been minced by a sharp knife. An unknown suction force came from the abdomen of that God Clan man. The dark prison demonic flower reappeared, opening its scary mouth, which then chewed and swallowed the flesh blocks of Tuahai and Liu Feng. 2 original God realm experts couldn't even fight back under the thunderbolt divine light attacks. They died instantly at their spots. The God Clan man wore a cold and harsh face. A grin cracked on his stiff mouth. He was excited to listen to the sounds of the mouth chewing bones. His eyes seemed to become more frantic. His ashen face glowed with health, full of vitality. The energy fluctuations of his body started to surge fiercely. Fanhe, Ao, Guduo, Fonku, Monica by Tion were still alive as they had dodged the attack of the thunderbolt divine light. Seeing the demonic flower swallow Tahai and Liu Feng and make them its power supplement, they were so afraid, and they didn't dare to do anything. The God Clan man wore a mocking face. He sneered, then condensed a thunderbolt bridge in the void, walking on it toward Shurian. His eyes gazed on the Sky Destroyer sword in his hand. Kid, you have the bloodthirstiest bloodline, but you don't have enough luck. You dare to barge in my clan's God-perishing land with only King God realm cultivation base. It's God's will that you will die here. While talking, the man approached Shur Yin using his thunderbolt bridge. At this moment, he seemed to think that he had controlled everything in his hands, so he didn't need to rush. Under his gaze, Shur Yan's soul altar felt like it had sunk into a bog, unable to wiggle. The energy in his body faded like a low tide. He didn't have any strength in his body now. Under the pressure of their different realms, he had almost kneeled down on the ground, slowly losing the control of his mind. Roar! The tremendous roaring suddenly came closer. Giant shadows emerged from the thick ivory mist. The God Clan warrior frowned and snorted. Those damn reptiles. They still have hope. Do they think that they could turn the sky upside down? TCH. He seemed to be afraid of the oncoming savage beasts. He didn't want to waste his saliva more, although he had come here to talk to Shur Yin. 2 flows of thunderbolt divine light shot out from his eyes. It looked like his thunderbolt divine light had consciousness, turning into 2 thunderbolt flood dragons with a tremendous intent domain. They opened their big mouths, lunging toward Shur Yin to bite him. Chapter 883, Struggling. Chapter 883, Struggling, _ The thunderbolt flood dragons were flying, fully aware of what they were doing. The 2 100-meter-long dragons had electric strikes wind around their bodies, moving with an intimidating intent domain that frightened people. Kat Tual and Feng Rao stood close to Shur Yin. Their expressions changed dramatically. Seeing the attack of the 2 dragons, they were very afraid and subdued, as if they were facing the original power of the purest thunderbolts. Shur Yin brought out his divine sword, his face stiff and cold. He instinctively released all of his power. A strange phenomenon occurred. The divine sword cut the void. Space slits appeared, long and narrow like blades. They gathered thickly in front of him. This was the only counterattack he could think of at this moment. Against the God Clan man, Shur Yin didn't know if his other tricks would work. Tuahai and Liu Feng had died tragically at their spots. If Shur Yin used force to defend himself from the incoming attacks, his death would be instant. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The thick space slits became chaotic in a blink, bringing layers of strange illusions. Yan's figure flashed continuously as he was moving between the space slits. His aura flashed on and off aimlessly. The two Thunderbolt Flood Dragons soared up into the sky since they had lost track of him in those space slits. They couldn't smash him with just one strike as they initially intended. Fan He's group kept their eyes on the situation to seize the chance. Seeing the God Clan man attack Yin, they hesitated. Still, they released their powers Upanishad one more time. These 5 original God Realm experts knew that if they couldn't kill this man, they would never live another day in peace. It was possible that the entire raging Flamestar area would sink into a disaster. They joined hands again as they knew they had to do it. Different powers Upanishad emerged in the void, creating a glorious light current. By controlling their soul altars, the light curtain expanded towards the God Clan man. You don't know your strength. The God Clan man wore a cold countenance, but his voice was tender. He calmly grabbed something from the void. An unknown power gathered pieces of iron chains on the ground. They formed a 100-meter chain with moving flames on it. At this moment, the iron chains seemed to be bestowed with an endless power. He waved his hand, and the iron chain straightened like a black sword, stabbing forward. The iron chain pierced through Fonku's Gus and Fan He's metal powers easily. The power Upanishad that accompanied the attacks were solved easily. Tui, Fonku spat out blood. His face paled the color of a sheet of paper. He got hurt after this strike, his face exhausted. Even Fan He, who was at the third sky of original God Realm, was shaking. The explosion echoed through his body. A strange force had pushed him backward. Blood splashed his chest. The 3 warriors at the original God Realm, Ao, Guduo, Baition, and Monica, were also affected by the sharp aura of the iron chain. Their god domains vanished, as their god souls couldn't control it anymore. Swish! Swish! A dark prison demonic flower turned into ashes in the air, leaving nothing after the earth flame and the vermilion bird flame had burned it down. Rage filled the God Clan man's eyes immediately. The fact that one dark prison demonic flower got burned down meant that one of his fellows had perished completely. The 2 heaven flames were covering several hundred dark prison demonic flowers, and each of those demonic flowers contained a wounded member of the God Clan. They were all his fellows. As they had been hurt severely after years of battle, they couldn't gather their consciousness to get out of the stone steels. They hadn't woken up yet. That was why they couldn't escape the heaven flames' incineration. After a certain time, they were going to be reduced to ashes. The young and hot heaven flames were the nemesis of the demonic flowers. They were the rare living beings in this world that could kill the demonic flowers. Seeing many flowers wither and be about to be burned, the God Clan man snorted and moved towards the 2 heaven flames. He temporarily left Fan He and Fonku aside. Dots of divine light filled his eyes and then showered like rain. Divine light shelled on the center of the heaven flames. The earth flame and the vermilion bird flame became stagnant after those light dots attacked them. Their seething flames and scorching powers were reduced massively. A light sphere condensed with countless gorgeous light dots emerging in his palm that slowly expanded. Thoughts of destruction and an energy wave that would destroy the soul arose clearly and continually. His eyes were cold and disdainful as he looked at the area where heaven flames were circling. An icy cold smirk hung on the corner of his mouth. The earth flame and the vermilion bird true flame felt the energy wave that could potentially destroy their life forms almost at the same time. They became fearful, retrieving their powers. They didn't wait for Yan's orders, turning into dormant flames and disappearing into his heaven flame soul altar. The light sphere that he releases can erase our life forces. We can't resist it. The earth flame and the vermilion bird true flame sent their thoughts. They were very cautious. You guys can't resist it? Yin frowned, still moving through different space slits to avoid the 2 Thunderbolt Flood Dragons. Since the dragons seemed to be capable of thought, Yin didn't dare to stop for even a moment. Our level isn't high enough. Perhaps if we were level 8, we would be able to transform into a wonderful life form and ignore his lethal powers in that light sphere. However, we can't match him at this moment, said the vermilion bird True Flame. The earth flame added, this man's competence is above what we can comprehend. His soul hasn't been restored yet, so his power is still limited. If he was in his peak condition, I can't imagine. Sure, Yin was solemn. Indeed, he wasn't wrong. This tremendous God Clan man hadn't restored his full powers yet. If he was restored to his peak condition, Fanny's team would have had no room to resist. When they faced him, their soul altars would be shattered instantly with just one look. He confirmed that this man's realm was definitely much higher than the original God realm. We should try another approach. Sure Yin was lucid enough to attempt to find a new solution. He urged his power Upanishad, moving the space slits near him. The thick space slits in the void pressed down like a quiet, giant mouth looming over the dark prison demonic flowers. The man from the God Clan understood Sure Yan's plan immediately. He paled for the first time. You dare? Why not? Sure Yan mumbled faintly, urging all of his energy and making the space slits grumblingly surround the dark prison demonic flowers. Disorderly space energy gushed out from the space slits. The dark prison demonic flower buds were pulled by unknown forces, disappearing into the space slits. Within 3 seconds, more than 300 dark prison demonic flowers had fallen into the space slits, scattering in layers of a perilous, chaotic space basin. Go! Burn them down. We are interlinked. I can summon you guys later. Sure Yin gave his order. The earth flame and the vermilion bird True Flame didn't linger, turning into 2 flaming lights that flew into one of the space slits, thanks to the connection they had with Sure Yan's soul. They stayed in the space basin and continued to capture the dark prison demonic flowers. They didn't give the demonic flowers a chance to resist. The heaven flames would burn all the flowers and the God Clan clansmen that they carried. Although the God Clan was strong, their population was small, and their breeding was a struggle. When each of them died, it was a great loss to their overall powers. Thus, the God Clan had spent a lot of effort to build the God-perishing land in this area to recover their wounded fellows. They didn't care about death or life of the other races. They had confined the existences at the original God realm, ethereal God realm, and incipient God realm to prepare for the recovery of their clansmen. It was significant how much they cared about their clansmen's welfare. More than 300 dark prison demonic flowers each carried a God clans member. There could potentially be some warriors that were stronger than the first one who had recovered. Since they hadn't had enough energy to restore their consciousness, they remained vulnerable. Sure Yin brought them and the demonic flowers into the most magical space basin in this world. The heaven flames incinerated them, resulting in lots of damage to the God Clan. The God Clan man was so angry he almost cracked crazily. He didn't hesitate, heading towards Sure Yin. He didn't use the Thunderbolt dragons, as he wanted to crush Sure Yin with his own power right in front of those space slits. Then, he would bring his fellows back from the space basin. Sure Yan's face grimaced. Seeing the God Clan man coming like an erupting volcano, his spirit fell, and he was unable to use his power to resist. Sure Yin had only the King God realm. He was facing an ethereal God realm. With this vast gap between their realms, how could he resist? He felt like his hands were tied. Looking at the space splits, strange lights sparkled in his eyes as he was trying to make up his mind. Perhaps he could hide into the space slits to avoid this God Clan expert this time. However, inside the space slits were the most mysterious and perilous areas in this world. As Sure Yin cultivated space power, he knew the dangers in there better than anyone else. Once a warrior sank in there, it was unknown if he could get out of that damn place before he died. He was in a hurry, and he didn't have the empty fantasy crystal here. Also, it was hard to urge the immortal demon blood to connect to the Grace mainland. His soul altar was still affected, so he couldn't build the space passage through the space slits. Arg, such a headache. While he was hesitant, trying to find the best decision, darkness flew over their area from somewhere far away. Absolute darkness pressed down. Then a senile voice arose. I'll handle that God Clan expert. You should try your best to incinerate those demonic flowers. It was Fei Lan. Her voice came from the darkness. They couldn't feel her aura, as if she was a ghost hiding all living signals. However, at the moment her voice arose, the experts of the pirates and the three big forces felt the formidable pressure in their souls lift away. In the darkness, it seemed like there was an invisible hand that had ripped off the invincible might of the God Clan expert. Everyone was relieved. Chapter 884. The Four-Tiered Soul Altar Runs Away. Chapter 884. The Four-Tiered Soul Altar Runs Away, _ When Fei Lan's voice arose, endless magic seeped into the place and broke the restraints on everyone's souls. The pressure on Shi Yin faded away. All the warriors of the Raging Flame Star area could finally relax now. It was like a giant rock that was pressing down on their chest was lifted. Some intent domain that the God Clan man released had been ripped apart instantaneously. Fei Lan. It's Fei Lan. It's her. How could it be? Many pirates who had visited Fei Lan's shop recognized her senile voice. Shortly after, people burst out noisily. They clamored continually, their faces showing their dumbfoundedness. She's the protector of Heaven Punishment City. Fengke was baffled for a while before he could react. He was so happy. The pirates' eyes brightened up, looking at the sky instinctively, their visages astounded. The dark light curtain vanished, revealing two people. They were Fei Lan and Leona. Aogu Duo glanced at Leona. He was shocked, his face disbelieving. You've broken through. Fan He by Tian, Monica, and the others discolored in fright. They all studied Leona with awe. They all felt the energy fluctuation from Leona. It was the unique feature of the third sky of original God Realm. Except for Fan He, everyone else was affected. Their sea of consciousness felt like it was sinking into an absolute darkness. When the power Upanishad had been cultivated to a certain degree, it could create a subtle pressure on the other warriors. Oh, more remaining evils, the God Clan man snorted, his face stiff and cold. I didn't expect that the lineage of Bloodthirsty had so many members in the Raging Flame Star area. All right, this is good then. I can sweep them all at once. If you're in your best condition, you do indeed are capable of such. Too bad that this is not the case right now, said Fei Lan with her wrinkled face and muddy eyes. I came just in time. If we gave you more time, perhaps you could restore your power to the peak. But now you will die. As soon as she finished talking, her body twisted, and she morphed into a cluster of turbid air with corrosive power. It expanded towards that God Clan man. An erosive, intent domain that could destroy any kind of powers Upanishad was released from that turbid air. The two Thunderbolt Flood Dragons created by the God Clan warrior dissolved when the opaque air cluster touched it. The dragon's energy became nothing, disappearing into earth and heaven. Ethereal God Realm. The God Clan man changed his visage. He became more solemn for the first time. I didn't think that the Raging Flame Star area still has Ethereal God Realm experts. No wonder why you were so arrogant. When he said that, Fan He Aogu Duo by Tian, Monica, and Fengke gawked. No matter how hard they tried to imagine, they could never imagine that the senile woman staying several thousand years in the Heaven Punishment City to keep a tattered shop was someone at the Ethereal God Realm, a level that was even stronger than Du Tianji and the Hegemen of the Underworld League. The Ethereal God Realm was the realm that Du Tianji and the Hegemen of the Underworld League had been chasing for their entire lives. And now they knew that an ethereal God Realm expert was secluded in the land of God Punishment, right in Heaven Punishment City. Feng Rout dropped her jaw as her soft body shivered. Light sparkled in her beautiful eyes. She stared at Fei Lan, who was a cluster of turbid air now. Ka Tuo's eyes brightened. He tried to press down his excitement. His voice trembled. Senior, our precursor is at the Ethereal God Realm. Shi Yin was also shocked. He was astounded by this fact. Turns out she's at the Ethereal God Realm. No wonder why she was able to erase Fan Yi that easily. She could subdue all the warriors and tie them down. At this moment, he finally knew why Ao Guduo by Tion and Liu Feng couldn't force Leona to get out even if they had joined hands to attack here. Ethereal God Realm. They finally had an answer for everything. It was the Super Realm, the intimidating power that has never been shown in the raging Flamestar area. It was enough to subdue everybody. Let alone Ao Guduo by Tion, Liu Feng. Even Du Tianji and the hegemon of the Underworld League couldn't match them. What could they do? Leona glared at Ao Guduo and by Tion, her face full of scary scars. She stood firmly next to Shi Yin, frowning and urging him. What are you waiting for? Shi Yin was perplexed for a while before he could react. He gave an embarrassed smile and sat down cross-legged in the void. His sole thought extended through a space slit. Do your best to burn those demonic flowers and the God Clan members. Don't worry, we have a strong expert here. Flows of his pure soul energy extended into a space slit from his soul altar. Try to boost up the heaven flames. Shi Yin and his heaven flames were interlinked. As they had stayed in his soul altar, the only way he could support the heaven flames was to give them his pure soul energy. Although they were too far away from each other, he could still sense the joy of the earth flame and the vermilion bird true flame when they received his energy. They were doing their best to damage the God Clan. Releasing his soul energy, Shi Yin didn't care about what happened around him. With Leona standing right next to him, he knew that no one could hurt him now. He didn't need to worry. He just remained focused on his job. The soul confining platform was broken into many blocks. The warriors of the three big forces gathered in one place. The pirates stood in another place, while Shi Yin, Kata, and Leona claimed a different area. Although they were standing in different spots, all were facing the sky, looking at the deep place in the void where a cluster of corrosive air was expanding and covering the entire sky. Under the effect of that corrosive air, all powers Upanishad and intent domains were affected, slowly disintegrating. The erosive air shrouded the god body of that God Clan man. No one could see them. They could only sense two soul-destructive energies continually colliding with each other. What generated from their collision could easily erase the warriors here. Under Fei Lan's complete protection, no extra beam of energy spilled over from the sky. People's soul altars weren't affected, so they were able to use the God Soul to sense the earth-shaking commotion in the air. It was unknown why after Fei Lan spoke, the wild beasts that had been attacking the place had quieted down. They seemed to have lost their intent to jump into this platform. In the thick mist out there, people could see more than 10 vague giant figures. They looked like giant ferocious beasts. They floated silently in the dark area of the void, watching. They seemed to keep their eyes on the commotion over there, waiting for the results so that they could barge into the place to achieve their priorities. Original God Realm, not bad. You've broken through to? Leona glanced at Kata, nodding slowly to recognize his efforts. Katua became shy and uneasy under Leona's gaze. My fortune came. We encountered the easygoing king of Heaven Hall on the way. I took a flow of chaotic energy, explained Kata. A flow of chaotic energy. Leona furrowed her brows. How about that easygoing king of Heaven Hall? You took in the energy that restrained it. Did it run away? Katua was surprised, nodded honestly. Yes, it did. Leona darkened her face. The exhausted soul of easygoing king of heaven was fused with his king of Heaven Hall. That chaotic energy was killing his willpower slowly, little by little. It has been so long, so his energy should be like a lamp without oil. You absorbed the chaotic energy which had been subduing it. Of course, the king of Heaven Hall could escape, and the easygoing king of heaven wouldn't die. He now can restore his power one more time. You idiot! Katuo's face shivered as he recognized that he had done a stupid deed. He didn't dare to retort. He just stooped, saying nothing. You've reached the original God realm due to this encounter? Asked Leona. Katuo nodded again, his face miserable. Forget it. At least it helped you break through to the new realm. Leona pondered for a while. She seemed begrudging. Even if he escapes, he can't restore within 100 years. And 100 years later, you will perhaps be able to match him. She eyed Yin. Ka-Tual was bewildered. Leona didn't explain. What exploded this body-perishing land? Ka-Tual was shocked. He hurried to give her the details carefully with a remark of Yan's excellent performance. Leona listened to him attentively without any interruption. After Ka-Tual had finished, she nodded slowly. Summoning the divine sword, not bad. It's the precise solution in those given circumstances. He destroyed the body-perishing land without a mistake. He can undertake significant missions then. Ka-Tual just smiled begrudgingly. He didn't intervene her, acting like a smart student. Feng Rao hadn't said anything. She observed Leona, the notorious female executioner. She was scared and didn't feel comfortable. She couldn't act naturally. Leona didn't bat an eye at her. She just talked to Ka-Tual or looked at Yin, ignoring Feng Rao. In Leona's eyes, only the ones with the relative inheritance deserved her glance. She wouldn't care about anyone else. Many experts of the Raging Flame Star area were watching the sky. They could only see the void get pressed down while the corrosive air was crossing the sky. An unknown energy fluctuation made people want to kneel down and worship it. Their souls didn't have a bit of power to resist. After an unknown time, fierce explosions echoed, shaking the entire sky. The corrosive air shrank and then expanded and exploded right afterward. A magnificent soul altar shot out from the cluster of erosive air, turning into an electric light. Before people could react, it flew toward Yin. In people's gazes, it disappeared into a space slit in just a blink of an eye. All the warriors could see that the marvelous soul altar didn't have 3 tiers, as it used to. It had 4 tiers. The 4-tiered soul altar disappeared into the space slit Yin had torn. It vanished in just a blink, leaving no aura. The corrosive air in the sky moved as if it had consumed a lot of energy, and it was trying to gather again. Phelan didn't have the extra energy to chase after the 4-tiered soul altar. She could only look at him leave. Still can manage to escape. The God Clan is truly powerful, as the legends say. Leona was calm, looking at the 4-tiered soul altar disappearing into the space slit. She muttered, her countenance heavy. Ka-Tual was scared. He bewilderedly looked at the space slit, asking, did he jump into the chaotic space basin to save his fellows? Leona discolored. Chapter 885, The Hollow Channel. Chapter 885, The Hollow Channel, _ Yin floated in the void in front of many space slits. He looked calm while his soul energy was entering the space slits, moving towards the earth flame and the vermilion bird true flame like cotton threads. After the earth flame and the vermilion bird true flame had received his soul energy, their powers started to rise. They could incinerate the demonic flowers more smoothly. However, Yin couldn't see with his own eyes. He could only use the connection with the heaven flames to touch a magical point. The 4-tiered soul altar had jumped into a space slit at maximum speed. When Yin noticed the commotion, it had disappeared. That 4-tiered soul altar seemed to be the distinctive feature of the ethereal god realm, which hid endless mysteries. After it had stormed into the space slit, its aura didn't remain. Yin couldn't sense anything. He could hear Ka-Tual and Leona talking, but he didn't participate. Ka-Tual reminded Yin that it was possible. He didn't consider much, immediately sending his thoughts to the heaven flames and asking them to be cautious to not let the ethereal god realm expert find them. The cluster of corrosive air faded in the void. Phelan had disappeared for a long time. It seemed like she was gathering herself piece by piece. After a while, Phelan stooped to watch. She frowned, slowly landing and speaking to Fan He from a far distance. I heard you came to the Heaven Punishment City for me. You want to take revenge for your little brother? Phelan killed Fan Yi. After Fan Yi found out about this, he had crossed thousands of miles to take revenge against the attacker hiding in Heaven Punishment City. However, At this moment, Fan he grimaced as he realized Fei Lan's formidable realm. I think you want to do it, but you don't have the required competence. Fei Lan's face was indifferent, her eyes still cloudy, as if she couldn't see too far. While she was talking, she slowly landed near Shi Yin and Leona, speaking deliberately. We don't need to worry about that God Clan man. He doesn't have extra strength to mess around with. I've integrated my corrosive power in his soul altar. He will need to use all of his energy to protect himself. He won't be free to do anything else. Fei Lan's words sounded easy and deliberate. It seemed like the corrosive air would trouble this God Clan expert a lot. Her confidence was completely reflected in her relaxed bearings. Leona and Katua calmed down after listening to her. They were no longer restless. Anyway, he's at the second sky of ethereal God realm, and he has formed the four-tiered soul altar. It can't be broken easily. I can't do it. Fei Lan sighed. I've spent several thousand years to enter the ethereal God realm. This realm is profound and mysterious. If you don't have a great deal of patience, a great mind, or amazing luck, it'll be very tough to enter the threshold. That man is just an anonymous member of the God Clan, but he's at the ethereal God realm. This clan is intimidating, indeed. Leona's team wore heavy visages. Thank you, Precursor. Thank you for protecting Heaven Punishment City for so many years. Fong led his pirates and kneeled down to conduct their grateful ceremony towards her. We look forward to receiving your leadership. Please lead us to a brighter future. Fong gave a low shout, his face incomparably sincere. The reason why the land of God Punishment and the Heaven Punishment City were able to stand tall for several thousand years was that of Fei Lan. Seeing her formidable realm today, all the pirates had admiration and respect for her. Although the God Clan couldn't threaten them now, Fanhi, Ao, Iguduo, Baitian, and Monica were all the second sky of original God Realm warriors. If they wanted to attack the pirates, Fonka knew they wouldn't be able to fight Fei Lan. As long as Fei Lan nodded and agreed to protect them, no threat could actually threaten them. Fan He and the other experts of the three big forces couldn't do anything. Destroying people of the three big forces was the wish of Feng Ku and the pirates. If Fei Lan helped them now, their expedition would have no obstacles anymore. Thus, they waited for her answer. Seeing Feng Ku lead the pirates to beg Fei Lan, Fan He's team were frightened, their faces grimaced. Fei Lan was too strong. She was at the ethereal God realm. She could chase away the fellow of the God Clan. She had made the man run away with only the soul altar. If she wanted to kill them, who would escape alive? Fanny didn't have this confidence. I have nothing to do with your dispute. I protect the Heaven Punishment City because I don't want to see the city collapse. My devil of a man had built this city. I have to protect it. It's not because of you pirates. Fei Lan snorted. It was obvious that she wasn't interested in handling their business. This place isn't the Heaven Punishment City. I don't care about your rotten plans. If you want to finish your grudge, manage it yourself. She didn't care about it. A vague, giant shadow slowly approached in the void. A pungent smell slapped their faces. It smelled like the saliva of wild beasts. A heavy pressure immediately covered the warriors. Gradually, more and more shadows emerged from the thick, dark mist. Dozens of them had blocked the exits of the broken soul confining platform. The threatening force filled the void and reflected in people's soul. All felt extremely anxious. Savage beasts. The ferocious beasts had paused their barging. After the fight in the soul confining platform ended, they started to move again. Fanhi and the pirates were very scared, especially the strong experts of the three big forces. They were restlessly uneasy. They had survived those wild beasts in the illusory formation. They knew how strong and savage the beasts were. They even felt that one of those beasts was even stronger and more intimidating than the God Clan expert. Fei Lan furrowed her brows, facing the sky and talking coldly. I know this place is your territory. Just be patient for a little while and give me more time. We have an agreement. Please comply with it. She was talking to the wild beasts in the void. And the strange thing was that the flock of strong beasts had slowed down after she said that. It seemed like they were fulfilling what Fei Lon called an agreement. The tremendous shadows halted in the mist as if they were waiting for something. They didn't move any further. The largest figure seemed to be the leader. It was very close to Fei Lon, so close that it could snatch her away with only one jump. However, it didn't do that. It seemed like this giant beast was afraid of something. The beast leader was using its magical mind to control the other beasts. Under the beast's control, the flock of ferocious beasts didn't do anything. They were waiting uneasily for something. Seeing them pause, Fei Lon glanced at Shi Yin, urging, "When will you be done?" 15 minutes, Shi Yin answered resolutely. "Hurry up. Those guys can't wait any longer. There is a hollow channel in this body-perishing land leading to their ancestral land. They've just got out of the God Clan's restraint, which was in place for so many years. They can't stay patient anymore. They won't give us much time," explained Fei Lon. "A hollow channel? Sure." Yin was surprised. "We are bothering them by being here." "You will," Fei Lon frowned, nodded. "They couldn't help but eat all the people here to supplement their consumed energy. It's their basic instinct that even their leader can't control them. I think the hollow channel is perhaps the way we need to go to get through the barrier that shields this star area. The place the star map shows should be inside that hollow channel. We must get in there first before the beasts destroy it." Why did that God Clan expert not escape through the hollow channel? Sure, Yin didn't understand. "You talk too much." Fei Lon was impatient. "The God Clan guarded that channel. The body-perishing land is established here with an important purpose, which is to control the channel. This channel is the intersection between star areas. Of course, they would face God Clan's enemies. If he got in there, would it be different from courting death himself? The ethereal God Realm warriors have four-tiered soul altar. Perhaps he can find a way to survive. He is most confident with that, so he dared to go in. He was scared only because the channel leads to another star area which could hold life that can kill him." Shi Yin smiled embarrassedly, not wanting to speak more. He hurried to gather his pure soul altar, sending into the space slit. With the power supplied from his soul energy fluctuations of the earth flame and the vermilion bird true flame became stronger and clearer. They could burn the dark prison demonic flowers faster in the chaotic space basin. The massive shadows in the void became restless. They were constantly moving. Fresh blood scents permeated the area, fiercely irritating people. They felt like they had fallen into the giant mouth of the beast. In the next moment, they would be swallowed. Roar! Some beasts roared from a far distance, as if they had found new prey. Fei Lon frowned. She gathered her spirit to sense for a while, looking at Leona, talking. "It's Carthu. Let him come here," Leona replied. Fei Lon hesitated a little bit before she reluctantly talked to the void. "They are my people. Tell your grandchildren to let them through." The wild roaring halted. More than 10 savage beasts seemed to get the order at the same time. They quit their aggressive actions immediately. This flock of beasts had a wise leader, obviously. After the beasts stopped roaring, some people emerged from the thick mist. They were Carthu, Ziyao, Yalan, and Taimu. All of them were very frightened, as if they had experienced the most frightful things in their lives. As soon as Carthu appeared, his eyes brightened, looking at Leona. He didn't say anything, bringing Ziyao and his team and landing near her. Ziyao's soft body was covered in 7-colored divine light. Her pretty eyes sparkled, not leaving Shi Yin for even a second. "I'm done." At this moment, Shi Yin opened his eyes, giving a faint smile. "I'm lucky I didn't fail my mission. We burned them down. I think those wounded warriors of the God Clan can't revive again to mess around." The 2 heaven flames flew out of the space slit, turning into 2 small flames and disappearing into his pupils. At this moment, he saw Ziyao. He was surprised, revealing a bright, smiling face and nodding his head to greet her. Ziyao slightly shivered. Her mouth curved into a happy, beautiful smile. "Let's go," Fei Lon said faintly and then grabbed something in the void. The star map Shi Yin was holding appeared in her palm. A block of thick darkness shrouded Shiryen, Kata, Feng Rao, and Karthu. Leona took them, plunging into a place in the bottom of the broken soul confining platform. In that area, countless lights congregated, creating a multi-layered space passage that looked like an illusion. If you don't want to be meat in their mouths, follow us. Fei Lan's voice arose in the darkness. Everybody was startled. They didn't dare linger, flying towards the vague space passage. Chapter 886, Just Friends. Chapter 886, Just Friends, _ As the absolute darkness covered all of them, they couldn't see anything around as they flew forward. However, it didn't take a long time before they started to fall into a deep chasm, sinking rapidly. Boom! They landed one after another, feeling the entire world tumbling. After a long while, they finally gathered their consciousness. Boom! The undying wood star map on Fei Lan's hand suddenly exploded all of a sudden. Its dust scattered in the air. The darkness faded away. A beautiful scenery was slowly revealed in people's sight. It was a luxuriant forest with dense, ancient trees. Small, ancient trees were dozens of meters tall, while the bigger ones had so many branches that it made them look like a small mountain that was several hundred meters high. The tree trunk could occupy a couple mu of land that would require more than 100 people to circle it. The gravity here was hundreds of times heavier. No King God Realm warriors could fly in such terrifying gravity. The original God Realm could float a little higher than the ground. Only existences like Fei Lan could escape the gravity and hover dozens of meters in the air. Earth and heaven energy here was thick and abundant. It surged like the immense ocean, making people feel relaxed. They felt indescribably cozy, sinking into the sea of energy. Not far from them was a lake that hadn't been contaminated yet. The water was so clear that they could even see the bottom. Mist hovered above the water surface with dense water chi. The humidity in this area was pretty high. Beautiful florists of all kinds of colors and species grew by the lake. Some had 5-colored leaves and branches, while others had jewel-like roots. Their vitality was immense, as if those plants were intelligent. Alchemist Jester was shocked. Bright light sparkled in his eyes as he studied the foliage by the lake. He muttered as if he was dreaming. 3-leaf crown orchid, the top grass to nurture the soul. Jade water lily. He mumbled to himself as if he had just fallen into bedevilment. The alchemist instinctively walked towards the lake, completely forgetting where he was. Fei Lan frowned. Her face was dark and heavy as she spoke to Leona. The star map exploded by itself. I don't know where the hollow channel is. Even if we find it, without the star map, we can't get back. Leona slightly changed her visage. She was startled, and she muttered to herself. Where are we? Where is Fan He's group? Asked Shiryen. Hearing him, people started to react. They looked around, but no one could see Fan He, Feng Ku, the warriors of the 3 big forces, and the pirates led by Feng Ku. It was unknown why their destinations were different. Only dozens of Ka Tuo's pirates, Feng Rao, Karthu and his people, and Ziyao were here. Not many people sure Yin didn't know. When they were still in the soul confining platform, Alchemist Jester had decided to walk to Shiryen. That was why he was brought here. The others seemed to scatter as they didn't depart at the same time. Why should we care about their lives? Leona snorted, speaking indifferently. It's good that they died. We don't need to use our force to kill them. She neither had a good feeling for the experts of the 3 big forces nor the pirates. Except for Ka Tuo and Shiryen, the ones with secret inheritances, Leona didn't mind anybody else, including Ziyao. They headed to the same place with us. However, their stop was different. I need to check it out. Fei Lan squinted calmly, as if she started to release her transcendent soul consciousness to search. After a long while, she shook her head. This place is really magical and so vast. My soul consciousness couldn't cover it all, but I didn't see them anywhere in the areas I could reach. Sure, Yin was so surprised. Fei Lan was at the ethereal god realm, the strongest realm he had seen until now. Although the land of God punishment was so vast, her soul consciousness could observe every corner. Nothing could avoid her sensing. However, she said that she couldn't sense this luxuriant, boundless forest entirely. So it meant that this forest is larger than the land of God punishment. Level 7 life star at least. Mamai, the place the star map marked isn't just a hoax. It's a level 7 life star. Jester was dedicatedly collecting spiritual grass and plants by the lake. He was so excited that he acted like a child finding treasure. He swung his hands. Spiritual herbs nurtured by nature in a level 7 life star are the best ingredients to refine pellets and medicines. Being able to see those top-quality materials. It is worth it even if I have to die. A level 7 life star? Shi Yin was shocked as his hope amplified endlessly in his heart. Yes, it is. Jester nodded heavily. If it isn't a level 7 life star, how can it grow so many precious spiritual herbs like this? No matter where we are, to the alchemists, this place is the best place that we have ever dreamed of. What Jester said couldn't stir up Fei Lan and Leona, as they were wearing strange, heavy faces. What are you worried about? Shi Yin was surprised and didn't know anything. This place has abundant earth and heaven energy. We hope that there's no life here. Otherwise, it would be very intimidating. Fei Lan took a deep breath, her face bitter. Our Raging Flame Star area doesn't have a level 7 life star, but we do have King God Realm and original God Realm warriors. And I, after thousands of years of accumulation, have entered the ethereal God Realm. This place has so much energy. If creatures can cultivate here, they will receive a lot of benefits. Their progress would be tremendous. Besides the spiritual grass and plants, a level 7 life star can produce materials like ores, divine crystals, and other precious crystals. It will be beyond your imagination. If the creatures here know how to cultivate with abundant earth and heaven energy here, combined with the access to spiritual herbs and crystals, they would progress rapidly. I think cultivating to the ethereal God realm wouldn't be as much of a struggle like in the Raging Flame Star area. Leona also wore a heavy visage. Listening to them, Shi Yin suddenly quieted down. It was true that the Grace mainland had entered the last phase of its energy cycle, but it still had the peak of true God Realm warriors. The Raging Flame Star area had level 5 life stars, so it could have characters like Du Tianji, Fan He, and Fei Lan at the ethereal God Realm. This place had better natural resources and plenty of earth and heaven energy. If creatures here knew how to cultivate, their attainment would surpass the Raging Flame Star area for sure. You guys stay here. I'm going to search around, said Fei Lan after contemplating for a while. She didn't wait for Leona and Shi Yin to answer, slowly floating up into the sky and flying to the further area. Since she was at the ethereal God Realm, she could cross 1,000 miles in just a blink of an eye if she was in the Raging Flame Star area. However, this magical place had gravity that was several hundred times heavier, so her speed had slowed down too. Shi Yin and the others could see her floating and moving in the air. Shi, at this moment, Ziyao approached him, beaming a weak smile. I've broken through. Shi Yin was stunned. Afterward, he managed to beam a bright smile, speaking honestly. Congratulations. Original God Realm. Your power will increase massively. I think that even if you don't depend on anyone, you can earn a seat for yourself. I'm not as excellent as you are. Ziyao didn't sound arrogant or content. Compared to you, nobody could have the same rate of cultivation speed. When I first knew you, you had only the true God Realm cultivation base. Your progression is a miracle. I have good fortune. Shi Yin smiled, talking naturally. Seems like you were delayed on your way. Or else, you wouldn't have been so late. Yeah, I had a good encounter, but it took some time to break through. Ziyao nodded and smiled. You and the pirates have separated now. What is your plan for the coming time? I'm on the pirates. What do you mean by separated? Feng Rao wore a cold face, storming over and clutching Shi Yin's arm, placing her head next to his and showing the others how close they were. From the day he and I left the Purgatory Star, He became no longer a member of your divine nation. You don't have the power to bind him. Feng Rao looked at Shi Yin. She paused and then bit her lower lip. Do you still want to depend on her and be her escort? Shi Yin frowned, keeping silent. Ziyao's beautiful eyes showed that she was embarrassed. She pondered and then said faintly, I have never considered Shi Yin my subordinate in the way that I've treated him. In my heart, he has always been my close friend. That will never change. Close friend, Feng Rao mocked. When Ao Guduo trapped him in the Purgatory Star, where were you? When Ao Gera plotted against him, what were you doing? If you consider him your close friend, when people attacked him, you should have helped him immediately, right? But did you do that? Her Highness didn't know this. When Shi Yin was trapped in the extreme purgatory field, Her Highness had come to search for him. I can prove that. Carthu gave a faint smile, expressing his opinion. Leona had an indifferent visage, observing a Shi Yin who was sandwiched between two women. She deliberately moved away as if she didn't want to be involved in this mess, leaving Shi Yin to deal with his business. I always considered your Highness my friend. I always dis. Shi Yin smiled under Feng Rao's gaze, speaking deliberately. We'll still be friends in the future. You've treated me well. I will remember it. Friend. Ziyao's eyes flashed a hidden sorrow, but she pulled herself together shortly, nodded, and said, Yes. It's true. We're friends. We'll always be. Friends only? Feng Rao looked at Shi Yin. Yeah, we're friends, Shi Yin confirmed. Feng Rao relaxed her tense nerves, beaming a bright smile. She didn't want to chase them furthermore. She just smiled. That is good then. I think you have many things to talk about as friends. Suit yourself. I'm not going to disturb you anymore. Then, Feng Rao walked away. She was a smart woman. She knew when to be tough and when to be flexible. She knew how to not displease someone. Because she minded someone, she would consider things for him. Putting up guard was okay, but she needed to also give them privacy. Carthu gave a faint smile. You guys should talk. He also left the place, leaving the two to have a private moment. After Feng Rao and Carthu left, Shi Yin and Ziyao fell into silence. The atmosphere between them was awkward. Chapter 887, Not Willing to be Mediocre. Chapter 887, Not Willing to be Mediocre, _ I admit that I intended to use you and take advantage of the relationship between you and the man who cultivated dead power, Upanishad. But I have never intended to hurt you. Ziyao pondered for a while before speaking weakly. Shi Yin was bewildered. He chuckled and nodded. I believe you. I didn't know that Ao Gera was going to frame you. I couldn't predict that Ao Gu Duo planned to kill you in the Purgatory Star. Right now, I am no longer on good terms with Ao Gera, said Ziyao seriously. Shi Yin smiled again. I know that you didn't know anything. Because Ao Gu Duo and Ao Gera were not just targeting me. They aimed at you mainly. I'm sure that Ao Gera and Du Jia have made some kind of agreement. Of course, Ao Gera doesn't want to kill you. He just wants to have you. Ziyao's face suddenly reddened. Her beautiful eyes sparkled strangely. I know of his scheming. I have always known it. So why have you kept him next to you? Shi Yin was surprised. I needed to use Ao Gera to compete for the throne against my brother. Ziyao bit her lower lip and stooped slightly. I didn't know you before I've known him. If I have known you earlier, I wouldn't have done that. Why? Shi Yin was astounded. It's enough to have you. Ziyao blushed, not daring to look at the man. She stooped, watching her toes with an anxious and shy face. Shi Yin's face stiffened. He was baffled and remained silent for a while. As he was saying nothing, Ziyao became more restless. She felt very uncomfortable. She just lowered her head and didn't say anything. The curve of her neck was so enchanting. She used to be the most glorious flower in the raging flame star area, the most beautiful woman that every man had yearned for. When she was very shy, she looked even more mesmerizing. Men would feel touched when they looked at her in this state. Although her words weren't clear, Shi Yin wasn't a fool. He understood her, and because he understood, he didn't know how to reply. Thus, he decided to stay quiet. Previous interactions with Ziyao were spinning in his mind like a roll of beautiful snapshots. The astonishment he felt when he first saw her. He felt like he was meeting a fairy. The moment when they both fell into a disaster in the solar star exploding fragment field. All scenes of what they had shared since the time they were together. Everything suddenly revived as if they had just happened yesterday. However, today they were different. Since Xiao was the princess of the dark firmament divine nation, the beloved daughter of Du Tianji, she would have to put the divine nation as her top priority. No matter what happened in the near future, she couldn't just leave the divine nation behind to run away. As for Shi Yin, he didn't want to be bound. He didn't want to depend on any force. He had his own pursuits. He had responsibilities that he had been bearing for years that he couldn't ignore just because of a woman. Today, Shi Yin and Feng Rao were together, and he had a good relationship with the pirates. Considering the balance of the Raging Flame Star area, he and Xiao were standing as rivals. Unless he gave up Feng Rao and his stubbornness, and he decided to consider the divine nation his home, he and Xiao would have a boundary that they couldn't cross. Naturally, he wouldn't do that. Shi Yin came to the Raging Flame Star area to find a way out for his friends and relatives. He was the heir of the Blood Vein Ring, and he carried an enormous burden. His life wouldn't be peaceful. It was impossible for him to stay in the divine nation, selling himself just because of a woman. Thus, after pondering for a while, he frowned and spoke faintly. I have only the king god realm. I've been struggling for my whole life. In this life, I'm not willing to be mediocre. I will move forward with my blood, sweat, and tears. I am destined to walk along a tough road. Perhaps, tomorrow, I may fall and perish. I consider you my friend. If you're ever in trouble, I won't just stand and stare, but I won't give up my independence for you. It's impossible for me to give up everything for you. Xiao lifted her head, gazing at him with her beautiful, sad eyes. After a while, she said, What if? I'm willing to give up everything for you? What would you do if I gave up the competition for the throne? I will ignore the chaotic kingdom and journey through all the ups and downs with you. What do you think about that? Shi Yan's eyes brightened as he was touched. However, at this moment, Fei Lan's figure slowly emerged from the far distance. While people were looking, she landed between them. Shi Yan and Xiao paused their unfinished conversation, moving towards Fei Lan to know what she had seen. I couldn't get out of this thick forest. It's really immense, more than 10 times larger than the land of God punishment. After Fei Lan landed, she was wearing a stern expression. The area I've checked had so many skeletons of giant beasts. Their level should be high, though. I saw a grand mountain more than several thousand meters high. I could see giant houses there, but they are vague. Did you see any trace of creatures? Asked Shi Yin calmly. Perhaps no, perhaps yes. Fei Lan contemplated, speaking uncertainly. Why do you say so? Shi Yin was perplexed. If it is a creature at the ethereal god realm, I can sense it. But if the creature's realm is higher than mine, I can't sense it. Fei Lan furrowed her brows tightly. I could feel some energy fluctuation on the mountain, but there is some energy that conceals the beings inside. I couldn't sense any signal on that mountain. Anyway, the houses are so big that we can see them from 1,000 miles away. I think some creatures live there. How about going there to check it out? Suggested Shi Yin. Fei Lan and Leona put on a dark visage, not answering him immediately. Did you know the level of the savage beasts in the illusory formation out of the body, perishing land? Fei Lan suddenly asked him. Shi Yin shook his head. Level 12, equal to ethereal god realm warriors. They belong to a kind of species that I've never seen before. They are a tribe. When we were traveling through the hollow passage, I left a flow of my erosive air. I can confirm that they are heading toward this place, but the destination is different. Fei Lan took a deep breath, talking simply. This place should be their ancestral land. They have level 12 beasts, though. It's not like the rumor that this place hasn't been exploited yet. Something lives here. This land isn't unowned. Jester discolored. How could it be? If this life star has owners, why do they ignore so many precious spiritual herbs like this? Rumors in the Raging Flame Star area clearly say that the area the star map leads to hasn't been exploited yet. I also think the same. Fei Lan's eyes were cold as she said, disdainfully, "Perhaps they are precious in your eyes, but they are nothing special in the eyes of this land's owners. These ordinary things all grow everywhere. Why should they treasure them?" Jester was shocked, his face baffled. He wasn't an idiot. He immediately understood what Fei Lan was saying. It's true that this place was a level 7 life star, and of course, the spiritual grass and plants here wouldn't be normal in the eyes of the Raging Flame Star Area's alchemists. Anyway, perhaps they were just ordinary items in this place. Only rare ingredients never found before could be treasured and valued in the eyes of those who lived in this place. Because of his limited background, he didn't know enough about this place. He thought that the others would also treasure things that he deemed as precious items. I want to tell you that if this place does have living beings, they will be very intimidating. We are lucky that we haven't met them yet. If we encounter them, I'm not sure if it will end well. Fei Lan kept silent for a few seconds, then continued. Now, do you still want to check this place? Do you still want to go to that mountain? Everybody grimaced, staying quiet. I do. After a while, Yin was the first one to speak. We know nothing about this place. If we don't meet the natives here, it'll be like walking in a maze. I don't like that feeling. If we can meet the natives here, we will know more about this place. About the dangers to be. We're already here, and we will continue to be here. Hiding isn't a good solution. Fei Lan had a gleam of appraisal in her cloudy eyes. She nodded and asked, "Does anyone else want to go? If you've made up your mind, you can go with us. But I have to make it clear that when we encounter dangers, we can't resist. I won't take care of you guys. You can choose to stay here and find a safe area to cultivate or collect spiritual herbs and other cultivating materials. Perhaps you can break through here shortly. I won't force you. Choose what you will do." "Of course, I will go with you." Feng Rao smiled and moved to stand next to Yin. "I also want to see it," said Ziao. "Of course, I will follow my senior." Ka Tual waved his hand. "Arg, if Precursor doesn't stay here, when we meet danger, we would die faster, right?" Jester was smart. Although he didn't want to take risks, seeing that Fei Lan made her decision, he could only follow them. His words got the approval of others. The ones who were still hesitant now all wanted to follow her. Fei Lan was the only ethereal God Realm warrior here, and Leona was at the third sky of original God Realm. If they didn't go with them, wouldn't it be no different from courting death? They knew what they should choose. "Good then. We will go to the Grand Mountain. Let's go." Fei Lan nodded. She didn't fly, but ended up walking in front of them, heading to the mysterious area that they had no idea what was to come. Several days later, they found many giant skeletons with jade-like bones. However, those skeletons didn't have any skin or flesh. They seemed to be cleaned and cut neatly. Those skeletons were so huge that they were almost 1,000 meters tall. They were obviously the high-level beasts. Seeing those skeletons, people felt lucky that they had chosen to go with the others. If they had decided to stay, they wouldn't have been safe. Time flew fast. Half a month had passed as quick as a blink of an eye. Then one day, while they were walking, they saw fire surging massively in front of them. This fire was burning hot in the forest. Fei Lan changed her visage slightly, speaking all of a sudden. "There lives a creature." Everybody became anxious. Fei Lan's presumption had come true. This level 7 life star had been exploited. Someone lived here. This place had an owner. Rumble, rumble. The tremor expanded from the fire sea in front of them, as if a mountain was shaking hard. This rumbling tremor was like the beats of a drum, pounding on people's hearts and shaking their bodies too. All looked at the area in front of them. They were curious to see what kind of creature was moving towards them. Crack, crack, crack. Some small ancient trees were broken as if someone pulled their roots to cut them. After a gust of strong wind swept through, a young male wearing leather garments appeared. He looked ingenious and straightforward, carrying a 30-meter transparent bone spear. He had a heavy necklace with beast skulls as medallions. His eyes raked through the place to observe the ground. This man was 10 meters tall. He looked like he was made of gold. Gold light radiated from him as if he was wearing golden armor. The Giant Clan, Chapter 888. Are you the tiny beasts? Chapter 888. Are you the tiny beasts? Underscore. He was just a teenager, but he was 10 meters tall. Gold light radiated all over his body like a golden, angelic armor. Phelan, Leona, Ziyao, Carthu, and the warriors from the Raging Flamestar area had never seen this race before. Seeing the giant teenager, they were so scared that they instinctively wanted to attack him. Don't do anything. Shurian gave a low shout, preventing everyone from acting blindly. He spoke with a heavy countenance. Don't be wanton. He hasn't shown any bad intentions. Don't provoke him first. Shurian could see that this big boy of the giant clan wasn't at a high realm. This gold giant had only the King God realm. At most, this teenager was at the third sky of King God realm. If they had to fight him, he wouldn't be able to beat Phelan and Leona. The giant teenager looked naive. His black eyes were filled with curiosity. He stooped to look at them, as if he was watching some peculiar creatures. Slowly, he crouched, craning his round head. His voice was like the noisy sound from a giant bell. Are you also beasts? I have never seen such tiny beasts. You look so cute. Since he was 10 meters tall, even when he was crouching, he looked like a dazzling gold cloud, which pressured everyone. He studied Shurian's group, like how people observe mice on the ground. Compared to the giant boy's physique, Shurian's group looked really tiny. So cute. All of the warriors gawked. No matter how hard they tried to imagine, they would have never imagined that the first creature they had ever met in this area would tell them that they looked cute. Are you the tiny beasts? The giant teenager asked curiously. Will you be my pets? I will find you good food. All the warriors felt very awkward. This giant teenager seemed to have never met any small creatures. Perhaps he was living in a closed area where he only saw the massive beasts. All of a sudden, meeting a much smaller race must have felt exciting and adventurous. We aren't beasts, Shurian smiled forcefully. He lifted his head, feeling very pressured. We are like you. We have blood and flesh. We're also humanoid creatures. However, we're smaller than you. Hey, why are you here? Grrrr. The teenager's stomach made a funny sound, but it was as loud as a thunderclap. He didn't feel embarrassed. He just rubbed his tummy and ruffled his hair. I'm hungry. I'm going to get some food. Do you want to come with me? Sure, Yin was astounded. Phelan and Leona exchanged looks. They didn't know what to do since they couldn't access the situation very well. They had never heard about the giant clan before, let alone met with one of its kind. They were frightened to see the giant abruptly. And sure, Yin was trying to be close, forming a relationship with him. People couldn't make head or tail out of it. They didn't know what he really wanted to do. Sure, Yin agreed frankly. Follow me. I'm going to find you food. The teenager was so excited, clapping his hands. You guys are so tiny. I guess you don't eat much. The beast I hunted down is massive. I think it'll be enough for you to eat for a long time. Then, he walked happily towards the fire's sea. While he was sauntering, the earth-shaking noises arose for the second time. Shurian, what is that? Phelan frowned. Do you know what clan he belongs to? He's from a giant clan. You have never seen this clan before? Shurian asked skeptically. Never heard of it before. Katuo's face looked odd. Really? Shurian was surprised, smiling. There's a rumor about this clan in my homeland. This clan is a friendly and hospitable clan. Although they are intimidating, they don't have bad intentions. I think our fortune isn't bad since the first creature we've met here is a giant. So, your homeland has the giant clan? Is this place your homeland? Phelan's eyes brightened. Shaking his head, Shurian wore a sad countenance. If it were my homeland, I wouldn't have to go to the Raging Flamestar area. I told you before, the energy in my homeland is exhausted. It won't be a suitable place for warriors soon. So why is the giant clan staying here? Feng Rao was curious. God knows, Shurian smiled miserably. Let's go. We should talk to our little buddy. Folks, please remember this. We shouldn't provoke him at any cost. Although the giants are nice, they aren't afraid of fighting. And when they define you as their enemies, they won't let you live any longer. People discolored. Phelan hesitated for a while, then nodded. Listen to him. If someone dares to antagonize them, Don't blame me for being heartless. Sure Yin took the lead, walking in the direction the teenager had gone. Everybody was baffled. They put aside the thought of attacking the giant and followed him silently. They wanted to see how Sure Yin would deal with that big boy. Shortly after, they arrived in a place shrouded by fire. It was a massive fire that used around 10 logs that were the size of humans. A 10-meter beast was being roasted on this fire. The delicious fragrance filled their nostrils. The giant teenager sat by the giant fire. He was using another spear made of white bone to rotate the beast on the fire. The roasted beast cooked into a delicious yellow-red color. Oil and fat oozed out with a great aroma. The teenager didn't care about how hot the roasted meat was as he tore a big chunk of meat. He then chewed it happily. Seeing Sure Yin and his team arrive, he smiled kindly. Here, it's for you guys. He tore another massive block of roasted meat, which was around several hundred kilograms. It was the best fresh and soft sirloin of this beast. The attractive aroma of the roasted meat invaded their nostrils when the meat fell on a rock by them. Thud! The roasted meat fell, sending oil around. A fragrance that intrigued everyone's appetite permeated the place. It was not true that the warriors didn't need to eat. Their appetite was quite sated. Since they had the fantasy sky ring and were out for an operation, they could use some dry provisions to fill their stomachs. All the warriors have been hungry for a long time. Since the day they left the Heaven Punishment City, they hadn't had cooked meat. When that giant block of meat fell on the ground in front of them, everybody felt a great urge to eat. Some even drooled. It will be all right. Alchemist Jester licked his lips worriedly. Sure Yin snorted, his face cold. He was the first one to tear a large piece of meat, gnawing immediately. With oil and fat all over his mouth, he couldn't help but shout. Awesome. Hey, drink something. Carthew's eyes brightened up, laughing. The fantasy sky ring on his finger flashed, and jugs of quality wine lined up in front of him. People could take as many as they pleased. Carthew was famous in the Raging Flamestar area for his sophisticated taste in wine and liquor. His fantasy sky ring never lacked good liquors. When he lifted the seal on the bottle, the sweet aroma of his wine diffused and flooded the area immediately. Sure Yin casually reached his hands out, and a bottle fell into his palm. He lifted his head and drank. Jester and Ka Tua hesitated for a while before they extended hands toward the bottles. Right at this moment, a giant gold hand landed from the sky. Jester and Ka Tua discolored in fright. Their energies immediately twirled around their bodies. Brutal light sparkled in their eyes. Don't move. Sure Yin gave a low shout. Ka Tua lowered his guard, frowning and saying nothing. Jester hesitated for a while before he could stand still. The gold hand slowly lowered down from the sky like a massive cluster of a gold cloud. It avoided Jester and Ka Tua, pinching a jug of wine. He just wanted to grab a drink. The wine bottle was as large as a giant watermelon, but it looked like a pocket cup in his hand. The teenage giant finished it in one gulp. He said unsatisfyingly, "So good, but too little." Then he reached out to grab the bottles in front of Carthew. At this moment, the warriors knew that he didn't mean harm. He was just a kid trying liquor. They smiled oddly, looking at him pick up the jug, finish it in only one sip, and then reach for another one. Within 30 seconds, he had finished around 10 jugs of wine. He seemed to still not be satisfied yet. His longing eyes gazed at Carthew. "Do you have more?" "Sure." Carthew smiled, stroking his fantasy sky ring. More big bottles appeared, lining neatly in front of him. The teenager's eyes brightened. He laughed cheerily. "You guys are so nice. I'm Shao Man. Pleased to meet you. Your juice is really mellow. Much better than what my uncle makes. But it's too little. Not enough for me." While talking, he reached out for more bottles, finished them, and continued drinking more. Shortly after, there lay almost 100 empty wine bottles in front of Carthew. "Burp." The teenager nodded, burped satisfyingly. He rubbed his tummy, then sat down. His gold face was red. "Tiny beasts, go home with me. I'll ask Uncle to build you the best cage." Carthew, Kata, Jester, and the other were embarrassed, giving forced smiles. We're not tiny beasts. Just like you, we are living beings, explained Carthu. The giant teenager sat on the ground. He looked so drunk, speaking with a red face. All right, I got it. You're smart tiny beasts. You can talk. After pausing for a while, he continued, Tiny beasts, come home with me. Everyone felt very awkward. He's drunk, right? Carthu asked Shi Yin with astonishment. Shouldn't you say something polite to him? I think you can start now, right? Polite words. Shi Yin was surprised, talking angrily. Do I have such bad thoughts? To friendly and nice people like him. Why do we need to say something cliché? We just need to ask him directly. Whether he is drunk or not, he will answer us honestly. He's just a kid. He won't act as complicated as you think. Don't think that all people have bad thoughts like you. Leona scolded him coldly. Carthu was embarrassed, speaking shyly. Haha, I just said that without thinking. I meant no harm. You guys think too much. People could see he was afraid of Leona for some unknown reason. Tiny beasts. I'm about to become an adult soon. When I collect enough skulls for my necklace, I will return to the mountain. Yeah, I just need 30 more to complete my harvest for the ceremony. The giant teenager named Xiao Man was too drunk. He looked at a place far away, speaking as if he was dreaming. It has been a long time since I saw my dad. If he knew that I would finish the coming of age ritual this quickly, he would be so excited. Bad guys. After my ritual, I will be able to kill the bad guys, kill the bad guys. The boy mumbled. His eyelids twitched as he fell by the fire. Then, his earth-shaking snoring resounded like thunderclaps. Everybody was perplexed. Chapter 889. The 8 Great Inheritances. Chapter 889. The 8 Great Inheritances _ The teenage giant named Xiao Man wasn't vigilant. He seemed to be so naive that he didn't know how cruel people could be. After drinking almost 100 bottles of strong liquor, he fell and slept on the ground. Jester and Carthu had put up guard, thinking that this giant would have the same mindset as them. They got embarrassed seeing that he was innocent and nice. He wasn't afraid of the others since he just blacked out like that. All the warriors were surprised by his innocence. The warriors of the Raging Flamestar area had been hungry for a long time. Seeing the giant sleeping, they didn't think much. They started to dig in the roasted beast. They quickly finished several 100 kilograms of roasted meat. Rubbing their tummies, everybody felt so good. They scattered leisurely, temporarily forgetting the possible dangers in this area. Looking at the starry sky with the moon and sun absent, they felt cozy and relaxed. At this moment, Fei Lon suddenly got up, throwing a glance at Shi Yin and Ka Tua. You two follow me. I have something to tell you. Shi Yin and Ka Tua stood up silently, walking together with Leona and following Fei Lon. Carthu, Jester, Xiao, Feng Rao contemplated following them and decided not to eavesdrop. They remained where they were. They understood that these 4 people had some secret. Otherwise, how could Shi Yin, a man of unknown origin, and the pirate Ka'a be related to high-level experts like Fei Lon and Leona? Fei Lon and Leona. One was the protector of Heaven Punishment City, and the other was the leader of the 5 feudal vassals of Dark Firmament Divine Nation. Why did they act as if they've known each other for quite a long time? In the thick forest, everywhere was under the shade of big, ancient trees. Shi Yin and the other 3 stopped by a tree. An unknown barrier covered them, preventing people from eavesdropping. You tell them. Fei Lon mused for a while, then looked at Leona. Leona nodded, turning to Shi Yin and Ka Tua. I'm sure you guys are full of doubts. Shi Yin and Ka Tua nodded. They were very curious, indeed. In fact, we haven't figured out everything yet. I'll only tell you the things that I think you should know as of now. Leona contemplated for a while, then continued. A long time ago, we were just common people living in a small life star of Dark Firmament Divine Nation. Common people? Shi Yin was surprised. Right, common people, Leona nodded. Our ancestors lived by the shore of that life star. They were fishermen. They didn't know power Upanishad. We didn't have any warriors at that time. Until one day, my ancestors found a floating man on the sea. He was wounded and in a fatal condition. He was going to die at any moment. My ancestor brought him home, trying his best to take care of him. Gradually, he restored his consciousness. When he woke up, he hastened to leave. However, he was grateful to my ancestor for the assistance. He left his inheritance to us. It was the dark power Upanishad inheritance. Before he left, he told my ancestor that he would go to an ancient continent, his homeland, to impart the inheritance of his master. He said that he couldn't live any longer and that he would possibly die soon. He asked us to cultivate the dark power Upanishad and maintain his inheritance. He didn't tell us his name, but he bestowed a name to our family. We are a line of the dark sky. He worried that the chasers would find him here. Not long after he had woken up, he tore the sky and left. At that moment, my ancestor was frightened. He found that he was the most intimidating warrior in the world. Since he'd seen his powers, they had an admiration and desire for powers. My ancestor memorized his advice and lived it through. We've considered the dark power Upanishad our foundation. We have always consistently cultivated it intensely. The dark power Upanishad is strong and subtle. With this power, my ancestor had become the overlord of that life star. With another lucky encounter, my ancestor became the first imperial master of the divine nation. He gained fame and high ranks. The power of the dark Upanishad threatened the entire star area. However, due to his innate endowment, my ancestor couldn't reach the peak. He passed away. However, he still memorized the advice from that person. The dark power Upanishad is our family's foundation. He knew that this Upanishad was the core for our family to strive. Every generation received and will continue to receive this inheritance. Then Leona paused, looking at Shi Yin. I can confirm that the expert who had taught us the dark power Upanishad was the man you've mentioned, Lao Luo. Shi Yin knitted his brows and nodded. It could be true. Before the energy in my homeland was exhausted, it was an ancient continent, a life star with essence. My inheritance also came from that. Anything related to him, we hadn't shared with anyone. Never, because we knew one day someone would ask us about it. Leona hesitated. Who? Shi Yan's eyes brightened. Many years later, a mysterious expert appeared in the raging flame star area. He cultivated dead power Upanishad. He had cleaned up many life stars, turning them into barren and desolate areas. Leona took a deep breath, looking at Shi Yin. You've heard about the legend of that man from Ziyao, I suppose? Shi Yin was shocked. He nodded a second time. After he had appeared in the raging flame star area, he was wanton, not afraid of anything. He destroyed dozens of life stars just to recover from his wounds. Forces from everywhere gathered experts to kill him. Another ancestor of mine, also an imperial master of the dark firmament divine nation, had joined this operation. You all know the results. After the hotshots of the entire raging flame star area saw that man, they immediately knew the difference between their realms. They weren't strong enough to even have a chance to defeat them. They thought they were going to die immediately. Why didn't they die? Tuol intervened. Because my ancestor had used his dark power Upanishad. Leona looked at Shi Yin. Since it was from the same line, he recognized it, right? Shi Yin understood immediately. Yes, that is correct. The invader recognized it and stopped attacking. That is why the warriors of the other forces were saved. And then he talked to my ancestor, the imperial master of the dark firmament divine nation. What did they talk about? He asked how my ancestor got the inheritance. And then he told my ancestor that the man who had imparted our family the dark power Upanishad was like him. He was one of the 8 great inheritances, and that man was going to give the dead power Upanishad inheritance. He came to the raging flame star area to rescue his brother, who was another inheritance. His brother cultivated chaotic power Upanishad. He was imprisoned in the god-perishing land inside the land of god punishment. Katuo's eyes brightened, looking at her without blinking. Leona nodded, continuing. He also said that he had a brother who cultivated corrosive power Upanishad. But that man was dead. He said that he wasn't sure that he could survive after this rescue mission. He wanted to impart his brother's inheritance. So, he gave another inheritance, the corrosive power Upanishad, which is what my big aunt is cultivating. He wanted my ancestor to impart and maintain this power Upanishad in our family and keep it from extinguishing. He gave him a blood shield and said that it was one of the master's precious objects. He advised that if my ancestor's grandchildren had a chance to meet his master's heir, they should give him that blood shield. From that man, my ancestor knew that people from the 8 great inheritances had a blood mark, and the master that the 8 great inheritances served possessed a ring. His heir would also have that ring. It's a sign. Upon her words, Leona looked at Shi Yin and the blood vein ring on his fingers. Shi Yin was shaken. His eyes brightened up. He left to save his brother in the god-perishing land. My ancestor stayed in the raging flame star area to impart the corrosive power Upanishad that he'd just received. We are eternally grateful for what he did. We always wanted to go to the god-perishing land to solve the riddle of the 8 great inheritances. My ancestors held the title of Imperial Master of the Dark Firmament Divine Nation for several generations. Because of the intimidating dark Upanishad and corrosive Upanishad, we had thriven. And then, my ancestors had been able to manipulate the king of the divine nation. We were the real owners of the divine nation. My family had become stronger and stronger. We controlled endless sources. Our wild schemes had increased accordingly. Until one day, when the seniors of the family felt that they were equipped enough to explore the god-perishing land, they went there to reveal the secret of the 8 great inheritances. That was why we got the star map after years of exploring that area. Until the last generation of the family, my father cultivated the dark power Upanishad, and my big uncle cultivated the corrosive power Upanishad. They were really powerful. At that time, no one in the raging flame star area could resist them. My father was the hidden hand that manipulated the divine nation. He held the true power of the divine nation. My big uncle stayed in the land of god punishment to conquer all the pirates. The powers and forces they had controlled were enough to defeat the entire raging flame star area. One day, when my father and my big uncle had broken through to the ethereal god realm, they couldn't hold it anymore. They used the star map made by my ancestors to explore the god-perishing land. At that moment, I was just a little girl, but I had mastered the true meaning of the dark power. My big aunt had inherited the corrosive power Upanishad from my big uncle. My father and my big uncle knew that they could encounter fatal dangers. Thus, my aunt and I didn't join their expedition. We stayed to maintain the inheritance of the dark power and the corrosive power. They haven't returned yet. When my father and uncle left, they brought many hot shots of the family. They all disappeared. My family then declined. Since our power had decreased tremendously, the dark sky couldn't control the divine nation anymore. Then, the hotshots of the raging flame star area joined hands to destroy the remaining warriors of our dark sky family. Finally, we were uprooted. Big Aunt had taken me, a little girl at that time, to the land of god punishment to avoid this coup. The large dark sky family, which used to be the real overlords of the raging flame star area, was reduced to only me and my aunt. The only thing here to celebrate is that my aunt and I have survived. The inheritances of dark power and corrosive power haven't been extinguished yet. At this part, Leona became sorrowful. Her voice lowered. When I saw you that day, I knew that the man who imparted the dead Upanishad failed. The experts who cultivated chaotic power Upanishad had also passed away. That was why you have the luck to inherit his chaotic power Upanishad. That was why I've been protecting you for years, said Phelan to Katua with an indifferent visage. I will memorize it in my heart. Katua was so grateful. Yeah, so that's how it has happened. Leona simply briefed. Precursor Lao Luo and the one who cultivated dead power Upanishad met my ancestors and left the dark and corrosive power Upanishad inheritances. My family had used those powers to rule the raging flame star area. Since my father and my big uncle wanted to reveal the riddle of the 8 great inheritances, they had entered the god-perishing land. We don't know whether they are still alive or not, but my family has declined ever since. Now, there are only my big aunt and me. Why didn't they bring the star map with them? Yin was surprised. My father knew where the star map leads to, so he didn't need it. He left the star map so future generations could continue his expedition. The star map was always in the extreme purgatory field in the purgatory star. My ancestors had built that place. However, I didn't expect that you could take it. Seems like God's will is somewhere in the dark. Leona was a little bit touched. You've cultivated the dark power Upanishad, and Du Tian Ji still wants to employ you to work for the dark firmament divine nation? Yin asked suspiciously. I can't deny that Du Tianji does have the mindset of an overlord. He knows my background and origin pretty well. He has given me important roles. He cleaned up critics' opinions of me and made me his feudal vassal. Compared to his precursors, he's more valiant and cunning. He has the characteristics of a hero. He does this because he thinks that he can always subdue me. Leona appraised the man honestly. Chapter 890, Living in Harmony. Chapter 890, Living in Harmony, underscore. Yan's group of 4 discussed the 8 great inheritance and matters related to the blood mark. Leona explained everything she knew. She didn't conceal anything. Then, she turned to Yin. How about you? What did you encounter? Fei Lan and Ka Tuo also looked at him. This was the topic that all of them wanted to know about. From what Leona had guessed, after Lao Luo left the Raging Flame Star area, he must have gone to Yan's ancient continent to leave his master's inheritance. Apparently, Yin with the Blood Vein Ring had received the inheritance of the master of the Bloodthirsty's cortege of 8. He was now also the master. They really wanted to know why this young man received the most mysterious inheritance and how he got to the Raging Flame Star area. Me, Yin was reluctant. It isn't too complicated. I was lucky that I got this ring. I'm still baffled to this day as to why I received this. Compared to you, I don't even know the Bloodthirsty's 8 great inheritances. At this moment, I can't discover the mysteries of this ring. Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tuo were astonished. When that precursor left, he told us that he wanted to go to an ancient continent, which should have an essence. I think he must be implying something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to make it so complicated. I think there is something hidden. Leona looked at him, hesitating for a while before she continued. You must have something strange on your body. Otherwise, you couldn't have received the inheritance. It's the most important inheritance, after all. Something strange, Yin frowned, musing on that idea. Talking about strange things, he did have one. He wasn't from this world. Perhaps he could be from another universe. Concealing light sparkled in his eyes. He changed his face slightly as he thought of a possibility. Perhaps the inheritance of the Bloodthirsty's cortege of 8 could summon souls from another universe through that blood pond. Science and technology in his previous world had developed to the peak. Their trends weren't similar to this place, where warriors ruled all. His previous world didn't have any life star that still contained earth and heaven energy. They didn't have power Upanishad cultivation techniques either. People there just depended on machinery. If that blood pond had the power to attract and guide souls from another universe, did that carry any deep meaning? Was it true that only a soul that didn't belong in this universe could inherit the Blood Vein Ring's master's legacy? Does he now have the choice to lead the Bloodthirsty's cortege of 8 to a hopeful and glorious future? Yin furrowed his brows. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Perhaps only the ancient continent on a life star with an essence could do that. Was this why Lao Luo didn't mind traveling countless miles across the universe with his wounded body to leave the inheritance, guiding the soul from another universe to receive his master's inheritance? This was the ultimate secret that he would never share with anyone. Thus, he pondered for a while, shaking his head with 4 smiles. I'm just simply a foolish boy who had the best fortune. It's not as complicated as you think. Fei Lan and Leona were the characters who had almost become legends. How could they not notice his lie? However, they knew how to behave in such a situation. They didn't pry him for more information. I've kept this blood shield. Now, I'm going to hand it to you, as our ancestors had asked us to do. Fei Lan pondered for a while, before begrudgingly taking out the small shield. She handed it to Shi Yin. I suggest you not to use this shield before you reach the original God Realm. This shield is really bizarre. Before you get its approval, you should treat it well. The simple shield flew to Shi Yin's palm. It had a heavy cold yin qi, but Shi Yin couldn't see anything strange on both sides of the small shield. Holding the shield, Shi Yin triggered his mind. The blood mark in the glabella of his god's soul emerged clearly. A strange seal, energy, seeped to the shield. Instantaneously, the shield emitted thick blood light. A mark of blood clouds appeared on one side of the shield. Shortly after, it turned into a bunch of blood light, disappearing into the blood vein ring. The shield now stayed in a large space together with the Sky Destroyer divine sword inside the blood vein ring. Leona and Fei Lan's eyes brightened as they nodded. Shi Yin also smiled, caressing the blood vein ring. Seems like I can control it. The blood vein ring on his finger wasn't similar to the normal fantasy sky ring. It couldn't store most matter. However, it could keep magical creatures like heaven flames, beasts, or the Holy Spirit God, but not cultivating materials or pellets. The objects it used to store was only the divine sword, but now a small shield was added. It seemed only objects that had a close relationship to the previous master could enter the ring. The others' miscellaneous items couldn't find room in there. It was a strict requirement. You're the owner of the ring. Of course, it belongs to you. Fei Lan frowned, snorted, and said, I don't care about the 8 great inheritances or whatever. I won't worship you as my lord. I'm here to find my devil-like man. I don't care about anything else. What you want to maintain or intend to do has nothing to do with me. Also, I won't listen to your orders. Fei Lan was at the ethereal god realm, and she wasn't a member of the dark sky. Since she was Leona's big uncle spouse, she had studied the corrosive power Upanishad. In her heart, she didn't have much respect or recognition for the so-called 8 great inheritances. She couldn't get over the outrageous concept of her, an expert at the ethereal god realm, having to serve Shi Yin, a small king god realm warrior. It's early, Leona nodded. When that precursor imparted us the dark and the corrosive powers of Upanishad, he advised us about only 2 things. The first one was to give you the shield if we have a chance. The second thing was to maintain the dark and the corrosive powers Upanishad. We will only keep these 2 things that we have agreed. Shi Yin beamed a faint smile. I understand. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could make Leona and Fei Lan serve him as their master due to the blood vein ring. At least, it was impossible until he got more powerful. Senior, Arg, I should call you Senior. I can't change your title to Master. It's weird. Ka Tuo gave a dry smile uncomfortably. The precursor that imparted me the inheritance was named Gru. His soul altar had totally collapsed. He didn't leave me any advice. So, I have no obligation. Of course, Senior, you've treated me well. If you want me to do anything, I will try my best to fulfill it. However, I can't really consider you my master to serve you. I hope you will tolerate this. Ka Tuo was honest. Being the lord of a region among the pirates, it was hard for him to submit to the other. As he had stated his point of view, going with Shi Yin from the beginning had confirmed his identity. Ouch, you guys overthink. Of course, it's impossible for me to treat you as my entourage. Although I have this inheritance, I don't understand it. I don't know what kind of responsibility I should bear. Also, I don't want to bind myself because of this. We should live our lives as we have previously been doing, said Shi Yin with a smile. Their conversation ended like that. When they gathered with the others, the giant teenager was still sleeping. His snoring was like thunderclaps. The fire was still burning. The roasted beast on that fire had some parts torn off. Karthu, Ziyao, Yalin, and Taimu were eating roasted meat and drinking wine. They all looked relaxed. Feng Rao, Kata, and other pirates stayed in another area, also drinking and eating. The atmosphere was harmonious. None of them were hostile. Alchemist Jester stayed by Feng Rao and Ka Fu. He was concentrating on refining something, his face focused. Sometimes he smiled as if he was delighted by this strange place. Spiritual grass and plants were all around. He had the best garden here, and he could pick up as many as he pleased. This area didn't have the sun or the moon, only twinkling stars in the sky. However, the starlight was bright enough for the jungle to not be shady. After an unknown time, the teenage giant slowly woke up. He rubbed his eyes, looking at the huge mountain and speaking embarrassedly. I fell asleep. The wine I drank was so good. Tiny beasts, I'm going to hunt. After I get enough, I will bring you back to the mountain. He shook his necklace, rattling the skulls on it. 3/4 of the necklace was filled with skulls, leaving a small, empty area. It seemed like he implied that when he filled his necklace, his coming-of-age ritual would finish. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Xiaoman got up, took a deep breath, then said with high spirits, I'm off now. He didn't mind Shi Yan's team. He just strode into the forest like the most savage beast. Branches and leaves of tall trees shattered, falling on the ground wherever he passed by. What should we do? Katua looked at Xiaoman, leaving, and also saw that nobody was going after him. He couldn't help but ask, Wait, we should wait until he completes his coming-of-age ritual. Then we will go with him to the big mountain over there. Shi Yan acted naturally. We shouldn't try to help him. It is his experience. He doesn't want us to interfere either. While staying here, we can use earth and heaven energy in this area to comprehend the mysteries of your powers. It will benefit our cultivation a lot. We should adapt to the heavy gravity in this area. In case we encounter the enemy, we should prepare ourselves to be able to fight to our utmost. Phelan squinted and nodded. Listen to him. All right, Katua agreed. Karthu, Ziyao, Feng Rao, and Jester didn't have control here. They couldn't do anything but follow the other's decision. Xiaoman, the teenage giant, seemed to know where the ferocious beasts usually gathered. When he got tired, he would come back with a beast, roast it happily, and share with the others. Also, he wasn't shy when he took Karthu's good wine and blacked out afterward. When he woke up, he would leave, full of energy. He jumped into the vast forest, continuing his hunt. Shi Yan and the others stayed in a certain area. They cultivated safely. In this place with abundant earth and heaven energy, they meditated and studied the truth of their powers in silence. This level 7 life star had dense earth and heaven energy, which gave a significant boost to the warriors. When they had put aside all the worries to cultivate ascetically, their understanding of powers Upanishad become more profound gradually. This place was much suitable for warriors to cultivate indeed. Time flew hurriedly. They didn't know how long they had spent in this area and cultivated. One day, Xiaoman came back with thrill. The necklace on his neck was filled with skulls. I've completed my coming-of-age ritual. Tiny beasts, come with me to the mountain. We're going to meet my dad and uncle. Chapter 891, The Giant Tribe. Chapter 891, The Giant Tribe, _ The giant teenager, Xiaoman, took Shi Yan's group at the foot of the Grand Mountain. This mountain was so massive that its peak pierced the sky. Even if they lifted their faces, they couldn't see its summit. Extremely magnificent, big stone buildings were situated on the Grand Mountain. They were much bigger than the largest structure they had seen. They looked like small mountain ranges, intimidating everyone. Lifting their heads to observe the Grand Mountain, they all felt so small. Compared to the giants, they were just minute mice. They couldn't even reach the giant's calf. They could only admire the hugeness of the giant. The mountain ranges in the sky were covered by a strange, invisible energy. Even Phelan couldn't use her soul consciousness at the ethereal god realm to pierce through the protection layer and sense the living beings behind the layer. Xiaoman stood at the mountain foot, opened his mouth, and screamed, "Uncle, I'm back." His sound was like a thunderclap. A forthright voice came from the mountain. "Well done. You completed the coming-of-age challenge that quickly. You're just like your dad when he was young." Huh. A louder voice reverberated everywhere. A strong, earth-yellow light burst out from the mountain foot. The invisible barrier cracked a slit. An extremely robust giant with only a snakeskin pattern sheet covering his lower body appeared. Muscles bulged under his skin. His veins were as big as a child's arm. However, his body was like jewels, not gold. Phelan's pupils shrank. Her senile body shivered as she said in a low voice, "Ethereal God Realm." Although Shurian's group had predicted this, they were still astonished. They couldn't help but be worried and restless. A level 7 life, Star had incomparable abundant earth and heaven energy. It could nurture countless miracle creatures and spiritual herbs. If creatures trained hard on their martial path here, their realms wouldn't be low. This muscular adult giant had confirmed everyone's assumptions. Indeed, the creatures here were very powerful. The second member of the giant clan they met was at the ethereal god realm. The brawny giant that Xiao Man called Uncle craned his neck from the mountain foot. He happily acclaimed, rubbed Xiao Man's head, and spoke tenderly. "Our Xiao Man is grown up now. You will be an adult soon." He was a little bit whiny and excited, as if he was happy for the young man, but he actually didn't want it, because when Xiao Man grew up, he had to bear some responsibilities. He couldn't be carefree anymore. "Uncle, I brought my friends with me." Xiao Man was happy, pointing at his foot. "Little beasts. They are so tiny." When the robust giant heard that, he stooped to observe. His eyes were as big as an adult's fist. They were glorious like sparkling jewels with divine light. His face gradually darkened. He nodded and said nothing else. He just let Xiao Man lead them. Xiao Man walked to the mountain foot and then turned around to watch Shurian's group. The giant was hesitant. He pondered for a while before swinging his hand. "Get in." Shurian's group was shocked. They followed the giants gingerly into the Grand Mountain. The muscular giant assessed them, frowning. After a while, he sighed, speaking to them, "I don't know where you are from, but we giants won't let guests stay out when they are at our door. As you are here, I hope you wouldn't bring trouble to our tribe." Shurian's group was very surprised. The giant didn't explain more. He nodded to Xiao Man, speaking to him lovingly. "Your dad went out. He will be back after a while. He can't know that you finish your coming-of-age challenge right away. You could take your friends to walk around." "All right." Xiao Man laughed cheerily, waving at Shurian's group. "Come, we're going to my house." Shurian and the others didn't dare to utter a word. They were all vigilant, following Xiao Man silently. There was no big stone house in the mountain foot. That beefy giant seemed to be in charge of opening the barrier that protected the mountain only. He didn't accompany them. They were walking on a 100-meter road leading up to the mountain peak. Xiao Man led the way, speaking deliberately. "My house is up there. You guys follow me. Don't mess around." There were many stone columns along the way. These stone columns were around 100 meters long. Sometimes they were round, sometimes they had a shape of a lozenge or even a square. The materials of those stone columns weren't similar. Some looked like they were made of iron, while others looked like they were made out of gems. However, each of them was carved with many plain and rough symbols. They looked clear, simple, and ancient like pictographic characters. Some symbols looked like the rolling sea, and some were as sharp as weapons. It seemed to be easy to guess their meanings. Those stone columns stood along the road to the mountain. "Don't try to investigate." Shurian gave a low shout, warning people. "We won't receive any nice things if we irritate them." Jester, Tual, and some other warriors wanted to release their soul consciousness to sense the stone columns. After being warned, they were all embarrassed, nodding their heads to tell him that they understood. Xiao Man walked ahead, and the warriors followed behind. They headed to the mountain flank. Along the road, the stone columns stood thickly. They saw a new column every 10 meters. After walking for a while, they saw many magnificently massive houses. Many giants who lived inside those houses craned their heads out of the house to observe strangers coming to their mountain. All looked curious. Most of them were giant teenagers. They seemed to have not experienced the coming-of-age ritual yet. They looked naive and curious, as if they had never seen any people visiting from outside. Walking furthermore for an unknown time, people came to a turn in the rumbling sounds of Xiao Man's footsteps. Xiao Man took that turn. They continued to walk before they reached an area of impressively huge buildings. Situated, there were more than 10 connected stone houses. They looked like small mountains jutting out from the Grand Mountain flank. Those houses were majestically massive. Xiao Man led the warriors to the biggest house, much taller than the surrounding houses. Gradually, adult members of this giant tribe emerged from their houses. They were astounded, stooping to observe Shi Yan's group. Some of them frowned as if they were worried, while others were indifferent. However, most of them wore a strange countenance. Xiao Man was still naive, so he didn't know whether he did a good thing or not. He was so excited, walking to the biggest stone house. "This is my home." A white-headed old giant walked to them from an area farther away. Wherever he passed by, adult members of the giant tribe showed him their honest respect. They greeted him, "Tribal oldie." This giant looked lanky like an ancient tree, which was about to wither and die. He didn't have divine light moving on his shriveled body. He gave people a feeling of an aging man or a tree which was about to enter reincarnation. Grandpa Sean. Seeing oldie, Xiao Man smiled brightly. "I have completed my challenge." He rattled the necklace on his neck, speaking contentedly. "Am I faster than my dad that year?" "Good boy." The giant oldie rubbed his matted hair that looked like a bird's nest, speaking to him lovingly. "You're more excellent than your dad. You will surpass your dad soon." Xiao Man clenched his fists, talking resolutely. "I can help my dad soon." "Yes, you are a real fighter now." The giant oldie sighed, then nodded. "When you become a real fighter, you can't be carefree anymore. You can't stay on a mountain forever." "Sigh. I want to protect my little brothers in our tribe," said Xiao Man solemnly. The giant oldie sighed again. He looked dreary and helpless, speaking to Xiao Man all of a sudden. "Your mother is behind the mountain. You should go tell her your good news. I'm going to talk to your friends here." "All right, I'm going now." Xiao Man was obedient. He turned to Shi Yan and said seriously, "You guys wait for me. I will take you around and have fun. We're all good people here. We won't harm you." Shi Yan smiled at him. "I know you're all good guys." Xiao Man laughed contentedly and left. As soon as he left, the warriors of the giant tribe slowly gathered, surrounding Shi Yan's group. They were like huge trees that shielded all the light. Shi Yan's group suddenly felt a lot of pressure. They felt so uncomfortable. Even Fei Lan had become silent in this area. She just frowned, looking at these magical, huge creatures, waiting for something. "Where are you from? Why are you here?" The giant oldie finally asked them. His voice wasn't thundering but calm, low, and powerful. "We are from the ethereal god realm. We came here through the hollow channel," answered Fei Lan. "I have never heard about this star area." The giant oldie was surprised. "Where is that hollow channel? Is it in the forest?" Fei Lan shook her head. "After we went through the hollow channel, we landed in the forest, but we couldn't find the hollow channel afterward." The giant oldie furrowed his brows. "How much do you know about this place of ours?" "Absolutely nothing," answered Fei Lan. "So why did you come here?" he asked the second time. "I'm looking for someone." Fei Lan contemplated for a while, then pointed at the group next to her. "They wanted to find a better place to cultivate. Elder, besides your tribe in this area, do we have any other creatures?" Shi Yan suddenly intervened. "Which are the other creatures you've mentioned?" The giant oldie didn't answer, but instead asked another question. "For example, the God Clan, the Demon Clan, the Monster Clan, the Dark Clan, the Corpse Clan." Oldie's face darkened. Shi Yan stopped midway, looking at him gingerly. "You have these races in your star area?" Oldie took a deep breath, frowning, his eyes sharp and dangerous. Shi Yan looked at Fei Lan. Fei Lan explained, "Our star area has almost all of the races he's mentioned, but we don't have your race there. My homeland had the members of the giant clan." "I saw a corpse," Shi Yan exhaled. The giant oldie was shaken. He didn't look at Fei Lan anymore, shifting his gaze to Shi Yan. "What is your homeland called?" "The Grace Mainland." Chapter 892, Ethereal Extent. Chapter 892, Ethereal Extent, _. More than 10 giants suddenly felt touched. Their giant bodies shivered slightly. Dazzling divine light radiated from their big, diamond-like eyes. The giant oldie gazed at Shi Yan with hot eyes, not blinking even once. His lips shivered. At this moment, he couldn't utter a word. As Fei Lan, Leona, Carthu, and Jester came from the Raging Flame Star area, they didn't know what was going on. They were doubtful. and they didn't know what to do in this situation. Our ancestral land. It's our ancestral land. Tribal oldie, it's our ancestral land. Oh my God, we met someone from the ancestral land. After a moment of silence, the giant fighters burst out noisily like thunder which echoed around the Grand Mountain. The giant oldie looked so touched. Divine light sparkled in his eyes while he eyed Yin. His shriveled god body shimmered, rippling a fierce, vital energy wave. Yin couldn't hold himself. He was also shocked, looking at the others disbelievingly. You guys, are you from the Grace mainland, just like me? No, not really. The giant oldie finally pulled himself together after a long moment. He gave a miserable smile. We weren't born in the ancestral land. We don't have that luck. We were born in this life star. However, our ancestors came from the Grace mainland, just like you. Yin was astounded. My ancestors are all gone now. Our previous generations couldn't endure it all the way until now. We are the latest generation. However, we know our ancestral land is the Grace mainland. The giant oldie sobbed for a while. We would have never imagined that we would meet someone from our ancestral land after many thousands of years. It's a miracle. More than 10 giant fighters were also stirred up. They asked Yin how their ancestral land was. Yin wore a gloomy visage. He sighed and then explained with a forced smile. The Grace mainland has come to the final phase of its energy cycle. It's no longer a suitable place for warriors to cultivate and live. I departed from there with a hope to find a new place for my family and friends. The giants were startled as they listened to him. They instinctively looked at the oldie. Even if it's a higher-level life star, it can't resist corrosion with time. A life star with many warriors would have its energy consumed massively. Our ancestral land has been through so many years of consumption. It has produced countless experts. It's natural for it to be exhausted one day. The old man expressed that they had no alternative, explaining to Yin. According to the journal of our ancestors, earth and heaven energy in the ancestral land was extremely abundant. There were so many experts. It was the dream place for every warrior. Of course, our ancestors have been gone for so many years. But still, many people would dream about the ancestral land as the most peaceful harbor for their soul. It's a dreamy hope, though. Yin nodded. I understand. Yin assumed that the giant clan members in this life star didn't have comfortable lives. Creatures with intellect always have the same thought. When they were troubled in life, they would always find an ideal place to entrust their hope. To this giant tribe, the Grace mainland, their ancestral land, used to be an extremely prosperous place. It was where they entrusted their spirit, and they hoped to get back there one day. However, what Yin told them had forcefully crushed their longing thoughts into powder. They now knew that their ancestral land wasn't a suitable place for them to live. It was a brutal fact. Does our ancestral land still have a lineage of the giant clan? The old man was silent for a while before he asked. He shivered, as if he was anxious to hear bad news. Warriors of the giant tribe also looked at him with longing eyes. Yin was surprised. He shook his head, not daring to look at them in the eyes. No, we haven't seen your clansmen since a long, long time ago. They might be all gone. Many giants looked like they had just gotten punched in the gut. They paled, clutching their chests silently, as if they were experiencing the most terrible pain. Yin didn't know how to console them. Seeing the bitter, sorrowful eyes and whining of the giants, he became emotional. This race had been exiled for tens of thousands of years to a strange life star. They seemed to be carrying a lot of burdens. The sea was now a mulberry plantation, and the giants here didn't live comfortable lives. They seemed to be struggling a lot. In their hearts, they had always fantasized about their ancestral land, the luxurious and promising land. They had hoped in vain that their precursor or their clansmen have survived. However, Yin had cruelly cut off their last hope, turning their hope into despair. You said that you've met a member of the giant clan. The giant oldie looked at him hopefully. Yes, but he was just a skeleton. He had passed away a long, long time ago. Yin beamed a forced smile. Where is he? In a strange space. I saw the traces of battles between many giant beasts. That giant didn't have a high realm. He was a gold giant at the king god realm. He was much thinner than you guys. Shi Yin was a little afraid. He had taken the golden marrow of that giant to refine his bones and harvest a lot of good things. His deed could be considered disrespect to the dead, so he was anxious and restless. A strange space. The giant oldie was surprised, asking more carefully, "What kind of space is that?" "A space that is connected to your ancestral land. I got there through a space slit. It isn't a big place. Arg, it's hard to describe. In short, that place doesn't have any living beings. No foliage. I could see only a gray sky and many skeletons of beasts. And one giant of yours." It has been so long, so Shi Yin tried to remember what had impressed him that time. His words weren't ordered well. "That is not a space. It's an extent." "Yeah, an ethereal extent, or else it should have had some florists," said the giant oldie. "Extent? Ethereal extent?" Shi Yin didn't understand, looking at him with misty eyes. Fei Lan had kept silent for a long time, and now her eyes suddenly sparkled. She shivered slightly, looking at the giant oldie. The old man looked at Fei Lan. "Your precursor here has reached the ethereal god realm. She perhaps has also reached the threshold of the extent. I wonder if she has established one." Fei Lan pondered for a while, then nodded. "I'm just a beginner. My extent is just a space of air. I have much more to do before I can form it completely." Shi Yin, Leona, and the experts of the Raging Flame Star area were dumbstruck, looking at Fei Lan, waiting for her explanation. "The ethereal god realm warriors have a 4-tiered soul altar. You guys know this from that god clan man." Fei Lan frowned, talking slowly. "The 4 tiers include the Sea of Consciousness, Power Upanishad, the ethereal soul, and the ethereal extent. The ethereal extent is formed the moment the warrior is breaking through. It's just an immense block of air at the beginning. Growing along with the refined realm and breakthrough, it can be formed gradually. I just entered the ethereal god realm not a long time ago. I haven't established it successfully." Shi Yan's group was stunned, their faces baffled. "What is the ethereal extent?" Shi Yan's eyes twinkled. "It's magic that can't be explained." Fei Lan said dreamily. "The ethereal extent is generated by the Sea of Consciousness, Power Upanishad, and the God Soul. It's a piece of land and sky. Although the ethereal extent is ethereal, it's the most miraculous thing that nothing could compare to. In your ethereal extent, you can fabricate everything, and you will be the only god of your extent." As she had just recently entered the ethereal god realm, her understanding of this new realm was limited. Her words weren't clear enough. While speaking, she suddenly remembered that some people here could have higher realms than hers in this place. Fei Lan stopped, asking modestly, "I think people here have a better understanding of the ethereal extent. I shouldn't shame myself." She looked at the old man with great hope in her eyes. In this era, she was the only ethereal god realm expert of the Raging Flame Star area until now. Her understanding of the ethereal extent was limited, and she hadn't successfully condensed the ethereal extent. She really wanted to know more from the giant. "You're correct. It's hard to describe the ethereal extent. Only the master could touch it to feel the mysteries. To people cultivating different natural powers Upanishad, the complexities of each god soul and each individual ethereal extent are also different." The giant oldie smiled. "In simple words, the ethereal extent is a new, unique world inside the warrior's soul altar. It's real to you, but it's just a fantasy to other people." What he said wasn't any clearer than what Fei Lan had told them. Although people were perplexed, Fei Lan seemed to understand something. Her murky eyes brightened as she bent her body and said honestly, "I'm enlightened." The old man shook his head as he smiled, saying more words isn't better than showing it. He hadn't finished his words, yet the sky above his head silently emitted an extremely marvelous energy fluctuation. A magical world was slowly revealed above their heads accordingly to the giant's thoughts. Subtle energy movements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth was visible. The old man laughed slightly. Within 10 miles, the area above their heads slowly turned into rivers, mountain ranges, and more natural land features. Grand, beautiful palaces emerged as if someone was building them at light speed. In just a blink, bejeweled jade palaces emerged magnificently. Everybody gawked, looking at the sky with their jaws dropped. The old man's smile didn't cease as he continued to change this place with his will. The river then extended everywhere. The mountain ranges slowly pressed down. An intimidating, subduing power ran directly into people's soul. A large group of palaces lowered grumblingly. The mountain flank around them shattered, sending large chunks of rock everywhere. The palace's foundations were pressed broken. Rock and dust were everywhere. It didn't look imaginary at all. It all felt so real. The warriors take in the earth and heaven energy for their cultivation. Everything in this world is also made of earth and heaven energy. In my ethereal extent, I can generate anything, and I can change them as I please. I just need to use earth and heaven energy. The old man said calmly, but the ethereal extent is just an imaginary world. It's real in my eyes, and it's real in your eyes too. It's because your realm isn't high enough. If you can reach my realm, you'll find that my ethereal extent is just an ethereal creation. Your ethereal extent is the real one. If I die, my ethereal extent won't exist anymore. It will vanish into nature and leave no trace. Thus, my ethereal extent is just a fantasy world. His words were profound and mysterious. Everybody was listening to him attentively, but they couldn't figure out the deep meanings behind his words. Only Fei Lan nodded slowly, her eyes bright. She seemed to have a big harvest this time. Although they didn't completely understand his idea, they were shocked to see how unpredictably magical the ethereal god realm was. Chapter 893, A Familiar Feeling. Chapter 893, A Familiar Feeling, _ Oldie's explanation of the ethereal extent had opened a new door for everybody. The warriors from the Raging Flame Star area fell into silence. Fei Lan had the largest harvest. She squinted as if she was attempting to grasp the mysteries of the ethereal extent. According to you, when the ethereal realm experts die, their ethereal extents will cease to exist. So why was the special space I've seen in my homeland still there? Why hasn't it vanished yet? Asked Shurian skeptically. The location of the ethereal extent should be special. We can go there through the space slit. In other words, he died in the chaotic space basin. I guess he died in a unique method. That's why his soul vanished, but his ethereal extent remained. Oldie gave a smile. He died in the chaotic space basin, so his ethereal extent never extinguished, asked Fei Lan curiously. I said that he used a unique method to die in the chaotic space basin that could keep the ethereal extent from vanishing. Oldie squinted. About what method it is, haha. I'm sorry I can't tell you much about that, but I'm sure that that place is an ethereal extent floating in the middle of the chaotic space basin. Yin and the other warriors exchanged looks. What Oldie had explained were things that they had never heard before. They couldn't figure out many subtle details. They could only believe what the giant said. I'll bring you guys to a place. The giant pondered for a while, then said, come to the back of the mountain with me. Then he led the crowd, walking in the direction Xiao Man had left. Yan's group wasn't sure about his intentions, but they chose to follow him in silence. Many warriors of the giant tribe followed them quietly. Their eyes sparkled strangely as if they were really excited. Behind the Grand Mountain Range was a garden where many types of strange and precious grass and plants grew. Many giant women and children were taking care of the plants. Xiao Man was standing by a middle-aged giant woman, excitedly telling her about his experience in his coming-of-age challenge. The giant woman had a wrinkled face. Her god body was covered in scars. It seemed like she used to get wounded, which left scars that could not get healed again. She mildly listened to Xiao Man, nodded continually. When she noticed that giant Oldie coming, she immediately bowed to him. Greeting, tribal Oldie. Oldie nodded, smiling tenderly. Xiao Man is a good kid. He's more excellent than Zhenggu that year. You'll be a good soldier of ours in the future." The woman didn't look happy at all. Quite the contrary. Her eyes expressed sorrow as she spoke up in low spirits. "I would rather have him be an ordinary kid. He could just let things take of themselves in their own course. I don't want him to be an excellent soldier." The Taoist doctrine of inaction, TL. Xiao Man wasn't happy. He grunted, "I'm a man. I want to fight together with my dad." The woman sighed, shaking her head slightly. The giant was a little begrudging, trying to comfort her. "Men of our tribe have to experience bloody battles. This is a responsibility that we can't avoid. That's why before they grow up, we don't tell them anything. We don't want to give them pressure. We want them to enjoy their carefree childhood. However, they have to eventually grow up. Without soldiers, how could our children enjoy good and prosperous lives?" "I understand. I just said it casually." The woman nodded, forcing a smile and looking at her son lovingly. "However, I can't help it after looking at them grow and thinking about what they're going to face. Many giant soldiers, women, and children there started to feel heavy emotions as they listened to their conversation. They kept quiet, saying nothing. Shi Yin, Leona, Phelan, and the warriors of the Raging Flamestar area were also influenced by their moods. They also felt the unbearable atmosphere. Right ahead of us, the giant oldie took a deep breath, crossing the garden and taking people to a cliff behind a mountain. The void there had so many tiny space slits that looked like light reflected from a sharp blade. Hovering in the middle was a massive space slit. The giant oldie jumped up and fell into that space slit. He then waved at them from the inside. Shi Yin and the others immediately followed him. The sky was hazily gray. There was no energy fluctuation from living beings. This place was an immense area without earth and heaven energy. All that their eyes could see was the boundless mist. Their soul consciousness couldn't pierce through layers of restrictions to observe the whole place. "Do you feel something familiar?" The giant oldie's eyes brightened, looking at Shi Yin with nervousness. Shi Yin sensed for a while, then gawked. "I feel something familiar. It's very similar to the place I've been once." Many soldiers of the giant tribe cheered up, clenching their fists excitedly. "This is another ethereal extent of that ancestor." The giant oldie took a deep breath, then explained he had split his ethereal soul to create another ethereal extent. This place is also situated in the chaotic space basin. He made it so that it would never be distinguished. The ethereal extent in this place and the ethereal extent you've entered came from one person. Of course, they're very similar. Two ethereal extents of his are in the current of the chaotic space basin, but they are in different areas. One is in our old homeland, and one is here. They used to be connected. However, they were separated and sealed by the hollow barrier, which was caused naturally. Everybody was astounded. "We can split the ethereal soul." Phelan was dumbstruck. "There are many marvelous things you will get in the ethereal god realm. You can gradually comprehend them later." Oldie nodded, his face grimaced. Splitting the ethereal god isn't something good. Our ancestor had used a special method when he died in the space basin to create two ethereal extents, which connected two star areas. However, as time went on, a barrier naturally formed that sealed the passage. They are now no longer connected to each other. Pausing for a second, he gazed at Shi Yin. "My ancestors and many experts of the other clans in our old homeland had jumped into outer space to bear their responsibility of wiping out the God Clan. When they hadn't eradicated this intimidating race, the hotshots in our old homeland couldn't sleep well. So that year, all the other clans had joined hands to deal with this clan. We forced them to move from our old homeland. However, our ancestors were still worried. All the clans had sent their hotshots to outer space to chase after the God Clan. We are the lineage of the giant branch who pursued the God Clan that year." Shi Yin seemed thrilled. However, after a long time of fighting and chasing after the God Clan in outer space, our ancestors had crossed many star areas. They had gone too far away from their old homeland. They were about to lose the connection, too. At that moment, they created the passage using the ethereal extent. The great price we had to pay was one of our experts. He ended up dying. He had split his ethereal soul to create two ethereal extents connecting us to our old homeland. We used to have a way to visit the old homeland. However, Earth and heaven energy had created a barrier on its own. Eventually, we were separated. We've lost this connection for dozens of thousands of years. Oldie slowly explained, his voice relaxed. Then, he paused and continued. Since you're here today, this can be our chance. What chance? Sure, Yin was baffled. Oldie gave a light smile. You know how to use space power. You can use space power to tear the barrier in this place. And you have the aura of our ancestors' marrow in your body. It will help you sense the exact location. As soon as you link the two locations, we can use the ethereal extent to connect those two star areas. What do you say? Sure, Yin was shaken. He suddenly felt that he had no secrets preserved in Oldie's eyes. He had already felt the aura of the gold marrow and his space power. Please help us connect the two star areas and tear the barrier. Oldie gave a low shout. Please help us. The giant soldiers bent their bodies slightly to beg for his favor. Leona, Fei Lan, and the others were perplexed, not knowing what to say. Ew, there's no living member of your clan in your homeland. What can you do even if we can get through the passage? Your homeland isn't suitable for your cultivation anymore. While Shurian looked like the others were making things difficult for him, he was actually extremely excited. According to Oldie, he just needed to break the barrier. Then, he could connect the two star areas through the two ethereal extents. Would it be this easy to solve his tough problem too? In fact, he had desperately wished this. However, he needed to negotiate some conditions. Although the old homeland isn't suitable for us to continue our cultivation, it has our clan's relics, objects that are very important to us. Oldie's eyes brightened radiantly, and we do still want to see how our old homeland is. I have only one condition, Shurian pondered for a while, then said, if I can connect to your homeland, I hope you can give us a place to dwell. I hope you will allow my people to stay here and cultivate. Of course, Oldie smiled and agreed. Then I will give a try. Shurian quieted down. The giant clan wouldn't lie. They wouldn't go back on their word. As he got this old giant to answer, he didn't need to be worried anymore. We should leave. The moment the space barrier is broken, space movement won't be stable. It would be very dangerous. Just leave him here. Oldie contemplated for a while before asking people to leave. The giant soldiers turned around to leave, as their elder had asked. Oldie looked at Fei Lan, Leona, and the others, speaking sincerely. Staying here brings no good for you guys. Something unexpected may happen. Let's go. Fei Lan knew what to do in this situation. She nodded and led the warriors out of this place. They returned to the cliff. Karthu, Ziyao, Feng Rao, Ka Tual, and the others left quietly, leaving Shi Yin alone in the miracle ethereal extent inside the space slit. Shortly after, only Shi Yin was in the vast ethereal extent. He squinted, coming to the entrance of the ethereal extent, observing the floating, transparent space slits. Gradually, space energy fluctuation twirled around him clearly. Sizzle, sizzle. A beam of light suddenly shot out from a fine space slit. Shurian's god body seemed to be split up. Space sabers emerged next to him. A giant crystal shot out from the space slit in front of him, hovering in the void. It was empty fantasy crystal, the marvelous crystal he had hidden in another space slit. This crystal could strengthen his space power. The giant oldie had divine light shining in his eyes. He gave a relaxed smile, speaking slowly. I was worried about him, but now I'm not. He does have the ability. If nothing unexpected happens, he can break that barrier soon. We will finally see our old homeland. More than 10 giant soldiers had tears lingering in their eyes. Chapter 894. Connect to the old homeland. Chapter 894. Connect to the old homeland, _ Shurian sat cross-legged at the entrance of the fine space slit, and he closed his eyes. His visage was as calm as still water. The giants and the warriors from the Raging Flame Star area waited in silence by the stone rift. They couldn't control their hearts as they were very anxious. The wish that they had been carrying for tens of thousands of years was about to be fulfilled, breaking the space barrier to connect the two distant star areas. How valiant was that? The giant soldiers have been waiting for this day for tens of thousands of years. They balled their fists, shivering anxiously with watery eyes. They were afraid that sure Yin would fail. It's okay. This kid has a profound understanding of space power. He's capable of doing this. The giant oldie couldn't help but comfort his fellow giants. Sure Yin couldn't listen to their conversation. He was concentrating wholeheartedly, more than he had ever done. His soul altar was revolving madly. Waves of space energy rippled throughout his god body, slowly pouring into the empty fantasy crystal. The massive crystal emitted dazzling light, extending to every corner under his space power influence. The beautiful light moved like ribbons, pouring into each space slit. The fine space slits cracked open, getting bigger and longer. They moved as he wished, slowly flying towards the entrance to the ethereal extent. He was constantly accumulating energy. The empty fantasy crystal radiated beautiful beams of light like swords or sabers. While he was transforming his power Upanishad, his energy transformed into the form of sharp, long spears that went inside each of the fine space slits. The space slits were torn rapidly. After a few seconds, when Shurian opened his eyes, space swords appeared in his pupils like the exquisite space slits. The empty fantasy crystal exploded abruptly. Countless sharp space lines were plunged into the space slits. Dozens of fine space slits were generated and then condensed into sharp spears that were a meter long. Together with Shur Yan's god body, the sharp spears violently stabbed into the ethereal extent. The immortal demon blood in his god body evaporated and condensed. Drops of jewel-like immortal demon blood seemed to have a magical searching power. They used a wisp of memory in his brain to make a subtle connection with the giant corpse in the faraway Grace mainland. The direction was now carved into his brain. A 10,000-meter space spear swept through the place, running directly into the deep, unknown place. It sparkled and then disappeared. Instantaneously, the ethereal extent shook intensely as if the sky was about to fall with a furious earthquake. Terrifying thunder reverberated as space became unstable. An aura that could tear space was generated inside the ethereal extent. It seemed powerful enough to destroy all kinds of flesh. Fei Lan, Leona, and the others were frightened. They shuddered inwardly. Lucky. They were so lucky that they weren't stubborn enough to stay close. Space power was the most magical and sharp energy in this world. Although Shur Yan's realm was low, when he triggered the change of space, the other warriors couldn't bear it. If they were accidentally dragged into the chaotic space basin, even Fei Lan with her four-tiered soul altar couldn't wiggle out of it. The warriors would get worn out and die from energy exhaustion. Space power triggered by the empty fantasy crystal fused with Shur Yan's consciousness as he used the combination of more than exquisite space slits to create a sharp strike that could pierce through everything in this world, including the space barrier. Crack, crack, crack. Shadows of broken rigid objects emerged in the void. They continually collided and twisted as if they wanted to rip off the ethereal extent completely. A giant shouted instinctively, his face changing slightly. Tribal Oldie. No need to worry. Oldie frowned. He looked as calm as usual. He knows what to do. The ethereal extent is tough, and it won't get damaged so easily. This ethereal extent has existed in the chaotic space basin for so many years. Its endurance to space power is beyond your imagination. As he spoke, the giants calmed down, waiting with great expectations on their faces. They were all observing what was happening. They couldn't see Shur Yan, but they could feel the constant changes of the ethereal extent. It seemed like the ethereal extent was elongated to some place that they didn't know, somewhere perpetual. Time flew quietly and constantly like water that flowed. It has been 7 days. Carthu frowned. looking at the ethereal extent with chaotic space energy waves, his countenance solemn. What is going on in there? He stopped. His aura is becoming peaceful and relaxed now. Phelan hesitated for a while. She looked at the giant oldie, asking, "Did I sense this correctly?" The giant oldie nodded, smiling. "That boy is brilliant. While he used space power to break the barrier, he seems to better understand the subtle mysteries of space power, Upanishad. I think he is comprehending something." Afterward, the warriors of the Raging Flame Star area were all shocked. Strange light sparkled in their eyes, especially Feng Rao and Ziyao. Their beautiful eyes twinkled like diamonds. Pride and happiness were seen on their indescribably charming face. Shiyan's power was what made them proud. This was a feeling due to an unknown reason, though. Shiyan used to say that he would take Ao Gu Duo's head in 100 years. I thought he was just being arrogant, but now I believe him. It could be true. Karthu smacked his lips, appraising. He's a genius. He can easily comprehend his powers Upanishad at any convenient time. Seems like his increasing realm doesn't have a limit. I think he doesn't need 100 years. After he's reached the original God realm, he can have the competence to behead Ao Gu Duo. Ao Gu Duo. Leona's face was icy cold. Who the heck does he think he is? If it weren't for Du Tianji, I would have killed him already. Karthu shivered, giving a forced smile. Of course, you have the right to say so. Madame Leona, do you still keep the divine nation in your mind? All of a sudden, Xiao took one step forward and looked at her, waiting for her answer. Divine nation? Leona pursed her lips, speaking disdainfully. In my eyes, there's no divine nation, only my dark sky family. Your father has given me opportunities. I remember this favor. However, I've almost fully repaid him after so many years. Ziyao's face shivered, speaking gloomily. So you won't work for the divine nation anymore. If nothing unexpected happens, I will never return to the divine nation. You guys, perhaps you shouldn't go back either. Leona glanced at her, speaking indifferently. People usually aim for higher places. Many warriors of the Raging Flame Star area are searching tirelessly and with pain. They want to move to a better star area. Your destiny is perfect. Your wish is fulfilled today. Why do you want to get back there? You've seen the vast sky. Why do you want to get back to your shallow well? Is your brain not working? Xiao was shocked. A flash of recognition crossed her eyes. She quieted down. Karthu thought, then nodded with a smile. I have no burden. I don't want to go back. Alchemist Jester frowned as if he had something to say. However, he decided to say nothing. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shaking cracking sounds echoed inside the ethereal extent. After an unknown time, the explosion ceased. All the different energies in there gradually vanished. The ethereal extent inside, the exquisite space, slit looked like a new, floating space. The misty air was still thick, but it seemed to lead to somewhere. The giant oldie was astonished. He couldn't hold his excitement, and he shouted, "We got through." Then he was the first one to jump into the space slit. The other giant soldiers followed him closely. Phelan and Leona were surprised. They got up and entered the ethereal extent, wearing baffled visages. The ethereal extent was still vast and misty. Sure, Yin was floating in his sitting posture. His face was calm, while the energy fluctuations around him gradually steadied. Everybody looked at him. After a while, Shurian opened his eyes, which looked deeply profound and distant. It looked like his eyes had become the two ethereal extent. He beamed and got up, walking towards an immense area and speaking calmly, "Follow me." Nobody opposed this. They all followed him, entering deeper into this vast area. After a while, the empty ethereal extent started to show skeletons of beasts. Those bones were giant and crystal clear. They were scattered around the place, disorderly. The giants cheered like thunders when they saw those things. We've gotten through indeed. This is an ethereal extent. The oldie of the giant tribe couldn't hold his excitement, shouting, "I've got the location of our ancestors' remnant." His figure flashed in the ethereal extent, heading towards a specific area. It was a flat area on a mountain, which had been leveled. The skeleton of a giant looked like it laid there for so many years. This skeleton hadn't been weathered. And Shurian stopped there, bending his body slightly towards that skeleton to worship him, his face full of emotions. The giants surrounded the skeleton. They were so moved to tears. All were kneeling down, using their special ritual to worship their ancestor. They pounded their heads on their grounds while tears rolled down their faces. Shurian looked at them silently. He didn't say anything. After a long while, the elder of the giant got up. He asked, "Can we leave now?" The giant oldie nodded, speaking sincerely, "Thank you. I also want to thank you." Shurian calmly looked at him. "Without your direction, I wouldn't have been able to go back to my homeland that quickly. Without your permission, my family and friends wouldn't have had a place to dwell. You deserve all of these." Oldie smiled honestly. He paused for a while, then continued. "I have no objection if you guys want to stay in our place. However, you should know that our place isn't a peaceful place. We've had wars for tens of thousands of years. Have you really made up your mind? It's still better than staying in the homeland and waiting for death. When the warriors can't continue their cultivation, their energy will be consumed daily. It's more painful than death itself." Shurian forced a smile. "Yes, I can understand that." The giant oldie nodded. "We're good to go now." "All right." 15 minutes later, some figures moved through the space slit, appearing above the cold wind island of the Grace mainland. Chapter 895, Returned. Chapter 895, Returned, _. It was like yesterday. The familiar sky, the familiar ground, and the endless sea with countless islets. This was the endless sea. Earth and heaven energy, there was so thin that they couldn't even feel it without carefully attempting to sense it. This kind of life star had come to the final phase of the energy cycle, let alone the giant tribe. Even Phelan, Leona, and the warriors coming for the raging flame star area felt annoyed. To increase their realm, the warriors needed to use earth and heaven energy as their foundation and initiation. They had to continuously urge and refine this kind of natural energy to turn it into the essence chi to nurture their body and soul. Any life star with tremendous warriors shared the same necessities: thick and abundant earth and heaven energy. Without energy to support them, warriors couldn't continue their cultivation. For obvious reasons, they couldn't progress towards profound realms or have the chance to understand their powers of Upanishad. The raging flame star area had many life stars, and the giant tribe was living in a level 7 life star with extremely abundant earth and heaven energy. As they had arrived in the Grace mainland, all of a sudden, they hadn't adapted well yet. Staying in this kind of almost exhausted life star, they felt like they were exploring a desolate mineral star. Soldiers of the giant tribe grumblingly landed on the cold wind island. They tumbled, unable to stand firm. Some giants who had bad balance fell, and their giant god bodies rolled like a rubber ball on the island. Compared to the life star where they were staying, the gravity in the Grace mainland was several hundred times weaker. As the giants had gotten used to their land, they felt that their god bodies here were as light as feathers. They couldn't grasp their balance well, which caused funny accidents. Immediately, they realized the difference. They sat down on the cold wind and started to get used to the gravity like a group of kids learning how to walk. "Do you need help?" Shurian was high-spirited as he walked over to the giant oldie. "You guys aren't familiar with this place. Do you need me to show you the direction?" "Direction?" Oldie shook his head. "No need. Our ancestors have given us the ancient drawing that can lead us to our homeland. I will leave some soldiers here to protect the place." "Oh, right. What is the highest realm of warriors in this place?" Shurian smiled miserably. "The true god realm, I suppose. We could only have such levels." The old man understood and nodded. "Seems like there will be nothing dangerous to us in this area. We should get used to the gravity. Then, we will go to the place our ancient drawings show. Do your business. You don't need to mind us." "It's good then," Shurian smiled, releasing his soul consciousness to sense. The endless sea had many islets. They had experienced disasters. Many forces were eradicated by the demon clan. Many common people had been slaughtered. With his teleport formation, the Yang family, the Xia family, the Chao family, and a part of the Three Gods sect had escaped the Endless Sea and entered the Divine Great Land. They could have also avoided the big massacre that year. However, the Demon Clan had captured most of the people who didn't have the chance to use the teleport formation. Many of them became slaves in the demon area, living a life without sunlight. With the soul consciousness at the King God realm, Shi Yin could cover the entire Endless Sea. All the islets were projected in his head. Most of the islets here didn't have living beings. A very few numbers of islands had a trace of living beings. However, their auras were very feeble. He thought they were so fragile that it was like an ant. Shi Yin understood that they were just ordinary people. They didn't know the mysteries of the martial path. In the eyes of the warriors, common people were the lowest existence in the food chain. They weren't even as strong as a dangerous beast. However, when the life energy fluctuation appeared in his head, Shi Yin sighed inwardly, thinking that being a common person in the Grace mainland wasn't a bad thing at this moment. Common people didn't need to cultivate ascetically. They didn't need to live a long life. They couldn't feel the changes of the earth and heaven energy either. They would die when their lifespan was over. If they had good luck, they would live a happy, prosperous life without the need to strive or fight. Each of the islets in the Endless Sea crossed his sea of consciousness. Shi Yin couldn't sense any life energy fluctuations of warriors. Some islands, which used to be crowded and wealthy, now had a heavy, deadly atmosphere because the energy was going to be gone soon. His soul consciousness continued to extend further. After a while, he was very surprised and he frowned. "It's strange. Senior, do you need help?" Kat Tual walked over to him, asking attentively, "If the warriors here have only the true God realm, it's easy for you to sweep this place out." "Sweep it out." Shi Yin shook his head. "This is my homeland. I don't want to see people swagger here." Kat Tual was bewildered. He nodded seriously. "I will behave." After Fei Lan and Leona had landed, they had sent their soul consciousness to sense everywhere. After they found that the earth and energy in this place was very scarce, they knew that Shi Yin wasn't lying. This continent would have no beams of usable energy, and this would occur within 100 years. When that happened, the warriors there wouldn't be able to cultivate anymore. Their realms would decrease, and their powers would slip away. The strong living beings would become weaker and weaker. It was no wonder that Shi Yin had to find a life star at any cost. "Do you need our help?" Karthu walked over, smiling. A part of the warriors from the Raging Flame Star area stayed in the Life Star, where the giant tribe lived while their leaders came to the Grace mainland. They wanted to see if there was anything interesting in the Life Star, where Shi Yin was nurtured. However, as soon as they arrived, they felt totally disappointed. The giants were still trying to adapt to the gravity in this place. Shi Yin had his soul consciousness ripple for a while. He stayed idle for a moment, and then said, "I'm going somewhere. Do you want me to accompany you?" asked Ka Ta. "No need." Shi Yin shook his head. He made one step, and many space waves appeared which rippled, multiplying to create a wavelet passage, which looked unpredictably magical. His body moved through waves of the passage, flashing on and off. He seemed to stand right in front of them, but his life aura was getting further and further away. This was one kind of ability of space power. Boom! Vault of Heaven Sea Area, Heavenly Demon Mountain Range. A forbidden land hid inside layers of mountains where countless dazzling light columns stood that pierced the sky. They were vaguely arrayed in a complex but magical demonic formation. In the center of the demonic formation were 7 raised monster hands, each of which was larger than 10 mu of land. The palms were portrayed with marvelous and exquisite monster-like patterns. Some feeble auras were left in the hexagonal formation supported by the monster hands. Ghost Hunter, devouring God Silkworm, king of demonic insects, the Holy Spirit God. He could sense the feeble auras of these little things that had parted him in the hexagonal demonic formation. If he hadn't reached the peak of King God realm, he wouldn't have been able to sense them. The hexagonal formation had no light sparkling. It seemed to be losing all of its energy, becoming modest stones. Shi Yin frowned, walking silently in the demonic formation and watching the drawings on the giant palms. He focused on the complex lines of the hexagonal demonic formation. There was no strange energy that triggered. This hexagonal formation was just dead. No beam of energy emitted from it. The formation seemed to be broken from the inside. Shi Yin released his soul consciousness to scan any matters in the demonic formation. He got nothing. Standing in the middle of the formation, Shi Yin closed his eyes, activating the energy of the immortal demonic blood. He wanted to use the magical function of the demon blood to sense the auras of the Ghost Hunter and the Devouring Gold Silkworm. Ghost Hunter, Devouring Gold Silkworm, and the King of Demonic Insects all had his immortal demon blood. At his current realm, as long as they were in the Grace mainland, he would locate them easily. The immortal demonic blood shot out, turning into a wonderful light and moving in a special route. Eventually, it shot excitedly into outer space, extending towards an unknown area. However, after consuming the energy of several drops of immortal demon blood, he hadn't figured out which direction it went or which star area it was at. However, Shi Yin could confirm one thing. His Ghost Hunter, Devouring Gold Silkworm, King of Demonic Insects, and the Holy Spirit were all alive. Moreover, he could sense that those monsters had comfortable lives. They seemed to be formidable now. Shi Yin got this feeling from the connection with his immortal demonic blood. This was an indescribable, subtle feeling. Especially the Ghost Hunter. His power was no longer weaker than Shi Yin now. He didn't know what had happened. However, he could confirm that he was not the only one who had good encounters. Ghost Hunter, Devouring Gold Silkworm, King of Demonic Insects, and the Holy Spirit God also received some marvelous energies to get rid of the chains in the Grace mainland, entering the unknown outer space. Shi Yin couldn't help but observe the demonic formation that had lost all of its function while he contemplated. Pondering for a while, he touched his forehead, summoning the Heaven Flame Soul Altar. Looking at the Heaven Flames, Shi Yin asked, "What level you are now?" "Level 6, answered the Ice-Cold Flame. "Level 6, said the Earth Flame. 7 Heaven Flames answered him one by one. After he had devoured the Soul Altar in the Heaven Punishment City, his soul received a great tonic, which also benefited the Heaven Flames and advanced them. The Ice-Cold Flame had absorbed a lot of icy energy from the Forbidden Land. The Earth Flame and the Vermilion Bird Flame had taken in the energy of an expert in a fire class and underwent their breakthrough. The Corpse Vanishing Flame had the venom of the venomous demonic dragon. The Ice-Cold Flame, the Earth Flame, and the World Extinguishing Thunder Flame were now at level 6. The 9 Serenity's Soul Devouring Flame, the Een Spirit Ghost Flame, and the Corpse Vanishing Flame were at level 5. And surprisingly, the Vermilion Bird True Flame was now at level 7. Except for the Earth Flame, there were 9 known Heaven Flames in the Grace mainland. He had 6 of them. He needed to gather the Purgatory True Flame, the Immemorial Demonic Flame, and the Primal Chaos Sacred Flame. He remembered what the Ring Spirit asked him to do. There are 2 Heaven Flames that haven't been seen, the Immemorial Demonic Flame and the Primal Chaos Sacred Flame. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be in the Grace mainland too. You guys help me find them. We are interlinked. As long as you aren't out of the Grace mainland when you send your thoughts to me, I can detect your location immediately, advised Shi Yin. Then, he retrieved the Heaven Flame Soul Altar into his sea of consciousness. Go, all of you. Search all directions. 7 Heaven Flames departed from his sea of consciousness. They turned into 7 different color flames, moving in 7 different directions. Shi Yin was still calm. Space energy bloomed. Using space power Upanishad, Shi Yin traveled to the perpetual night forest in the divine Great Land. With each step, he crossed 1,000 miles. Chapter 896, Bringing Hope. Chapter 896, Bringing Hope, _ Center of utmost 8 Purgatory City, Perpetual Night Forest. Since the Divine Sword had torn the sky and left, the firm city in this forest didn't have a complete defense anymore. However, in spite of what happened, the utmost 8 Purgatory City was still the safest shelter for the human clan in the Grace mainland where many experts gathered. Dozens of years ago, Shi, Corpse Chief, Canny, Zenith, Bao Ao, and Jieji had disappeared from the Grace mainland. From that moment, the war between the clans in the Grace mainland gradually ceased. After the purge of clans in the Grace mainland, the human clan had to bear the greatest losses. Not many members of that clan had survived, and they were all recovering in the perpetual night forest. All warriors of different clans could feel the shortage of earth and heaven energy. After their leaders had left, the hotshots of those clans didn't dare to declare war. If they fought, they would need to consume energy. The essence crystals, which were generated by thick energy, became the most expensive consumable goods. Once a war started, the warriors would have to use all the essence crystals. As this continent didn't have much energy left, essence crystals were no longer generated. With essence crystals, people could endure for a while. Without them, they would fall into a worse situation for their realm, and their power would decrease massively. Thus, after Shi and the others disappeared, no war was started on the Grace mainland anymore. As all clans understood this situation, they stayed in their area, trying to gather the essence crystals to supplement their powers. No one dared to provoke others. Those recent years were the calmest times in the Grace mainland. Currently, the utmost 8 Purgatory City of the Perpetual Night Forest was a strange place where the remaining members of the human clan lived together with the Dark Demonic clan and the Winged clan. They even had a part of Monster clan in the city. The utmost 8 Purgatory City had become a strange place that was significant for its tolerance in the Grace mainland. Many who didn't have a place to go or survivors from different clans gathered here. Yangtian Emperor, Longzhu, Yunhao, Chao Qiu Dao, Itianimo, Dishan, Yuro, Yuanjiang, Tang Yuan Nan, Li Zhongrong, and other experts of the Grace mainland guarded this place. Since Zenith, Canty, and Corpse Chief, the leaders of the strongest forces, had disappeared along with Shi, the forces of the Perpetual Night Forest were relatively strong in the Grace mainland. Not many people dared to provoke them. Under the management of those experts, the utmost 8 Purgatory Cities' defense was still firm even without the Divine Sword. However, what they had to face now wasn't the experts of the pagan clans. It was energy exhaustion. A corner inside the city, Yangtian Emperor stooped with his eyes closed. His slim face was cold and solemn as he concentrated on searching something. Longzhu, Yunhao, Chao Qiu Dao, Dishan, Li Zhongrong stayed beside him, their faces excited. They walked back and forth restlessly as if they were waiting for something. After a while, Yangtian Emperor opened his eyes with immense divine light. His face stretched into a smile. He's back. As soon as he finished, everybody burst out cheering. They felt joyous, as if they were about to celebrate the new year. Are you sure? Is he really coming back? Bing Qing Tong of the Ice Emperor's city thinned her lips, her charming face blushing and her voice trembling. Just like her, the other 3 snow flowers were shivering. Beautiful light sparkled in their eyes, which enchanted people. He's back. We will meet him soon. Yangtian Emperor nodded, appraising. He's a good kid. It has been so long, but he can still make someone miss him every night. It's good that he came back. It's good. Bing Qing Tong muttered while her white neck blushed. Whether the energy will be exhausted or not, it's enough that he came back. Han Shui, Shuang Yuzhu, and Lung Danqing stooped quietly, their charming bodies trembling. Their curves were mesmerizing like the strong waves. I wonder if he will bring us hope? Yun Hao held a cup of tea in his hand, taking sips. His eyes were dark and profound, although his heart was seething. Longzhu, Chao Qiu Dao, Li Zhongrong, Yuanjiang, and others warriors of the divine great land quieted down, their visages gloomy. Time flew fast like a shutter. 10 years had passed like a blink of an eye since Shi had left. This period of 10 years was the toughest time of their lives. They couldn't do anything but watch the earth and heaven energy slowly run out. Their hands were tied. They were desperate and hopeless, struggling in the dark. They thought that they would never see the light again. As Yang Tian Emperor cultivated desperate power Upanishad, under this erosive, torturing circumstance, his realm was increasing continually. He had reached the peak of true God realm. He was very close. He just needed a full supplement of energy to step into King God realm. However, the only scarce thing in the Grace mainland was energy at this moment. Yang Tian Emperor was not the only one to reach peak of true God realm. Long Zhu, Yin Hao, and Yuan Jiang had also had third sky of true God realm. They hadn't been idle for 10 years. Their realms and power had increased more or less. However, they were all stuck. Without sufficient energy support, what could they do with their high realms? It was like a thug with a sharp weapon in his hand, but with tied limbs. He could only lie there and watch himself die. It was an extremely desperate and hopeless feeling. We will get an answer soon. Yang Tian Emperor was calm, looking at the void in front of them. He watched the thick cotton gray clouds. He'll be here shortly. Instinctively, people came outside, walking to the city walls. Many warriors in the city realized that something would happen soon. They lifted their heads, looking at the sky and frowning. This crowd included Chao Zhilan, He Qing Man, Chu Yin Qing, Yang Mu, Li Feng, Yang Meng, Fan Xiang Yun, Jie Mu, Yuing, Yun Xiu, Lao Li, Lao Luan, and Kai. Shi Yin didn't know many of them. They were standing on the city walls, on the high floors inside the city, or on some balconies, watching the precursors of the city walk out the city as if they had an appointment. Then, they waited for something in silence. Many of them didn't know what was about to happen. They were skeptical, guessing which force would come to the city. In the Grace mainland, currently, there were no pagan hotshots that could threaten this area. There was no character at a level so high that Yang Tian Emperor, Long Zhu, and Yin Hao had to come and receive him personally. Who was going to come? Many questions popped up in people's minds. However, no one could solve their questions. They could only focus on the event that was to happen. The sun, moon, and stars still hung high in the sky. It seemed like darkness would never fall on this continent. Yang Tian Emperor squinted, standing in the front. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched. He lowered his voice and spoke to Shi Jian next to him. He's back. Shi Jian had entered the third sky of Spirit Realm. His firm and persistent face slightly shivered. He clenched his fists, his fingernails digging into his palm. He said in a throaty voice, painstakingly, he is. Nodded. Yang Tian Emperor sighed, yeah. He shouldn't bear the responsibility for this continent. To him, it must have been tough and laborious. I do hope I could help him. Shi Jian clenched his jaw. What a pity that we don't have such powers. I think we will have powers later. Yang Tian Emperor smiled brightly. At this moment, space waves rippled in the void in front of them. Those ripples were like fish scales, expanding and contracting, something they could observe. In layers of wavelets, sharp space power was clear enough to sense. Fine electric strikes appeared inside those space ripples, tearing space, flashing, and then disappearing. Boom! The void seemed to explode. A figure moved through layers of space doors that emerged in front of Yang Tian Emperor. Shi Yan. It's Shi Yan. Didn't he disappear 10 years ago? He returns. Yang Mu, Chao Zhilan, He Qing Man, Chu Yin Qing, Lao Lun brothers, and Kai gawked. They screamed disbelievingly. More and more clamorous noises stirred up from every corner of the city. For the time being, the utmost 8 Purgatory City became the most excited and clamorous food market. People unceasingly discussed. The name Shi Yin was repeatedly heard everywhere. Many warriors inside the city had flown up, floating inside and outside the city like a flock of birds. They were so stunned, looking at that area. Long Zhu, Yin Hao were shocked, but their faces were excited. They didn't know they were smiling. They could see that Shi Yan's realm had surpassed theirs. It's good that you're back. Yang Tian Emperor's face relaxed, smiling. It must have been very hard for you. Yin bent his body slightly, speaking solemnly. I'm back. I want to take you guys out of this exhausted continent. All of the people were dumbstruck. You found a new continent, said Longzhu, his voice trembling. Much better than this place. Yin smiled and nodded. Everybody was thrilled. It's good that you're back now. Bing Qing Tong had been struggling in her mind for a while before she gathered the courage to step in. She studied him with her beautiful eyes. Her snow-cold face became indescribably beautiful and vivid. Han Chui, Shuang Yuzhu, and Lung Dan Qing gritted their teeth. Seeing their shy big sister have such courage, they also gathered around Yin, their hot eyes lingering on him. Yin smiled brightly. It was worth the labor of holding onto my flame of hope. Now I see you guys here. Seeing you live well, my mind is finally eased. He Qing Man, Chu Yin Qing, Chao Zhilan, were women who stood far from him, their faces upset. They wanted to come and talk to him, but they decided not to do. They just stood there and watched people talk. Everybody should prepare. The ethereal extent is in Cold Wind Island in the Endless Sea. I will build a teleport formation to connect to Cold Wind Island. Yin smiled casually. You don't need to bring many things like essence crystals and spiritual herbs. In our new place, those toys are cheap. They don't use essence crystals as money. Longzhu was surprised. They use divine crystals. Yin nodded smilingly. You have to adapt to the new place. However, I believe you will break through shortly. Since you can reach the peak in this place, you can shine anywhere else. What realm do you have now? Yin Hao asked weakly. Third sky of King God Realm. I'm just one step away from original God Realm. Yin said sincerely. My competence in the new area is still weak. There are 3 major realms above King God Realm. Original God Realm, Ethereal God Realm, and Incipient God Realm. I'm still far behind. The other people then smiled miserably. Chapter 897, An Astonishing Discovery. Chapter 897, An Astonishing Discovery, _ Yin and Yang Tian Emperor's group of experts were sitting in the meeting hall inside Utmost 8 Purgatory City. He talked about what he had experienced in the past 10 years. He spoke about how he had arrived in the raging flame star area, how he got confined and became a human body cauldron, how he escaped the confinement, his struggles in Solar Star exploding fragment field, his painful experience in extreme purgatory field, the battle in Heaven Punishment City. Even though Yang Tian Emperor, Yun Hao, and others had cultivated aesthetically throughout the 10 years, Yan's wild tales made people dizzy. Their hearts beat quickly while listening to his story. They became bitter and excited accordingly. Bing Qing Tong and her sisters had watery eyes knowing that Yin was forced to be a human body cauldron. After Yin had finished, he beamed a smile, speaking, It was hard at first. I had to be cautious with every step I took. They had bound me for a while. However, I found my way out. My realm started increasing, and my condition was getting better. Except for details related to Bloodthirsty's cortege of 8, he didn't conceal anything. He carefully explained so that they would know the general situation of the new star area. When he mentioned source of Upanishad inheritance, magical powers Upanishad, divine crystals full of energy, and wonderful, giant battleships, everybody couldn't hide their desire. I'm not familiar with the new life star. I'm sure it has a lot of fatal dangers. Yin pondered for a while, and then continued. Anyway, it's easy to live there. Also, it's suitable for you guys to break through. I think a little pressure wouldn't do much harm. Anyway, it's better than waiting here and dying because of energy exhaustion, right? Li Zhengrong sighed inaudibly. Yin arched his brows, suddenly recalling something he had decided earlier. He asked, Where is Yi Chong Feng? After I returned, I've used my soul consciousness to find him, but I couldn't find his energy fluctuation. He is in an Utmost 8 Purgatory City, is he? Li Zhengrong became gloomy. Yin was surprised. What happened? Has that kid been mischievous again? I hope that he could be mischievous to me. Li Zhengrong took a deep breath. His face was dark as he said, 3 years ago, He went to the Dead Soul Mountain Range and didn't come back. He is still missing. Dead Soul Mountain Range? Shi Yan's face darkened. The territory of the Dark Spirit Clan? The Dark Spirit Clan rarely comes out. It seems that they are often in hiding. However, sometimes the Dead Soul's evil lair would appear and take away lives. Li Zhengrong explained, the Dead Soul's evil lair is strange and somehow marvelous. I doubt that he has fallen into that evil lair. However, I couldn't track down the location of the evil lair, so I couldn't find him. I've been in the Dead Soul's evil lair, Shi Yan contemplated after muttering. He had slid his soul when he was in the Dead Soul Mountain Range. The Dead Soul's evil lair was a strange space with a vast, gloomy sea. A tremendously evil creature stayed in the bottom of that sea. The Dark Spirit Clan had some kind of contract with that evil creature. They could receive power from that evil creature, and that creature could also control the Dead Soul's evil lair. What is in there? Asked Li Zhengrong. It's hard to tell. It's a bit complicated. I have to go there to check myself. Perhaps I can find something. Shi Yan stood up, speaking seriously. You guys don't need to accompany me. What you should do is to prepare and organize your people. When I return, we will travel to Cold Wind Island. Okay, Yang Tian Emperor replied resolutely. Bing Qing Tong and her sisters saw him want to leave. They didn't want that, but they couldn't say anything. Today, Shi Yan was at third sky of King God Realm, the height that warriors of this era in the Grace mainland couldn't imagine. Since he knew space power, it would be less troublesome if he acted alone. Although they wanted to follow him, Shi Yan had indicated that he didn't need company. Those women had to stay begrudgingly. We still have more time to be together. Don't be impatient, Shi Yan chuckled, his eyes showing a gleam of warmth. Bing Qing Tong's sisters looked better, and they nodded and smiled. You should quickly prepare. Shi Yan turned into a lightning strike, tearing into the sky. He disappeared in just a blink. Many warriors who knew him faced the sky, looking at the flash at the horizon with a complicated countenance. Those people included Yuing, Yin Xiao, Chao Jilan, He Qingman, Chu Yanqing, and brothers Laolin, Laoli. A dozen years had passed as quickly as a blink of an eye. Shi Yan was an outstanding genius. He had thrived to the heights that they couldn't compare to, which helped him get rid of the chain in Grace Mainland. He was at the peak of King God Realm. To them, Shi Yan looked both familiar and strange. He was still the same, but when they saw him today, there was an invisible boundary. This boundary wasn't because of Shi Yan's intimidating power, but his nimble and amazing attainment. He had made many people feel small compared to him. Those women, who had passionate times in love with Shi Yan, suddenly found that they couldn't feel this love anymore. They wanted it, but they just couldn't feel the need for it. The greatest difference was that they seemed to be from different worlds. This finding made them suffered. They suffered because they found that they didn't dare voice their love anymore. Shi Yan didn't know what they were thinking. He had flown far away. Under the magical powers of space power Upanishad, he had built a small space bridge, moving like a shuttle between layers of spaces. It was like a fish swimming between different seas. Swoosh! An electric strike flashed. Shi Yan appeared above Spirit Potion Valley in Dead Soul Mountain Range. The Spirit Potion Valley was still a ruin of shattered houses and dust. It seemed like nobody lived here anymore. After the Dark Spirit Clan appeared, the Dead Soul Mountain Range had become their territory. The other clans avoided this area. The Human Clan especially wouldn't come there to do anything. Yi Changfeng had the guts to travel to Dead Soul Mountain Range, as he was sure that his calculations were correct. However, he wasn't lucky, so the Dark Spirit Clan had captured him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone missing for years. Shi Yan always had a good feeling about this man. He hurried to get to this place because of the Purgatory True Flame, but moreover, he wanted to rescue him, with the premise that he was still alive. His soul consciousness covered the entire Dead Soul Mountain Range. Shi Yan narrowed his eyes, his face stern. At his realm, it wasn't a hard task to reflect the entire Dead Soul Mountain Range in his head. Beams of his soul consciousness moved as quickly as the shuttles, extending to every corner of the mountain range. Yin tried to recall the scenes he had witnessed when he intruded the dead soul's evil lair that year. That year, he had condensed the hollow soul and entered the foreign land. That place had countless space cracks hovering above a green soul sea. Dull souls were floating in the sea without a beam of life energy. The soul sea continually swallowed the soul of creatures. It was extremely evil and bizarre. The entrance above the green soul sea was where the weak men of Dark Spirit Clan stayed and resisted the suction force of the green soul sea. Members of the Dark Spirit Clan and the evil creature living in the soul sea seemed to have an agreement. The clansmen would capture the souls from outside to give to the creature in the soul sea. Then, that evil creature would give them strong powers to escape the foreign land. The scenes he had seen that year flashed across his head. Yin frowned, continuing to let his soul consciousness wandering. All of a sudden, a wisp of his soul consciousness had touched something, which immediately reflected in his brain. It was a feeble beam of space power. As Yin had a profound knowledge of space power, he quietly sensed his eyes brightening. He moved inaudibly. After 15 minutes, behind a mountain range, Yin used his power to clean wild grass in a large area. Under a shade, he saw a dark cave. Space wavelets appeared from there. Sometimes it was strong, while other times it was vague. Closing his eyes, Yin smiled coldly, spinning his soul altar to expand his god domain. Space confining power expanded from him as if it wanted to stop those unstable space wavelets. A radiant green halo emerged and enlarged from the inside of the cave. A green light that expanded as if it was a beast opening its mouth. From the initial size of a fist, it enlarged to the size of a chopping board. In the middle of the immense green halo, a powerful suction force aimed at souls and was activated. Yin trembled and his countenance changed. Although he had reached the third sky of King God Realm, his soul altar had an unstable feeling as if something was trying to pull his soul altar out of his body. The god soul atop the soul altar swayed vaguely. A cold and malignant willpower extended from the evil lair, cutting like an icy cold sword as if it wanted to cut off Yin's god soul. Confined, Yin's visage was cold and stern. He shouted to urge space power Upanishad. A thought arose, holding that evil willpower like layers of chains. Star energy twirled while immense starlight silently congregated. A scorching solar flaming that moved inside the starlight immediately and covered that icy cold willpower. Under the scorching solar flaming energy, that willpower was burned down. However, more wisps of the same kind of evil energy shot out from the dead soul's evil lair before Yin even had time to breathe. They flew out like ghosts trying to catch more souls. Crack, crack. Yin's 10 fingers shot out countless beams of starlight. A dazzling starlight cage shrouded him entirely with the most magnificent light. His soul altar revolved as he hauled the divine sword out. His eyes became bloodshot. Negative energy seeped out from his acupuncture points. Crack larger. A bunch of light appeared in his head. His soul consciousness added space spears, and they were like rainbow ribbons, thrusting violently into the dead soul's evil lair. The evil lair shook hard, and the mouth cracked open. Yin could see some familiar images through that crack. Souls without a consciousness were wiggling in the green soul sea. The atmosphere was sorrowful and mournful to the acme. The entrance crack above the soul sea had no member of the Dark Spirit Clan. It seemed that the green soul sea had swallowed them all. The soul sea in this bizarre area seethed, sending icy cold, evil willpower. More powerful energy was coming from the deepest place under the green soul sea. It became stronger and clearer. A figure as large as a mountain appeared silent, looking at the expanding dead soul's evil lair. Incipient extent. This is the world created by the soul of the incipient God Realm warrior after he died. This figure was the giant oldie. Yin was perplexed.